At the instant when Yi Futian arrived, a monstrous evil aura spread out from the illusory demon bird and charged towards him. Very soon, darkness engulfed him. Many intense evil thoughts broke into Yi Futian's mind. His body trembled and a strong emperor will erupted, protecting his mind. At the same time, his fingers stroked wildly on the strings of his guqin as he attempted to communicate with the will on Sky Mountain. Emperor-like golden radiance ascended into the sky, and the snow on Sky Mountain started to flow towards his location. His senses spread out wildly, while his emperor will merged with the willpower on Sky Mountain, defending the corrosion from the evilness. Bang! In Yi Futian's mind, a real demon bird seemed to have appeared. It blotted out the sky as if it could even devour the heaven and the earth. It stared at Yi Futian with an unruly look and opened its black demonic wings. It was as if the end of the world was approaching. Although the demon bird was already dead, its will did not dissipate. Therefore, the two emperors left behind an everlasting willpower to suppress the evilness from the demon bird. Despite so, however, the evil will on Sky Mountain could still affect the surrounding region thousands of miles in radius, resulting in a very low number of cultivators in Shu City. It was then obvious how terrifying the demon bird was when it was still alive. At the moment, Yi Futian was at the center of the will of the demon bird. If he did not have Emperor Will to protect his mind, he would probably be engulfed and destroyed in an instant. A dark current enveloped Yi Futian's body. Even though the demon bird's will was frightening, Yi Futian guessed that it should still be at the sage level when it battled the two emperors and was suppressed. At that time, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had yet to unify the world, as the battle occurred even more than 300 years ago. Hence, Emperor Will was at a higher level than the demon bird's will. Yi Futian only had traces of it, but it still managed to protect his will from being devoured. In Yi Futian's mind, there was Emperor's light protecting him from the environment. With much determination, he stared at the black-winged condor in the darkness before him. Its entire body was enveloped in black light. Yi Futian did not want to see it get engulfed and become a substitute for the demon bird, turning into another bloodthirsty demon king. The only way was to communicate with the will on Sky Mountain to suppress the demon bird's will. At the same time, Yi Futian would plant a stronger emperor will into the black-winged condor's mind so that it could resist against the demon bird. Yi Futian was enduring a terrifying amount of pressure. The enormous demon bird was charging wildly into his mind, along with a frightful will. It had already engulfed Yi Futian's spiritual will totally. On his body, many dark currents appeared. Yi Futian felt that he could hardly withstand this for much longer. Activating the imperial tactics, his blood started to burn, and dazzling radiance ascended into the air and charged towards Sky Mountain. This was the second time on Sky Mountain that he exceeded his limit. Moreover, this was even riskier than the last time. Previously, he was confident that he could kill Qianli, but this time he was not sure whether he could win the demon bird's will. Sky Mountain was so compatible with him. It was as if it existed only for him so that he could come here to inherit the music and the willpower. He still believed that he could win against the demon bird's will. During that time, the two emperors could suppress the demon bird at this place. Now, he had Emperor Will and could communicate with the willpower the two emperors had left behind on Sky Mountain. Why would he fail? Furthermore, when he fought with Qianli, he was still in the Dharma plane. Now, he was in the Arcana plane. Yi Futian's willpower merged with the sky and the earth. Many traces of Golden Emperor's light rose into the sky. Emperor Will flew towards Sky Mountain along with the music, attempting to merge with the will on the mountain. The willpower of the two emperors during that time had already merged with Sky Mountain as if it had become part of the mountain. Yi Futian believed that he would be able to do so as well. The melodious music spread out on Sky Mountain continuously. Even the snow that filled the sky seemed to be listening to the music. The snowflakes danced with the music, forming a resonance. What's that? At the moment, there were still people on Sky Mountain. They suddenly seemed to have heard a piece of music and stopped at their spots, feeling the music quietly. The music seemed to be everywhere. It had merged with the snow falling from the sky, entering their senses. "It's wonderful!" many exclaimed. They stopped one after another and raised their head to look at the falling snow. Music was hidden in the snow. Who was playing it? Could it be that the will left behind by the two emperors had revived? This music. Many people were fully absorbed and influenced by the music. They stood motionlessly and felt the rhythm in silence. The music continued and spread on Sky Mountain steadily. At the moment, Yi Futian was fully focused on playing. His senses seemed to be merging with Sky Mountain slowly, turning into part of the mountain. The area that he could sense became wider and wider. Time passed by slowly. Yi Futian had been enduring a massive amount of pressure, but as the music played, the will on Sky Mountain seemed to be merging with him, helping him to resist against the evil will and reducing the pressure he was experiencing. After a long while, Yi Futian's mind suddenly trembled. He could see the entire Sky Mountain. He could feel that his willpower had become extremely strong. The Golden Emperor will had merged with Sky Mountain completely. Yi Futian felt as if he was standing on Sky Mountain. It was a mysterious and amazing feeling. It was as if Sky Mountain had become part of him. His will was now the will of Sky Mountain. Moving his will, the snow on Sky Mountain similarly moved. An endless amount of spiritual chi roared and the magical bell slowly formed. Clang! Just as Yi Futian thought about it, the magical bell rang. An extremely powerful force was released and charged into Sky Mountain, pressing down on the demon bird. Following a loud bang, the enormous demon bird was almost blown into pieces. The evil will in Yi Futian's mind was removed immediately. The black winged condor trembled fiercely and the evil aura surrounded it was weakened significantly, but it spat out a mouthful of blood. It suddenly opened its eyes and stared coldly at Yi Futian. That was not the look of the black winged condor, but rather the demon bird. On Sky Mountain, at the instant when the bell rang, many people gave a muffled humph and their faces turned pale. Although their levels were not very high, the pressure they were experiencing rose significantly with the ring, shaking their minds. After so many days, another ringing of the bell came from Sky Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a powerful, invisible sound wave swept across. Immediately, the shirts of many started to wave fiercely in the air and countless people closed their eyes. They only felt a storm running right through them, especially those whose levels were high. They felt that even their will was going to be crushed. The bell rang again. Many people were astonished. Nobody knew why the bell on Sky Mountain sounded off in the first place. Clang! This time, the ringing did not only occur once but twice. Many nobles spat much blood and their faces all turned pale. The more powerful people among the nobles received an even stronger hit. Which bastard did this? At the place where the cottage disciples were, Zhuge Hui's mouth was covered with blood. She cursed at Sky Mountain and looked extremely unhappy. She seemed to have felt a large magical bell being merged with Sky Mountain. It was exactly the magical bell that was ringing. Beside Hua Qingqing, the faces of Lady Yuxiao and Lu Nantian were also pale. Hua Qingqing lifted her head and stared at the peak of Sky Mountain. The bell was ringing continuously. What did this mean? She knew that Yi Futian was at the summit of Sky Mountain at the moment, playing the music left by the two emperors. Clang! Another bell ring sounded. Many people turned totally speechless. Zhuge Hui glanced at Sky Mountain in resentment, after which she turned around and left. "Let's get out of this place," someone said. Then many cultivators left the foot of the mountain directly. The cultivators from the cottage, the college, and Qin dynasty all left one after another. If they chose to remain here, they might be killed by the ringing eventually. The continuous ringing spread into the distance. It reached Shu City and spread towards places even further away. In the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory, countless people looked at the Sky Mountain. Was this the sound of the two emperors? Nobody knew that the person ringing the bell was not an emperor but actually Yi Futian. If Zhuge Hui found out about this, she would probably take out the whip on her waist. After the 3 continuous rings, much of the evil aura had dissipated and even the illusory demon bird looked unstable. However, the black winged condor was similarly in a state of misery. It coughed out blood continuously and its eyes were filled with evilness. "Little bird, are you still in there?" Yi Futian shouted. He stopped ringing the bell, for otherwise the black-winged condor would also be killed. His life spirit appeared and an appalling spiritual storm bloomed. The will on Sky Mountain merged wildly with the spiritual storm, along with the music. Then the storm charged towards the black-winged condor. Yifutian wanted to see if the condor was still its previous self. The spiritual storm entered the black-winged condor's mind. Yifutian saw an endless darkness, but he did not give up. His brilliant will charged into the dark vortex. Then he finally felt the existence of his emperor will. It was buried in the darkness but not destroyed. The demon bird could not eliminate Emperor Will. "Little bird," Yifutian's will shouted. In the Emperor Will, an extremely weak willpower appeared. Yifutian felt the existence of the black-winged condor. Tweet. Yifutian heard a voice and was delightfully surprised. The black-winged condor was still alive. "I will merge Emperor Will into your will to help you fight against the power." Yifutian communicated with the black-winged condor with his will. Then, he released his life spirit and dazzling Emperor Will was planted into the black-winged condor's mind continuously, along with the will on Sky Mountain. Together, they protected and merged with the black-winged condor's will. At this point, Yifutian exited the black-winged condor's mind. His life spirit vanished and the evil aura engulfed the black-winged condor again. Yifutian stared at the black-winged condor, paying close attention to its movements. Suddenly, a message from the black-winged condor appeared in his mind, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "All right, be careful then," Yifutian responded. Then, he turned around and charged out of the tunnel. Very quickly, he was back on Sky Mountain again. The snow was still dancing in the air. Yifutian heaved out a long sigh and looked at Yusheng, who was lying on the ground. A smile finally appeared on his face, as if he felt extremely relieved. He lied on the ground again. In Sky Mountain, the black-winged condor was still standing there. The dark light engulfed its body once again and the powerful evil will tried to invade its mind. Its body was enveloped in darkness, but this time, the black-winged condor's look was extremely sharp. It closed its eyes and endured everything went silent. The cultivators from various top forces retreated from Sky Mountain. At the foot of the mountain there were still countless figures, but they were all below the noble plane. Only a minority of them was from top forces. People on Sky Mountain made their descent one after another. Slowly, those at the foot of the mountain also started to leave. After trying, they knew that even if the bell ring from the mountain was really the call of the emperors, they would not be able to get anything in the end. Of course, there were still many who were unwilling to leave, especially those from the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory. This towering Sky Mountain was a sacred land of the western region. Time passed by slowly. Many rumors spread at the foot of Sky Mountain. According to those who had just climbed down the mountain, they could hear an extremely elegant music coming from the snow dancing in the sky. That was due to the artistic conception that had fused with Sky Mountain when the two emperors played the piece in the past. There were also people who claimed that the bell ring from Sky Mountain, as well as the music, was formed because Donghuang the Great missed his best friend Emperor Yiqing, with whom he explored the world. Therefore, his will crossed over an endless amount of space and time and reached this place, affecting Sky Mountain and producing the ringing. Legends about the two emperors started to spread around again. Even today, many people still did not understand why Emperor Yiqing died all of a sudden, and why Donghuang the Great ordered everyone to destroy Emperor Yiqing's statues around the world. Was it because of his position? The two intimate friends who had once roamed around the world together eventually stood opposite each other because of power, and it all ended with the death of one of them. However, even though Emperor Yiqing had failed and died, Donghuang the Great would probably still miss him sometimes. People at the foot of Sky Mountain were chatting. "I wonder what kind of people they are exactly. Too bad I was not born during that era to witness their legends," a young man said, smiling. The two emperors unified the world and must have experienced many difficulties. Suddenly, someone said, "Obviously they are people who care about the world." The few who were chatting turned their heads and saw an old man in ragged clothes walk beside them. He had a wine pot hanging on his shirt. The old man walked towards the foot of Sky Mountain and stood there with his hands behind his back. Staring at the summit of Sky Mountain, he actually seemed to possess an extraordinary temperament. "Elder, why do you say so?" the young man asked, smiling. "If they do not care about the world, how can they become the masters of the world?" The old man said emotionlessly. "I don't believe that." A young man in blue shirt shook the folding fan in his hand and said, "The rules of the world are set by strong cultivators. They can unify that world obviously because they have the absolute power to do so. The so-called care about the world is too hypocritical. Moreover, if you are speaking the truth, why did Emperor Yi Qing become a taboo?" The old man smiled and shook his head but did not argue with the young man. "Elder, so here you are. I have spent so long looking for you." Suddenly, a girl in a green dress walked over from the distance. She was delighted upon seeing the old man. Seeing the girl, the old man shook his head and smiling, he said, "Girl, the fate between the two of us has ended. You don't have to look for me anymore in the future." "What fate are you talking about? I don't believe in that." "Elder, I'll follow you in the future. Don't leave me behind," the girl said affectionately. "Don't worry. In the future, I will cook nice food for you every day." The elder shook his head. "My fifth son can cook very well. I have not tasted it for too long. I'm going back." The girl froze and seemed very upset. "Elder, so you're going back home?" The old man was lazy and had been wandering outside. She always thought that he did not have a home. "Yup." The old man smiled and nodded. "Then allow me to go to your place. I can massage you," the girl said, grinning. Smiling, the old man replied, "My sixth daughter has also grown up by now and she is very obedient. My second daughter is very mischievous, but she will massage me as well." The girl stared at him with her eyes widened. "Sixth daughter? He has so many children. Based on your appearance, I am definitely better looking than your second and sixth daughters," the girl said with her eyes widened. "My second daughter is really beautiful. I'm sure nobody in the Eastern Barren Territory will object to this after seeing her. My sixth daughter is also prettier than you." Thinking about those two girls, the old man smiled. "Then why are you here instead of at home?" The girl pouted and was somewhat unhappy. The old man looked at Sky Mountain and said, "I am waiting for someone whom I may be waiting for." This sentence sounded very awkward. The girl did not know what he meant and also looked up at Sky Mountain. Waiting for someone whom he may be waiting for? Who is that? The young man beside them had been listening to their conversation all along. He looked at the old man in bemusement and said uncontrollably, "He's mad." The girl blinked and found his words very reasonable. This old man had been speaking ridiculous words every day. He must be mad. "I." The old man stared at the young man, stunned. Then he shook his head, feeling speechless. "Am I mad?" The young people nowadays, the year 10003 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was slowly coming to an end. In this year, many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the start of the year, Qin dynasty and Donghua clan allied through marriage and established Dongqin College, while Gu Donglu won Lu Nantian in the challenge. Then, Yi Futian encountered an assassination and Qin dynasty officially started on their path to revive their kingdom. In this year, much blood had been shed in the Eastern Barren Territory. An ultimate battle almost broke out at the foot of Sky Mountain. The second disciple of the cottage was dominant enough and actively fought against Qinyu, shocking all the forces including Qin dynasty itself. Otherwise, many people in the Eastern Barren Territory would have been killed. Nevertheless, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory could feel that it was destined to be a rough year. The storm would sooner or later sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Li's death was certainly a cause of this. Qin Yu returned to Qin dynasty and reported to the king of Qin. At that moment, the king of Qin was sitting in front of the pool in his pavilion and fishing. Listening quietly to Qin Yu's report, his expression did not change much. In fact, he knew about Qin Li's death even before Qin Yu did. He was, after all, in the Qin Imperial Palace. On Sky Mountain, one of his daughters and one of his grandsons died. Qin Mengrua and Qin Li were different from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was the son of his concubine, and his talent was actually bewitchment, which was really embarrassing. In addition, he even wanted to inherit the throne, which was ridiculous. However, because that particular concubine was really good at a certain area, he had always been pretending to love Qin Yuan. Cultivators had to enjoy themselves sometimes, after all, but in reality, among all his children, Qin Yuan was the one most disliked or even hated by him. On the other hand, Qin Mengrua was his youngest daughter and also one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. He had always loved her. She was married to someone in Donghua clan for a purpose, and because of this he always thought that he owed her much. Qin Li was his favorite grandchild. Qin Gu was also very outstanding among his offspring. They all died because of the cottage. We have been doing many things to the cottage, but it seems that we're always the one that loses ultimately. Now, Mengrua and Lear have both died, the king of Qin said. His tone was very calm, but there was some coldness hidden in the calmness. Qin dynasty had indeed shocked the other forces in the Eastern Barren Territory by destroying the Lu kingdom. However, they seem to have lost in all their encounters with the cottage. Although the power of the second disciple of the cottage is beyond our expectations, it is actually normal that she can defeat you. After all, she is ranked above Gu Donglu. If she similarly has a sage ritual implement, she can obviously defeat you. It is only that I did not expect you to lose so badly, the king continued. Of course, you should understand that we have never really been afraid of the second disciple or sword saint. Qin Yu stood beside the king, listening quietly to his words. His father had conferred him as the crown prince, and he had been managing Qin dynasty from then on, while his father stopped managing all the issues. However, he knew clearly that his father was the real backbone of the Qin dynasty. Many people in the world claim that Mr. Du does not know how to cultivate, but how can someone who does not know this teach such a group of disciples? Furthermore, these disciples are so obedient. Do you believe in that? The king of Qin glanced at Qin Yu. Smiling, he shook his head, as if he was mocking something. Moreover, he is a person who does not seem to have existed at all. Over these years, we have tried many times and failed. I think that Mr. Du from the cottage is not only very strong, but also very skilled in hiding himself or maybe camouflage. Perhaps, even if he stands right in front of you, you will not be able to recognize him. The king of Qin sighed. We have such an opponent who has been watching in darkness. If he does not show up, how can I make my move? However, until today, many of my children and grandchildren have died. We have not even seen Mr. Du for once, not to mention about finding out how strong he is. Just the cottage disciples alone have brought us much trouble. The king gave a self-mocking smile and shook his head. Nevertheless, we finally have a piece of good news. What news? Qin Yu asked. He did not see any good news at all. Every time, the cottage displays its overpowering dominance and shocks everyone else. The appearance of Sword Saint, Qin Ji's death, and the counterattack from the second disciple. Every time, the cottage is telling us not to move easily. But this is also precisely telling us that the cottage has its own concerns. It seems like Mr. Du is not invincible after all. The king of Qin smiled. His eyes were filled with intelligence and insight. He indeed seemed to be circumspect and farsighted. Then, he ordered coldly, "Go and invite the leader of Donghua clan here. Then go to Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple. Since they have stepped onto our ship, they can stop thinking about muddling through." His eyes were filled with coldness. Sometimes, when one declared one's position, many things would be destined. Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple already had no other choice. All right. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with sharpness. It seemed that his father was really going to make a move this time. Even the king of Qin could not tolerate the death of Qin Mengrua and Qin Li. Yi Futian is from the 100 Lands. According to Qin Li that time, he has some seniors and friends there. Should we? Qin Yu's eyes were flashing with coldness. That's an ungentlemanly trick. The king shook his head. Destroying the Lu kingdom can prove the power of our dynasty. On the other hand, what can killing those people do apart from making us feel better? Since Qin Li was killed by Yi Futian in a battle, will kill Yi Futian. You need to remember that in the future you will be the king of Qin, the king of the Eastern Barren Territory. Some things will bring disgrace to your position. Do not let the others have a chance to laugh at you. Yes, I get it. Qin Yu nodded. Then he turned around and left the place. While the disturbance at Sky Mountain had yet to calm down, the leader of Donghua clan arrived at Qin dynasty personally. It was said that he was invited by the king of Qin. This was the meeting between the leaders of two of the three top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, so clearly it had an extraordinary significance. In particular, it occurred during such a sensitive period. The people in the Eastern Barren Territory could not help thinking about what it meant. There was probably only one topic that would require these two leaders to meet up and discuss: unifying the Eastern Barren Territory. Soon, Qin dynasty also invited the cultivators from Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple. A big piece of news spread. Qin dynasty opened the tomb of their ancestors and allowed the strongest members of these top forces to enter. When people received the news, many realized that a real storm would sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory at any time. A few months ago, Qin dynasty had invited many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to a grand meeting, when Sword Saint appeared and shocked everyone present. However, at the moment it seemed likely that they would no longer be deterred. But this was normal as well. Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple had already declared their position a few months ago. Therefore, they could only follow the Qin dynasty as they had crossed the point of no return. In the Qin Imperial Palace, many people were in front of Qin Yu making a report. Has he descended from the mountain? Qin Yu asked coldly. No. Person in front of Qin Yu shook his head. Although the people from various top forces had retreated from Sky Mountain, Qin Yu could obviously not tolerate Qin Li's death. He had still sent some cultivators below the noble plain to patrol at the foot of Sky Mountain and wait for Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had actually not climbed down the mountain yet. It was also possible that he had descended from the mountain but in another direction so as to avoid any trouble. Sky Mountain was too huge, and it was impossible for Qin Yu's men to surround the entire mountain. Did the people from Donghua clan confirm that Chu Yaoyao indeed had the chance to kill Yi Futian at that time? Qin Yu asked with a freezing look. The person before him replied, yes. According to them, Yi Futian had already lost the ability to battle, and Chu Yaoyao was right there at that moment. Qin Yu clenched his fist and his expression was extremely icy. Chu Yaoyao was after all Qin Li's girlfriend. She was right there and certainly had the chance to kill Yi Futian, but she actually did not do so. Did she just watch Qin Li get killed? Has Chu Yaoyao come down from the mountain? Qin Yu questioned. Yes. She has returned to Moon Clan with the others. Qin Yu nodded and coldness was flashing in his eyes. He would wait and see if Chu Yaoyao and Moon Clan would behave sensibly. If not, he would not mind destroying one more force. His son Qin Li would not have died for nothing. The 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was approaching its end. The leader of Fuyun Sword Clan, Han Ruoshui, had returned to the first summit of the clan. At the moment, he was holding a sword which was emitting a wave of coldness into the surrounding. He stared at the sword, where he could see his reflection as well as the sharp look in his eyes. This was a famous sword named the Alcade. It was used by the best swordsmen in the Eastern Barren Territory a few hundreds ago. Nobody expected it to actually be kept in Qin Dynasty's tomb. Now, it belonged to him. Qin Dynasty wanted to revive itself in the Eastern Barren Territory. He had already made some promises to Qin Dynasty. In fact, he had to make those promises. He did not have a choice. Senior. Many people whizzed over in the air and landed on the summit, looking at Han Ruoshui. Is he not here? Han Ruoshui asked. There were 7 summits on Fuyun Sword Clan but only 6 people present. The person who was absent was obviously the lord of the 7th summit, Gu Cheng. The few people present remained silent. For a long time the leader, Han Ruoshui, and the lord of the 7th summit, Gu Cheng, had been the strongest cultivators in Fuyun Sword Clan. However, Gu Cheng was more withdrawn and also more focused on cultivation. After the things regarding Yi Wuchen happened, the relationship between the two summits became more subtle, especially after Han Ruoshui expelled Yi Wuchen from Fuyun's sword clan and commanded the rest to kill him should they encounter him outside. Gu Cheng was extremely dissatisfied with this decision. It seems like his heart no longer belongs to the clan, Han Ruoshui remarked emotionlessly. Just as he was talking, suddenly, an extremely sharp sword will erupted from the seventh summit. The sword will ascended into the sky and crushed everything in its path. Countless people in Fuyun's sword clan stared at that location. Then, they saw a figure walk in the air and step into the blade of light. It's the seventh lord. The disciples of Fuyun's sword clan were all astonished. What was the seventh lord doing? Han Ruoshui and the rest turned their heads and looked in that direction. He frowned slightly and was somewhat unhappy. In that direction, the person standing in the air swung his hand. Immediately, a beam of light charged towards the first summit. What's that? It's a sword post, someone exclaimed in shock. The beam of light penetrated across space and reached the first summit, continuing to fly towards the leader Han Ruoshui. Han Ruoshui extended his arm and grabbed the post with his fingers. He stared at Gu Cheng emotionlessly. Gu Cheng, lord of the seventh summit of Fuyun's sword clan, would like to challenge the leader Han Ruoshui. A loud voice spread across the whole Fuyun sword clan. At this instant, everyone in the clan was astounded. They knew that the seventh lord was unhappy with the leader but did not expect such a thing to happen. It's part of the rules of our clan for disciples to send sword posts in order to challenge one another. On the other hand, you are offending me by challenging me, Han Ruoshui said coldly. Give me a reason. Swordsmen do not bow and scrape. As the leader of Fuyun's sword clan, you received benefits from Qin dynasty and want to listen to their orders. You are no longer suited to be a swordsman, and even more so to be our leader, Gu Cheng said from afar. His voice echoed within the seven summits. Han Ruoshui sneered and said, as the leader of Fuyun's sword clan, my responsibility is to ensure that our clan is safe from danger. Under this general trend, a straight sword would break too easily. I would rather break than bend, Gu Cheng said emotionlessly. My disciple Yi Wuchen killed Qin Yuan because he deserved to die. Fuyun's sword clan is weaker than the Qin dynasty. It is all right for you to expel Yi Wuchen from the clan to protect us. It is also all right for you to send someone to bring him back. But now you have deviated further and further from the right path. Instead of becoming a lackey for others and living a petty life, we might as well dismiss Fuyun's sword clan. A swordsman who has a sword in his heart has a sword in his hand. A Fuyun's sword clan disciple who has the summit in his heart is in the clan. I have already dismissed the seventh summit of Fuyun's sword clan. You're not in the position to make that decision. Han Ruoshui stepped forward and sword will whizzed in the air. We who have different principles cannot work together. If I win, I will dismiss Fuyun's sword clan. If you win, I die. Gu Cheng similarly walked forward. Two beams of light charged towards each other. Countless members of Fuyun's sword clan stared at the battle and could not keep calm. Today, the two most powerful cultivators in the clan were having a life-and-death battle because of differing values. An extremely appalling sword storm erupted in the sky above Fuyun's sword clan. The two stood opposite each other but did not attack directly. They merely stood in the air. However, even though they were not doing anything, an earth-shattering sword will was born and pressed down from the sky. Enduring the sword will, many people felt as if their bodies were going to be torn apart. The two stood motionlessly in the air, but it was as if they had already fought countless times. They stared attentively at each other and were both very solemn. Although the two did not move, their eyes seemed to be filled with the reflection of swords. Finally, two afterimages appeared in the sky, charging towards one another. The two afterimages flashed and vanished immediately. In the sky above Fuyun's sword clan, it seemed like the two had not moved at all. Suddenly, however, a terrifying beam of sword will formed in the sky and turned into a beam of light, shooting towards one of the mountains. Immediately, the summit of the mountain glowed with a dazzling radiance. A crack appeared at the center of the summit and the beam of light cut the mountain into two pieces directly. The people from various summits looked at that particular mountain. The blade of light at its center was not dissipating, as if it was going to exist forever. Then, they raised their heads and looked at the two people standing opposite each other. Some people noticed that the sword-yielding arm of the leader Han Ruoxue trembled. Blood flew down from his arm and onto the famous sword, the Alcade, which was glittering with light. "You lost," Han Ruoxue said. Gu Cheng glanced at the sword in Han Ruoxue's hand and sighed. "I did not lose. You indeed do not deserve to be the leader of our clan." After he finished speaking, many beams of sword will erupted from every part of his body. Then, everyone saw Gu Cheng's body being crushed directly. A beam of light ascended into the sky and charged towards the distance like a bolt of lightning. "He's dead," everyone sighed. What was the beam of light that left? Han Ruoxue glanced at the distance and did not chase the beam of light. Turning around, he walked towards a palace on the first summit, remaining silent along the way. Blood flew down his arm continuously and dripped down from the sky. At the mountainside of Sky Mountain, a few people were cultivating in the snow. Yi Wuchen was sitting down cross-legged and Sword Will was circling his body. Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang were also beside him. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Feeling Yi Wuchen's abnormal breathing, Lu Qinyu looked at him and asked softly, "What is it?" "I cannot remain calm. It's as if something is summoning and nearing me. I have a bad feeling," Yi Wuchen replied. "Stop thinking too much," Lu Qinyu urged. Yi Wuchen looked at her. Stroking Lu Qinyu's beautiful hair with his right hand, he replied, "All right. Why has he not returned yet? Xianxia went up to find him and is also missing now. I wonder if he has found him," Lu Feiyang said. Yi Wuchen looked at the top of Sky Mountain. Vaguely, he felt that Yi Futian had reached the peak of the mountain. "Stop worrying. Let's just wait." Yi Wuchen stood up and walked on the snow. He went in front of a cliff and stared at the distance, feeling uneasy. That feeling was also becoming more and more intense gradually. In the distance, a brilliant beam of light penetrated across endless space and charged into Sky Mountain with an astonishing speed. Yi Wuchen, who was standing there, suddenly felt his heart tremble. Then he saw a blade of light charging right towards him. "Be careful," Lu Qinyu shouted. However, Yi Wuchen did not dodge. The beam of light charged into his mind directly. Immediately, a frightening wave of sword will erupted from his body. "Wuchen!" Lu Qinyu's face turned pale as she ran towards Yi Wuchen. Lu Feiyang was also shocked. However, suddenly, a voice spread out from Yi Wuchen's body. "Wuchen, remember, a swordsman is neither arrogant nor impatient. A swordsman is brave and fearless. A swordsman never changes his original intention and always strikes forward." This was what Yi Wuchen's master, the 7th Lord of Fuyun's sword clan, had said to him on the first day he became a disciple. Today, the same words sounded off again on Sky Mountain. Hearing this voice, a drop of tear flew down from Yi Wuchen's eye and dripped onto the snow. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu both stood beside Yi Wuchen. They heard the voice and were filled with deep respect. A swordsman should indeed be like that. Lu Qinyu saw the tears at the corners of Yi Wuchen's eyes and felt pain for him. Immediately, she correctly guessed what had happened. A man would not shed tears easily. It was obvious to her why Yi Wuchen would cry at the moment. An extremely powerful sword will was circling around Yi Wuchen, so Lu Qinyu could not go near him even though she wanted to. This sword will should be the last gift from his master. The sword will flew on Yi Wuchen's body and turned into a strong sword aura. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes and the snow falling down was crushed by the sword will near his body. He was like a sword standing in the snowstorm. After a long while, the sword will on Yi Wuchen finally dissipated. Lu Feiyang discovered that Yi Wuchen's temperament changed again. Yi Wuchen no longer felt as sharp, as if he was totally natural and had merged with the sky and the earth. This was because he had made a breakthrough. The Arcana Plane was where cultivators would coordinate with heaven and earth continuously in order to create a resonance between their powers and the natural forces in the world. Yi Wuchen lifted an head and allowed snow to fall onto his face. He did not mourn and did not even feel any sadness. On the contrary, he would only remember what his master had said. He would become the swordsman that his master hoped to see, one that would only advance forward. On the peak of Sky Mountain, Yifutian was playing a piece of music, while Yushang was sitting before him, cultivating. The music entered Yushang's ears continuously. The snow that filled the sky turned into an endless amount of spiritual qi which poured down and enveloped Yushang. However, a violent dark golden current was spreading out from Yushang and resonating with the sky. A dark golden demonic power had buried him. Boom! Suddenly, a frightening current erupted and demonic will filled the region. Yushang opened his eyes and the darkness in his eyes slowly faded. The might from his body felt even stronger at the moment. Just like Yi Futian, both his martial arts and sorcery had broken through into the arcana plane. Although he did not main spells, he had never stopped cultivating his spiritual energy. You're awake. Yi Futian stopped playing the music and smiled. Finally, they had settled everything on Sky Mountain. Yup. Yushang nodded and stood up. He looked around Sky Mountain and asked, "What happened here? And what is this music? It has such a strong artistic conception." "Yukio. It was left behind by the two emperors," Yi Futian replied. "We have already been on Sky Mountain for very long. I wonder what the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory is like now. We should go back." "All right. Where is the condor?" Yushang asked. "It's staying on Sky Mountain to cultivate. The environment is very beneficial for it," Yi Futian responded. Yushang asked no more. Snow turned into a wind elemental spell which enveloped the two. Then they flew down from the mountain along with the snow. They could clearly see every corner of Sky Mountain and so could find their friends easily. At the foot of Sky Mountain, there were still many people who had chosen to stay despite the fact that countless had left. From the mountain path, a group of people was walking down in the snow. They each had an outstanding temperament and were all very young, therefore attracting the attention of many. As the people below chatted, they all noticed the handsome young man at the center of the group. Yi Futian had come down from the mountain. The cottage disciple Yi Wuchen had killed Qin Li and a few others from Qin dynasty on Sky Mountain. Yushang, who was beside him, had also killed Qin Mengrua, causing a great battle between Qin Yu and Zhuge Hui. At the moment, this group of people was walking down from Sky Mountain just like this. "It seems like all our seniors have left." Yi Futian looked at the massive crowd before him. They had stayed on Sky Mountain for very long. In addition, he had created the bell rings previously. It was obvious that his second sister and third brother were also injured by the ringing. Should he keep this a secret? Among the crowd, an old man who was sitting in the snow stared at the group of people walking down the mountain. He squinted slightly and smiled. It was his first time seeing that guy. The girl in the green dress was still beside him. She also looked at those people and said, "So they are the legendary cottage disciples." Cottage disciples were absolute legends to many in the Eastern Barren Territory, especially the first three disciples. They were already among the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren Territory. The old man stood up and said to the girl, "Look at them. Do you think they have my temperament?" "You." The eyes of the girl in green dress were filled with disdain as she said, "Elder, you are certainly a powerful cultivator, but don't try to boast." The old man pointed at Yi Futian and his team and said, "You don't believe me? Look at the pretty girl there. That's my sixth disciple. The fat guy beside her is my seventh disciple. The one in the middle who is the most looking should be the eighth. Elder, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. From what you have said, the second daughter you were talking about is the second disciple of the cottage. So you're Mr. Du from the cottage?" The girl in a green dress said with much contempt. "Cough, cough." The old man patted his shirt to remove the snow and said in a serious tone, "Let's stay low." The girl blinked her eyes, after which she burst into laughter. Seeing her reaction, the old man widened his eyes. Did she not believe him? All of a sudden, a group of people walked out from the crowd and towards Yi Futian's team, blocking their way. "Elder, look. I think they are from Qin dynasty." The girl in the green dress looked nervous. If Qin dynasty did leave anyone behind, their task would definitely be to kill Yi Futian. The people who appeared before Yi Futian were indeed from Qin dynasty. Seeing them, the disciples from Sword Saint Mountain similarly walked up. Clearly, Sword Saint Mountain had also left quite many people behind at the foot of Sky Mountain. This was the western region after all, and Sword Saint Mountain was the closest force. If you attack them, you will not be able to leave the western region alive, a cultivator from Sword Saint Mountain warned. The eyes of those from Qin dynasty sparkled and their looks turned cold. Behind them, two people stepped forward and released an appalling aura. They were both nobles. Kill him. The two people charged towards Yi Futian in the air. A terrifying might swept out and engulfed Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at them with some sharpness in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful current started to flow on Sky Mountain. Clang! The bell rang again and its sound turned into a gigantic wave, sweeping across the foot of the mountain. The two nobles lifted their heads and looked at Sky Mountain. They could feel an invisible magical bell crushing towards their bodies along with the ringing. Bang! The horrifying sound wave passed through their bodies. The two nobles gave a muffled humph each and fell from the sky immediately. Their faces turned pale as they spat out much blood. Clang! Clang! The bell on Sky Mountain rang continuously. Even the vast earth seemed to be shaking along with it. Countless people closed their eyes and put their hands in front of them as they tried to stand still. However, even so, they still felt a strong impact and their hearts raced. The shirt of the old man standing in the snow danced in the air. At the moment, there seemed to be a beam of light flowing on his body, protecting him from the sound. At the same time, he looked up at Sky Mountain. Was it a coincidence that the bell on Sky Mountain rang now? He would not believe so. The two nobles were impacted by the sound waves continuously and spat much blood. They both felt somewhat numb from the impact and could not stand properly. Just now, when the bell on Sky Mountain rang, all the nobles left. However, in order to kill Yi Futian, Qin Yu had sent them back again. Little did they expect the bell on Sky Mountain to ring again when they were about to make their attack. Just when they were feeling dazed, they suddenly felt an imminent danger approaching them from the front. Lifting their heads, they saw a blade of light striking towards them. Clang! The ringing came again. The two nobles could not stand still and felt as if their minds were going to explode. The blade of light flashed and blood bloomed out. The two nobles extended their arms and held their throats with their hands. They widened their eyes, not resigned to their fate. How could they die like this? The ringing finally stopped. The crowd slowly recovered from the shock. When they saw the two nobles lying on the ground, they were all astonished. Was this fate? The two nobles actually died in such a ridiculous way. Moreover, after they died, the ringing stopped immediately. If this was not fate, someone on Sky Mountain must be helping Yi Futian. But that was clearly even more impossible. The people from the Qin dynasty walked up to the two corpses. Their faces were as dark as they could possibly get. Let's go. Yi Futian and his team were also not bothered to fight the rest, and they simply ignored the people from Qin dynasty. The members of Qin dynasty also did not dare to stop them anymore. The two nobles were all they had to kill Yi Futian. As Yi Futian walked, suddenly, another person blocked in their way. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. The person before him was an old man in ragged clothes. He put his hands at his back and stared at Yi Futian with an interested look. Xianxia wanted to walk forward, but Xianxia pulled her back and hinted at her. Seeing Xianxia's evil grin, Xianxia widened her eyes at him. Xianxia was trying to set Yi Futian up. "Elder, what is it?" Yi Futian asked with a weird look. The old man did not speak and continued to look at him. His eyes were becoming brighter and brighter. Yi Futian was totally speechless. Then he tried to bypass the old man. However, the old man moved and continued to block his way, after which he asked, "Where are you from?" "A far, insignificant place," Yi Futian replied. "Elder, are you looking for me?" "Your age?" the old man asked again. Yi Futian's face darkened, but he still replied, "About 20. 20. The old man seemed to be thinking about something. Then he smiled at Yi Futian. Call me master. Heir. Yifutian did not know how to react. Was this old man crazy? Sorry, my old man is mad. The girl in green shirt beside them ran up and wanted to pull the old man to the side. The old man's face immediately darkened. Cough, cough. The old man cleared his throat and looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. He stood there with his head held high and acted like he was a famous person. Take care of him properly. Don't let him come out like this again. Yifutian smiled at the girl in the green dress. The old man was too funny. Suddenly, Xianxia pulled Yifutian's sleeve. Sister Xinger, what's up? Yifutian asked. Xianxia signaled at Yifutian with her eyes. Then, she walked up and said to the old man, Master, why are you here? Xianxia also ran up and said in a charming tone, Master, how are you recently? I miss you so much. Yifutian blinked his eyes only to realize that the old man was smiling and staring at him. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Now it was really awkward for him. Xianxia, this bastard. Now I'm done for. In the divine capital, Book Mountain was particularly lively at the moment. Mr. Du from the cottage had returned. Although college disciples did not know much about Mr. Du, it did not affect the image of Mr. Du, the old man who was said not to know how to cultivate, in their minds. Since the first 3 disciples of the cottage were all so powerful, it further displayed how extraordinary their master must be. Perhaps some people would think that Mr. Du was lucky and all his disciples happened to be extremely talented. This was a fact, but why would he get these disciples in the first place? And why did the cottage disciples follow him willingly? This alone was enough for the rest to ponder. That time when Sword Saint became famous, countless people yearned for a place in the cottage. Later, Gu Donglu also became famous and the name of the cottage shook the entire Eastern Barren territory, attracting the attention of everyone. Now, after the battle between the second disciple and Qin Yu on Sky Mountain, this particular summit on Book Mountain had already become a legend. Even the members of the college were curious about what kind of mysterious place the cottage was. There was obviously nothing special about the place itself. Yifutian and his team walked up the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu and the rest who had received the news came out to welcome them. Second sister, third brother, Yifutian shouted, smiling. The 2 nodded in return. However, the second sister only looked at Mr. Du. Her usually happy eyes looked somewhat wronged at the moment as she said softly, Master, you have left us for so long. Now you finally returned. The old man smiled and said, Girl, I returned because I know that you will miss me. Heir. Although Yifutian already knew on their way that Mr. Du would address his second sister like this, he still felt somewhat weird when Mr. Du really called so before her. You know that I miss you? Even though you are here now, will you slip away again someday? The second sister looked at her master with her eyes filled with suspicion. Even if I leave, I will leave properly. What's slip away? The old man then looked at Gu Donglu and said, 3, what do you say? Master, whatever you say is obviously correct. Gu Donglu nodded seriously. Yup, I think that you are better to me unlike some girl. Sigh. She is not even as obedient as some other girls outside. The old man shook his head and sighed, after which he walked forward with his head held high. Master, I'm just afraid that you will leave us here again. Zhuge Hui walked up to Mr. Du and grabbed his arm. That's better. The old man nodded in satisfaction. The second sister raised her head and realized that Shui Yi and Luo Fan were staring at her. Smiling, she put her hand on her belt and said, What are you looking at? Go and cook some good food for the master. The 2 immediately shivered. After they returned from Sky Mountain, the second sister had always been doing a little action, touching her belt. This action was indeed frightening. Master sister, wait for a short while. I will go and cook now, Luo Fan said without hesitation. Then he quickly fled from the place. Yifutian rolled his eyes. The second sister was grabbing the master's arm like a little girl, while the arrogant third brother was standing beside the master quietly. From the scene, it was obvious what position the master had in the cottage. It seemed like whether he could have a happy life in the future would depend very much on the master. Thinking about this, He widened his eyes at Xianxia, who was beside him. Because of him, the master had such a bad first impression. Fu-Tian hoped that the master would not mind that incident. Xianxia, however, did not seem to have noticed anything as he continued to walk forward in silence. The group arrived at the hut, where Luofan and Shui Yi were busy cooking. The master sat down, and the second sister also sat down beside him. The third brother remained standing, so Fu-Tian and the rest clearly did not dare to sit down. "Why are you all looking at me? Sit down." The old man widened his eyes at everyone. "Yes, master." The third brother nodded and sat down. Only then did the rest follow. "Master, when you were not here, I took a disciple privately, Fu-Tian. You have also met with him. Yushang is Fu-Tian's good friend and is helping to cut wood in the cottage. Luolan Shui is Fu-Tian's servant and takes care of his accommodation," Gu Donglu said. "Okay." The old man nodded. Smiling, he looked at Fu-Tian and Luolan Shui and said, "Kid, you really know how to enjoy yourself." "Master, that time I actually did not want to agree to Luolan Shui becoming my servant. However, the brothers and sisters told me that you may return to the cottage anytime. Therefore, I asked her to stay here so that if you have anything, you can ask her for help," Fu-Tian said, smiling. "You started thinking for me before even seeing me. How filial." The old man smiled and looked at Fu-Tian. "That's what I should do. The second sister and third brother have told me that as a cottage disciple, the most important thing is to respect the master. They often remind me to show filial respect to you when I see you," Fu-Tian continued, grinning. Although Mr. Du had been smiling and looked very friendly, Fu-Tian felt that Mr. Du was able to see through him, causing him to feel somewhat stressed. "Terrific." Luofan, who was cooking, looked at Fu-Tian in admirable. When Fu-Tian said this, he also complimented the second sister and third brother. Xianxia also sighed in his heart. He had yet to learn Fu-Tian's skills. Little brother is right. In the cottage, apart from Xinger, little brother has always been the most obedient one, the second sister said, smiling. "Second sister, you're the best." Fu-Tian was somewhat touched. The old man nodded and said, "Recently the Eastern Barren Territory is not peaceful. Girl, didn't I warn you against fighting easily outside?" "Master, I also did not want to, but someone really needed a good beating, so I had to fight. Furthermore, if we did not do that, they would probably send an army here directly. Since you don't care about this, what else can I do?" the second sister said, feeling wronged. Perhaps we will only be able to see this side of second sister in front of the master, Fu-Tian thought. The old man sighed and said, "Try not to fight anymore." "I know." Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. "Master, now the Eastern Barren Territory is in a mess. Qin dynasty is wildly ambitious and has opened the tomb of their ancestors. Now they even invited Donghua clan, Fuyun Sword clan, and Royal Shen Temple to enter the tomb and cultivate. If Qin dynasty really leads various forces in the Eastern Barren Territory and come here, what should we do?" Gu Donglu asked. In the past, the master was absent, so he and Zhuge Hui managed everything in the cottage and made decisions themselves. Now the master was back, so he obviously had to ask the master for his opinions. "I don't even understand why they are fighting for a place like the Eastern Barren Territory." The old man shook his head. "While I was outside, I heard that the Lu Kingdom was destroyed. Fu-Tian, a few descendants of Lu Kingdom are good friends with you, right? Are they the two people just now?" "Yup, Feiyang and Xinyu are my friends. I knew them before entering the cottage." Fu-Tian nodded. "How miserable." The old man shook his head and said, "Power and desire always blind people. In the past, I have warned you that because of your strength, you will naturally want to kill and have more desires. In the future, you must always remind yourself that the stronger you become, the more you should try keeping to your original self." "Yes." Everyone nodded. When they entered the cottage, the master had already reminded them about this. This time he was probably telling it to Fu-Tian. "Donglu, it's especially for you. You're too incisive and penetrating," the old man said to Gu Donglu. "You should learn from your big brother. Over the years, I have been going to Sword Saint Mountain regularly to learn from him." Gu Donglu nodded. However, I still feel that if we encounter a force like Qin Dynasty, one that would kill others easily to satisfy their own desires, we need to stop them by destroying them. If you are slightly stronger, I think you would have gone to Qin Dynasty directly, right? The old man asked, looking at Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu remained silent. There were too many unfairness in the world, and it was impossible for him to intervene with everything. The Lu kingdom did not have much of a relationship with the cottage, and what happened to it was quite irrelevant to them. However, their destruction happened right before everyone, and in particular, it affected the cottage disciples negatively. Hence, murderous thoughts began to develop in Gu Donglio's mind. Thus, when Qin Gu, a prince of Qin dynasty, came to Book Mountain for Yi Wuchen, Gu Donglu killed all the people from Qin dynasty. This was his sharpness. It is reasonable to stop their killing by killing them. I can't say that you're wrong. However, the people who have decided to eliminate the Lu kingdom are still the higher-ups in Qin dynasty. In every force, there are people of different kinds. For example, every member of the Qin dynasty has his own family and children. If we destroy the whole dynasty, how many innocent people will die? How will it be any different from the destruction of Lu kingdom? The old man seemed to have turned more solemn. He continued in a serious tone. If one day, you can kill anyone with the sword in your hand, and you stop any unfairness you come across by killing the wrong party, how much blood will stain your hands? Moreover, even if you destroy the Qin dynasty, there will be a second Qin dynasty in the future. The world of cultivation is always like this. He who gains power gains desires. Stopping their killing by killing them will never change anything. Master, therefore you always teach us that humans are unpredictable. The only person who can change all these is the one who sets the rules, Gu Donglu said. I have just returned. Let's not talk about such a serious topic. 5. Is the food ready? The old man shouted, smiling. Yes, Master, you should eat first. Luo Fan and Shui Yi started to serve the dishes. Master, eat more. Zhuge Hui helped the master to fill his bowl, while Beitang Xinger also served the master. Hearing the conversation between the master and third brother, Yi Futian had many thoughts in his mind. Qin dynasty was like this because the people who set the rules within the Qin dynasty were like this. According to ancient books, 300 years ago the divine prefectures of the East were in a total mess. Peace returned only after Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the world. Many schools and academies were built. That was why his hometown Qingzhou had Qingzhou Academy. However, even so, both Qingzhou Academy and Donghai Academy were filled with people with various selfish desires. Gu Mu from Qingzhou Academy and School of the Emperor Star in Donghai Academy were all like this. In any case, real emperors were still the people who could influence the world. Now, the master had established the cottage in the Eastern Barren territory, which only had a few disciples. Perhaps he was trying to build a different kind of place. Luo Fan and Shui Yi finished cooking. Everyone ate while chatting. Girl, you've comprehended a bit of saintly will? The old man said. Yes. Zhuge Hui nodded. Yes. But I don't seem able to make the step. It's not easy. As the ancient books say, a saint knows the world and all creatures. He has an open heart. That is why I tell you all that you should cultivate your heart as well. Your heart has nothing to do with your plane, but it can determine your level. Some do not have great talents but have an extraordinary heart. Thus, they can still reach extremely high planes. In contrast, if your heart is not enough, your limit is already determined, no matter how talented you are. The elder spoke while eating. Yi Futian and the others listened carefully. No wonder his senior brothers and sisters respected their teacher so much. He wasn't very attractive. He looked careless and even a bit trashy, but when he spoke seriously, he was like a true master. Teacher said before that a saint isn't only a saint in their cultivation plane, Zhuge Hui said seriously. In that case, why can evil people reach this level too? Yi Futian had never seen his second senior sister ask for advice so seriously. This was the first time. An evil person doesn't necessarily have a closed heart, the elder said. Everyone holds onto their own views and has their own desires based on that. You may think he is evil, but in his eyes, his actions are just. For example, many people think that there are too many cultivators in the world. They think the resources are limited and should belong to the strong cultivators. Those who aren't ambitious are like ants who shouldn't be pitted. The weak should become slaves. Do you agree? Everyone started pondering about the teacher's words. They seemed simple but were actually quite deep. Of course not, Zhuge said. There are many forces in the divine prefecture. For example, the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory take up different types of cultivation resources. A regular person isn't even able to find a simple battle technique. If they aren't lucky, they will be ordinary for their entire life. Not everyone in the world can find a good teacher. Everyone nodded, agreeing with their second senior sister. Her words resonated with Yi Futian deeply. He'd started in Qingzhou City of the Hundred Lands. The people of Qingzhou didn't even know what the outside world was like. How could they compare in worldview and resources? I won't find it strange if other people think like this, but I'm surprised you think this way. The elder smiled at Zhuge. Then, let me ask you, would you like for everyone in the world to have equal resources or for only you all to be part of the cottage? Zhuge obviously understood what he was saying. She also knew that equality didn't exist in the world. All forces would only choose the most talented. Oftentimes, one's birth decided their starting point. Emperors and saints are only human. No one can think all this through. Many times, people will treat something differently if they look from a different angle. Thus, I hope that none of you will go to the extreme. Only someone with an open heart can see the world clearly. I cannot teach everyone in the world, so I chose you all. In the future, each of you will influence more people. For example, your first senior brother established the Sword Saint Mountain. That is heritage too. Those who are talented and work hard will naturally receive more. However, those with ordinary talents should be treated equally as well. At least, no one has the right to rob them of their efforts to change their fates. The elder continued, Back then, the divine prefecture was in chaos. The weak were treated like ants. The two emperors ruled the world and taught them the way, establishing academies. This gave everyone an equal chance. Everyone had the chance to change their fate. Yi Futian seemed to understand. It was too complicated. The elder chuckled. I'm off topic again. In the future, you'll have more thoughts after leaving the Eastern Barren Territory. My third, fourth, and fifth disciples, tell me about your cultivation. Did you slack off while I wasn't here? Teacher, I am untalented and only entered the grade 1 noble plane, Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian looked at him speechlessly. Was he seriously calling himself untalented while in grade 1 noble plane? When Gu Donglu fought with Lu Nantian at the beginning of the year, he was still in grade 2. It seemed that the battle had helped him improve a lot. I am in grade 4, Shui said. Teacher, I'm in the middle tier, though only grade 6, Luofan said with a smile. Teacher, I'm still in the lower arcana plane, Beitang Xinger mumbled. I'm in upper arcana plane. Xiaoshi scratched his head. Yu Shang and I broke into the arcana plane on Sky Mountain, Yi Futian said, smiling. Would the teacher praise him for entering the arcana plane before he turned 20? You're almost 20 years old and only just entered the arcana plane? The elder stared at Yi Futian with an exaggerated expression. Yi Futian blinked. Teacher, I'm only turning 20 next year. That doesn't matter. Xinger is younger than you, but her plane is higher. I don't know how you're cultivating, the man said mercilessly. But thankfully you're lucky. You aren't as talented, but I'm your teacher. You still have a chance. Yi Futian wanted to argue, but he saw that Zhuge was smiling at him and Gu Donglu looked serious. His temper died out. They'd told him before to respect the teacher, but his talent had been looked down on. Teacher, what plane are you in? Yi Futian asked curiously. I don't cultivate. The elder shook his head. Teacher, do you think I'll believe that? Yi Futian asked. Didn't you see at Sky Mountain? Did the bell have any effect on me? The man continued. Yi Futian froze. He hadn't thought of this, but it seemed to make sense now. Maybe it's because your plane is too high? Yifutian asked, blinking. You think so? The man ate with his head down. He didn't look like it. Yifutian was confused. So was he wrong and the teacher really didn't know how to cultivate? Xianxia tried not to laugh. Ever since Yifutian came, his status had been dropping. Now, the teacher was back and this guy would finally get a taste of things. Ha! Even though your cultivation is low and you aren't talented, don't give up. I'm done eating so you can come with me. I'll teach you well. I treat all my students equally. The man stood up and dusted himself. Yifutian was perplexed. You aren't coming? The man said, walking away with his hands behind his back. Yifutian scratched his head. He glanced at his seniors and saw them all looking at him, so he stood up. Xianxia finally couldn't keep his laughter in. The day had finally come. But then everyone turned to look at him and Xianxia felt that the mood was strange. Seeing all their strange eyes, he froze and looked to Yifutian. Wait for no, Xianxia mumbled. Teacher just came back and he's going to help Junior? Since when was the teacher so diligent? You finally realized? Beitang Xinger asked. Xianxia went completely blank. What was happening? Xianxia, you can't figure out the teacher, Zhugehui said, chuckling. She obviously knew Xianxia had been gloating. In the Moon Clan, it was the annual banquet for testing the accomplishments of the disciples for this year. Right now it was very lively. Many beauties were together, all looking to the beautiful battle before them. Both sides of the battle were gorgeous. One was Chu Yaoyao, the virgin of the Moon Clan. The one fighting her was equal in both looks and talent. It was Hua Jieyu who had been cultivating at the Xiaoya house. After returning from the 100 Lands, Hua Jieyu had been working hard. She'd improved greatly and was now in the Arcana plane. Yaoyao hadn't improved a lot this year. What happened? Someone asked. Chu Yaoyao was at this level last year and was still here now. Many people nodded. Maybe it was because of her relationship with Qin Li that caused her to slack in cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how talented Hua Jieyu was, she couldn't catch up in 1 year. Right now, a muffled grunt came from the battlefield. A spell hit Chu Yaoyao. Just as she was about to escape, endless vines restrained her, anchoring her to the ground. Before her, Hua Jieyu stood with a crown. She was as brilliant as a queen. That was her life spirit. Powerful spiritual strength radiated from her, influencing her every attack. Defeated, Chu Yaoyao looked depressed. She'd lost to the beautiful girl before her. Hua Jieyu retracted her spell and gazed at Chu Yaoyao. Not wanting to compete, she'd only wanted to cultivate quietly before. But she couldn't forget how Yifutian had been treated when he came last time. She didn't want Yifutian to go through that if he came to find her again. Thus, she had to compete. The surrounding people fell quiet. They knew what it meant if Chu Yaoyao lost. Many people looked over to the leader of the Moon Clan. She had witnessed this herself. Hua Jieyu will replace Chu Yaoyao as the virgin, she said. The crowd was in an uproar. How long had Hua Jieyu been here? She'd already replaced Chu Yaoyao. At this time, people from the distance were hurrying over. Goddess Wang Yue looked over and asked, "What's going on?" As soon as she spoke, she looked to the distance. There was a powerful aura coming from there. "Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty has come for a visit," a voice said. A short while later, Qin Yu arrived with a dragon. He looked down at Goddess Wang Yue and smiled. "I'm sorry for the disturbance. Please forgive me." Everyone in the Moon Clan looked up at the incoming figure. Their expressions changed slightly. Qin Yu came with a dragon without any prior notification. Standing arrogantly in the air, he was being very impolite. He wasn't the only one here either. There were also various dragons and strong cultivators. The people of the Moon Clan instantly felt pressure. The Qin dynasty wanted to ally with the entire Eastern Barren territory against the cottage. They wanted to become the king. If not for the Sword Saint's arrival months ago at the banquet, the alliance would have been formed already. Now, the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple were apparently fully allied with the Qin dynasty. In this situation, the Moon Clan naturally wished to remain neutral, but it seemed difficult now. Since the crown prince is here, please take a seat. Goddess Wangyue's voice was gentle and her eyes were calm. No one could guess what she was thinking, but actually, she was sighing inwardly too. The three top forces of the center were already at the peak. Now, two were allied and the Qin dynasty had excavated their ancestral tomb. There would be no suspense if they attacked the Moon Clan. The Lu Kingdom had set the example. No need. I came today to say something, Qin Yu said nonchalantly. He made a direct rejection and remained in the air, looking down at Goddess Wangyue. Many Moon Clan disciples were upset at this. Their pretty eyes turned cold, but no one dared to do anything. The Qin dynasty wouldn't dare to do this to the cottage. When Qin Gu had brought his men to the cottage, Gu Donglu had killed them all outside Book Mountain. That had been so powerful. Sometimes people envied how free and chivalrous the cottage could be. Even their enemies probably both feared and respected them. Crown Prince, please speak, Goddess Wangyue said calmly. Chu Yaoyao. Qin Yu's cold gaze fell to Chu Yaoyao, who was still on the battle platform. Yi Futian killed my son Qin Li on Sky Mountain. You are his fiancé. Why did you just stand there? Chu Yaoyao's face paled instantly. What must come would always come. Many people had seen Qin Li die before her. She couldn't refute Qin Yu's accusations. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked to her. All the pressure in the world fell onto her at this moment. Why aren't you speaking? Invisible might came from Qin Yu's body. I cannot explain, Chu Yaoyao said, looking up. Qin Yu's expression turned frigid. Did she think that was enough? The Moon Clan did not wish to see the death of the royal grandson, Goddess Wangyue said. I can understand your feelings too. However, Yi Futian is responsible. You should go to him, rather than take your anger out on a woman. I naturally won't take my anger out on an unrelated person, Qin Yu said. However, she is my son's fiancée, but she didn't do anything. She didn't kill Yi Futian even after he lost the ability to fight. I have to suspect her. My son is dead, but the marriage still stands. Chu Yaoyao is still the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty. Goddess, you won't mind if I take her to the Qin dynasty, right? Everyone in the Moon Clan was aghast. Since Qin Li was dead, the marriage naturally should be cancelled. But Qin Yu still wanted to take Chu Yaoyao away? He clearly didn't want to forgive her. They didn't know how she would be treated if she really went to the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu would do whatever he wished. Crown Prince, don't you think your words are a bit bizarre? Goddess Wangyue said. He is dead, but the marriage still stands? So are you saying that if my son is dead, there's no need to search for the reason? There is no need to investigate what his fiancée did either. The dragon under Qin Yu huffed. He stood on the dragon's head and his voice grew colder. Invisible might radiated from him. It seemed that if the Moon Clan dissatisfied him today, he would attack directly. The Moon Clan all looked uncomfortable. Chu Yaoyao looked around. She knew that they couldn't save her. Since Qin Yu had brought his men here, the result was already decided. Who in the Eastern Barren Territory could counter the Qin dynasty other than the cottage? I'll go, Chu Yaoyao suddenly said. Her pretty eyes were determined. When she spoke, she looked relieved. She had chosen this path. Since it was the wrong path, she would pay for it. She naturally had her own motives when she'd accepted Qin Li's pursuit. Now, she had to bear the consequences. Hearing Chu Yaoyao's words, many people went to look at her. She smiled faintly as if she didn't really care. Looking up at Qin Yu, she said, I am willing to go to the Qin dynasty with you. Qin Li's death has nothing to do with me and I couldn't kill Yi Futian. But all of this is meaningless. I'll go with you. With that, she rose into the air. She looked down at Hua Jieyu with some envy. A dragon moved forward to take her. However, Qin Yu didn't show any sign of leaving. Goddess Wangyue gazed at him. Anything else we can help you with? There is indeed. It is my main reason for coming, Qin Yu said. Goddess, I've heard of you and look up to you. I didn't come here today just for myself. I also bring the wishes of my father and the leaders of the Donghua clan and Fuyun clan to invite you to join us in ruling the Eastern Barren Territory. Since he came, he must take care of Chu Yaoyao's matter. However, he wouldn't do all this just for her. The one he wanted to kill was Yifutian. He wanted to destroy the cottage. I do not have that ambition. Crown Prince, please tell Emperor Qin and the other clan leaders that I must disappoint them. Goddess Wangyue's voice was gentle. The cottage is unjust and murders the innocent. Many royal lives of the Qin dynasty were lost in their hands. The Eastern Barren Territory will attack them together. Goddess, you are one of the leaders of a top force. How can you sit without doing anything? Qin continued, Goddess, do not worry. To show our sincerity, we wish to have a marriage alliance. My son is dead, but there are still many excellent juniors. Coincidentally, the Moon Clan chose a new virgin today. She can marry into the Qin dynasty. What do you think? The disciples of the Moon Clan stared. This was Qin Yu's true motive today. He wanted to force the Moon Clan to choose. As for the marriage, it was even more of a joke. They were sure that Qin Yu knew who the new virgin was. The only reason he wanted to take Hua Jieyu away was to provoke Yifutian. Relatives shouldn't be involved in these things. Hua Jieyu was only a girlfriend and was also a disciple of a top force. Qin Yu's words were extremely impolite, even a bit insulting. He was clearly pressuring the Moon Clan, wanting to take over them. Further, it wasn't just the Qin dynasty pressuring the Moon Clan now. It was the alliance of 4 top forces. If they agreed, they would live. If they refused, they would die. The Moon Clan was facing what the Lu Kingdom had faced. Last time, the Qin dynasty found an excuse to attack. This time, they were even more direct. The Qin dynasty was stronger now too. They wanted to destroy 2 top forces in a row. They were so cruel. Hua Jieyu gazed at Goddess Wangyue. Obviously, she wouldn't go with Qin Yu. Goddess Wangyue fell silent. Then she looked to Qin Yu and said, The Moon Clan doesn't wish to be involved in the rivalry between the Qin dynasty and cottage. Hua Jieyu is our virgin. I will ask of her opinion on the marriage. If you have nothing else to say, please return. She rejected him. All Moon Clan disciples present held their breaths. An invisible force enveloped them. They knew what Goddess Wangyue's rejection meant. It was highly possible they couldn't bear the consequences. Goddess, do you not care about justice? Qin Yu asked coldly. He scanned the others and said, I believe that not everyone in the Moon Clan is as confused as Goddess Wangyue. Does anyone wish to accomplish something great with the Qin dynasty? Many hearts trembled. Before the Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu Kingdom, they'd separated many lords and officials of the Lu Kingdom. Apparently, those traitors were in charge of the current Lu Kingdom. Now, Qin Yu clearly wanted to attack the Moon Clan. He asked who wished to follow them to divide them. Junior sister, the Crown Prince's words aren't completely illogical, someone suddenly said. It was Yen Feihong, leader of the Chenyue Pavilion, master of Chu Yaoyao. Her status was very high. She was Goddess Wangyue's senior sister. Goddess Wangyue gazed at Yen Feihong, her eyes turning cold. Yen Feihong's eyes flitted away. She didn't dare meet Goddess Wangyue's eyes. Though she was older, her junior sister was more excellent and had a very decisive personality. However, faced with the Qin dynasty's pressure, the Moon Clan had no other choices. She had to think for herself. Senior Yen knows how valuable justice is. People like you should be the leader of the Moon Clan, Qin Yu said. Anyone else? Shut up, Goddess Wangyue said coldly to Qin Yu. As soon as she spoke, the air turned chillier. Qin Yu's smile froze. He stared down at Goddess Wangyue. He grasped the dragon spear and a dragon's image wrapped around the tip. Goddess Wangyue stood up. Her robes fluttered without any wind. She wasn't young, but she only looked around 30 years old. Her aura was cold and cool. She had once been the beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory, but she was still single now. Qin Yu, how did you feel to be whipped like a dog by the cottage's second disciple at the foot of Sky Mountain? Goddess Wangyue mocked. The one who killed your son is Yifutian of the cottage. You don't dare go to him, so you come to flaunt your power here. Don't you think it is embarrassing for someone so cowardly to become the king of the Eastern Barren Territory? Since they would fight, there was no need to be polite. As the goddess Wangyue, she was as pure as jade. But this didn't mean that she was soft. In the silence, only Goddess Wangyue's voice could be heard. Qin Yu froze, but then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People of the Moon Clan were also stunned. They didn't expect that their gentle and beautiful fairy would scold Qin Yu in such a tone. But her emotional outburst was understandable. The Qin dynasty was really rude and unreasonable. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory all knew the dispute between the Qin dynasty and the cottage. But the Qin dynasty had been balking at confronting with the cottage. They knocked down the Lu kingdom only to show their strength. Now they planned to get the Moon Clan involved in this dispute. The air grew oppressive. Qin Yu and Goddess Wangyue gazed at each other coldly. Some people came from the Moon Tower and descended beside the ferry. Though the head of the Moon Clan, Goddess Wangyue's seniority in the clan was not very high. Among those comers, many were her seniors. It is surprising to know that Goddess Wangyue is so resolute. Qin Yu suddenly laughed scornfully. What a shame. You have so many disciples here. Let me ask again. Whoever follows the Qin dynasty can be exempted. Qin Yu glanced at the crowd. Many wavered. Yan Feihong stepped forward and spoke up. I would like to follow the Qin dynasty. Would anyone like to join me? Hearing her words, many people rose up, including a few talented disciples. Master Yan. Chu Yaoyao looked at Yan Feihong in disappointment. Yan Feihong, does the Moon Clan not treat you well? An old lady questioned her coldly. Senior, this is the only way out. Going against the trend is no good for the Moon Clan. Can you persuade them? I don't want to see them die. Yan Feihong responded. Good. At least I know what kind of people you are now. When the clan is in danger, you cower and even betray the clan. There is no need for such kind of people to stay anymore. Goddess Wangyue didn't care about the betrayal. She looked at her people and sighed. As the head of the Moon Clan, I always choose to stay away from the chaotic of the Eastern Barren Territory. But there are always some people who just want to provoke me. You know this is inevitable. Why do you still choose this way? In the air, Qin Yu held his threatening long spear in hand. The long spear spun and dragon's roar was heard. Qin Yu, you think you are the smartest in the Eastern Barren Territory? No. Others just won't do it in your ways. You want us to get involved in this war? Okay, I'll satisfy you, Goddess Wangyue said apathetically. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, Fuyun Sword clan, and the Royal Xin Temple had allied. The cottage was their only concern. The Moon Clan was so rebellious. In that case, he would exterminate this rebellious clan. The long spear emitted blazing golden light in the air. Numerous mighty dragons surrounded Qin Yu. Suddenly, some soaring sharp sword will appeared beside him. Obviously, the Qin dynasty was not the only comer. It seems that both the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xin Temple chose to be loyal dogs. How pathetic it is! Goddess Wangyue scorned. She distinguished the three lords of the Fuyun Sword Clan as well as the three heads of the Royal Xin Temple. With them, Qin Yu was definitely a far more powerful force than what the Lu Kingdom had confronted with before. It was obvious that the Qin dynasty had learned a lesson from the fight with the Lu Kingdom. At that time, if Emperor Lu was not absent, Qin Yu's group might not have defeated the Lu Kingdom so easily. All the disciples of the Moon Clan could feel the predicament they were in. At this time, Goddess Wangyue rose into the sky. An enormous Kuanping appeared behind her, overshadowing the sky. When the Kuanping appeared, an extremely icy breath rolled over. All the steam in the air liquefied into a substantial rain. A rainstorm suddenly came to the Moon Clan. The Kuanping was Goddess Wangyue's life spirit. With her level, her life spirit had grown very mighty and condensed into substantial giant Kuanping. Since Kunpengs evolved from fish, they had both strong spells of wind and water. Goddess Wangyue was at the top of the noble plane, almost becoming a sage. Controlling the forces of nature like rain and wind was very easy to her. A crescent moon loomed behind the ferry at this time, reflecting the vast space like an ancient mirror. This was her second life spirit. It's the moon mirror. Qin Yu looked at that dharma that included the Moon Clan's heirloom. The moon mirror was the origin of the Moon Clan's name. The moon mirror was a sage-level ritual implement. Every top force's creation had a story. The thriving of the Lu Kingdom was because of the Saint Turtle, whereas the Moon Clan became a top force because of this ritual implement. Be careful. Let me fight with her, Qin Yu said seriously. Goddess Wangyue with the moon mirror was a great threat to him. Though not having been in a battle for a long while, Goddess Wangyue was known to be best at a one versus many fight. Right now, Goddess Wangyue looked more beautiful and extraordinary like a snow goddess. Her beautiful cold eyes peered at the sky and then beams of moonlight swept through behind her. Raindrops in the air were all frozen into ice. In an instant, extremely cold air covered this place. The world turned snow-white. The dragons around Qin Yu growled. Their enormous bodies gradually froze. The strong cultivators on dragons also felt their mentality froze. Soon, their bodies were turned into ice sculptures. This was Ice Sorrow, a spell mixing cold ice spell with spiritual energy. Qin Yu's body emitted the sharp aura of the gold attribute. He rode his dragon and rushed downward. He slashed the spear down. Those dragons around him were covered with snow but still moved on. Qin Yu rushed toward the fairy-like gold lightning. Among the people here, only he was at the same level as Goddess Wangyue. The masters from the Fuyun Sword Clan and the Royal Shen Temple were all weaker. Without the help of a sage-level ritual implement, others couldn't be Goddess Wangyue's match at all. Qin Yu had to deal with this himself. Though they had the advantage in number, Goddess Wangyue could still very possibly win with the ritual implement. Qin Yu was good at martial arts while Goddess Wangyue only cultivated sorcery. To get closer to her would definitely be best for Qin Yu. The Kuanping rushed toward the dragon. Goddess Wangyue gazed at Qin Yu. The moon behind her melted with the ritual implement and sent blazing lights toward Qin Yu. Trembling, Qin Yu held his mentality, and a suit of resplendent armor appeared on his body. The freezing attributes couldn't stop him anymore. He rushed down toward the fairy. At this time, a pair of ice wings appeared behind Goddess Wangyue, like the Kuanping's wings. She gathered the attribute of wind, and then a violent tornado moved toward Qin Yu. She quickly rose up higher at an amazing speed. Qin Yu ripped apart the tornado. He glanced at the fairy up in the sky and sneered. Goddess Wangyue was good at the wind attribute. Of course, he couldn't catch up with her. But if the fairy chose to escape, she couldn't protect others. They would be killed. Bang! An extremely keen intent burst out. A glaring golden light fell down and covered the whole Moon Clan. At this moment, all people of the Moon Clan were terrified. Goddess Wangyue was the only one that could confront Qin Yu. At this time, on another battleground, a strong cultivator of the Royal Shen Temple went down to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's face changed a little. With wind sorcery, she escaped, but the enemy in the noble plane. How could she escape? She was caught soon. Suddenly, a glaring light came from afar. It was as fast as lightning. Even the air was quaking. Whoosh! The noble who caught Hua Jieyu was split into two. That glaring light stopped and stayed above Hua Jieyu's head. A shrill sound was heard from the light and a horrible image loomed. It was Broadsword Will. Seeing there was still someone rushing toward Hua Jieyu, that broadsword will turned into lightning again and split the comber. Blood splashed in the air. Those coming noble cultivators were killed one by one. Then the broadsword will rushed toward Qin Yu. He waved his long spear and pierced toward the lightning. The lightning was diminished, but Qin Yu's face paled. In the Eastern Barren Territory, only one person could send such violent broadsword will. He turned around and peered at the distant. A figure in black stepped out. He moved slowly, but it only took him several steps to the battlefield. The person looked at Hua Jieyu, but Hua Jieyu hadn't figured out what had just happened. The man in black had just saved her, but she didn't know who he was. How was he so powerful? His appearance stopped the battle abruptly but naturally. "My sister-in-law, are you okay?" The man in black smiled at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu blinked. Sister-in-law? She quickly figured out the comber's status. Since she was his sister-in-law, he must be a disciple of the cottage. Among the disciples of the cottage, only one person was good at the broadsword. Thinking of this, Hua Jieyu smiled. She didn't expect that Yi Futian's senior brother would come. My greetings, Senior Sword Saint. Hua Jiu bowed slightly. The Sword Saint was a legend of the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior Sword Saint? The Sword Saint shook his head with a smile. I'm Yi Futian's senior brother. You can call me that too. Oh. Hua Jiu nodded slightly and called, Senior brother. Good. The Sword Saint nodded slightly and looked at Goddess Wangyue. Goddess Wangyue floated in the air. She looked at the Sword Saint and said, It seems that you were right. Though our teacher is busy, he is always concerned with us, the Sword Saint said. After the bell on Sky Mountain tolled and all forces went back, the teacher found him and asked him to visit the Moon Clan. Actually, he had been living below the Moon Clan's mountain for a few days. Goddess Wangyue had met him before. The Moon Clan didn't want to get involved. He respected her choice, so he just lived there. Qin Yu and the other strong cultivators looked at the Sword Saint with uncomfortable expressions. They'd brought people from 4 top forces, overestimating the Moon Clan's power. But they didn't expect that the Sword Saint would be here too. They had strength in numbers, but the top force determined everything. If either the Sword Saint or Goddess Wangyue went after Qin Yu, no one could stop the other. The Sword Saint had killed countless nobles with a bit of broadsword will. Goddess Wangyue, Qin Yu said coldly, you didn't want to enter the battle because you've already become allied with the cottage. Goddess Wangyue gazed at him coldly. The Sword Saint had chatted with her before. She didn't wish to enter this storm and wanted to stay neutral. However, the Sword Saint didn't like this. He thought that the Qin dynasty would come. And just as he'd predicted, the Sword Saint really did come. She couldn't even take a step back. If she didn't agree, her clan would be destroyed. In that case, she could only join the battle. Their safety is on you. Goddess Wangyue looked down. Her life spirit flashed, shining onto Qin Yu. He was instantly isolated. A cold intent seeped into his bones. The spell Ice Sorrow was cast again. This time, it was targeted at Qin Yu alone instead of the group. Qin Yu felt his spiritual energy about to be frozen. Both his senses and movements slowed down. Iciness attacked him, about to cover his body. Dazzling golden light shone. His body seemed to turn to gold like he was a god of war. Endless light shot through everything, roaring in the world of ice and snow, tearing the iciness. Goddess Wangyue reached out, closing her eyes. The entire world seemed to slow. Boom! A shocking windstorm was born. A boundless hurricane enveloped her and Qin Yu. If one looked down from the air, they would see a vortex of wind. Goddess Wangyue melded into the windstorm and circled around Qin Yu incredibly fast. Qin Yu held his dragon spear in preparation. He was a powerful martial arts cultivator and had extreme power. However, Goddess Wangyue was a pure sorcerer. She couldn't fight him directly. That horrible windstorm spun crazily. Qin Yu felt that he was spinning with the air too. He couldn't see the outside world clearly. The Moon Clan looked up to the windstorm. Could destroy everything and rip this clan apart. But now, it rose up into the air, leaving the Moon Clan. It was clear that Goddess Wangyue was worried this wild battle would hurt her disciples. For someone at the pinnacle like Qin Yu, no one could stop him if he wanted to kill. She could only move the battleground. As for the Moon Clan, she handed it to the Sword Saint. She clearly trusted him more than she trusted herself. She believed the Sword Saint could protect the Moon Clan more. Thus, she brought Qin Yu away. The Sword Saint looked up to the sky. Broadsword will filled the sky, coming out of his body and going in many directions. Gradually, the entire air was sliced by them. Die! He uttered coldly. As soon as he spoke, those beams of broadsword will transformed into bolts of lightning. They shot across the sky. Dragons roared, the broadsword will cut, and the dragons were split apart, crying out. Powerful nobles used their spells to fight back, but the broadsword will seemed undefeatable. There were various squelches. People in the sky were continuously sliced. They couldn't fight back at all. Sorcery and sword light cut towards the Sword Saint and the Moon Clan at the same time. Stand there and don't move, the Sword Saint said to the Moon Clan disciples who wanted to fight. He shot into the air, grasping a bit of broadsword will, cutting through the air. The broadsword intent used his body as the core and spread out. Instantly, a dazzling broadsword enchantment shone in his surroundings. Endless sorcery and sword light shone down, trying to destroy the enchantment. Just then, beams of sword light descended like lightning. It drowned everything, almost breaking the air as it went straight to the Sword Saint. These were from the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan. The Sword Saint looked but didn't move. Beams of sword will cut down, blasting on his body. However, terrifying broadsword light flowed across his body, almost transforming into solid armor. Sharp sword aura descended but couldn't cut through the armor. There was a huge difference between someone almost in the sage plane and at the pinnacle of the noble plane. Retreat, the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan said. They knew that even if they had more people, the Sword Saint was enough by himself, even if he had to protect the Moon Clan too. People retreated hurriedly, soaring into the sky. I'd warned you at the Qin dynasty last time. Since you didn't listen, why don't you stay now? The Sword Saint said. The broadsword enchantment around him shrieked and transformed into boundless light. It broke through the air, chasing after the escaping figures. Hurry! Someone yelled. They were fast, but the broadsword will was faster. It streaked across the sky, destroying all defensive spells. Many people became helpless. They watched the broadsword will descend and cut through their bodies. Faced with this sage broadsword light, they couldn't fight back at all. Only the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan could block the attack. But then, the Sword Saint's body seemed to transform into light. He was even faster than the broadsword will. Reaching out his right hand, dazzling light consolidated into a blade. No! Someone yelled in fear when he saw the Sword Saint. However, the man didn't charge at him. He just walked past and halved the person. He wasn't the only one. When the Sword Saint walked past those escaping, blood would bloom in the sky. The strong cultivator with Chu Yaoyao twisted his features. Just as he wanted to kill Chu Yaoyao, the sword light descended. His dragon was killed and then it fell upon him. Chu Yaoyao fell down with the destroyed dragon's corpse. Looking at the Sword Saint who passed her, she felt reverence. With his sword, the nobles were like ants. He was so powerful. She thought she would die today. She didn't expect that she would be saved by Yi Futian's senior brother. Of course, she knew that the Sword Saint wasn't here for her. He was here for Yi Futian's lover. Hua Jieyu was at the Moon Clan. Dazzling sword light bloomed in the air, accompanied by fearful begs for forgiveness. Chu Yaoyao fell through the sky. She felt indescribable emotions as she looked up at that scene. Below her, the Moon Clan also saw that dazzling light. The sky seemed to be sliced apart. They felt yearning. Was this a truly top battle? A single man could destroy an entire army. Yan Feihong, a cold voice said. Then figures flashed, flying towards Yan Feihong. The Sword Saint didn't kill her. This was the private matter of the Moon Clan, so the clan would solve it. Yan Feihong's face paled instantly. She looked to the furious crowd around her. I was thinking for the Moon Clan too. Was I wrong? She asked. The clan leader knew that the Sword Saint was here. Why didn't she tell us? I knew, an old woman said. I saw the clan leader with the Sword Saint. He guessed that the Qin dynasty might attack the Moon Clan and asked for our opinion. The clan leader didn't wish to be involved. The Sword Saint was fair and respected our choice. However, he didn't leave, preparing to fight the Qin dynasty. If they didn't come, none of this would happen. If more people knew about this and the Qin dynasty heard about it, we would be forced to enter. Stop wasting time with her. Wait for the clan leader to return and punish her, others said. Yan Feihong's face was pale. In the air, the Sword Saint killed everyone and rose up again, going to another battlefield. He saw Goddess Wang Yue in the sky, but Qin Yu wasn't there. He escaped, Goddess Wang Yue said. He must have known that it would be dangerous once you were free, so he gave up. Yes, the Sword Saint nodded. Qin Yu had saintly ritual implements too. It would be hard for Goddess Wang Yue to keep him here. Thank you. After all, the cottage and Moon Clan didn't have much of a relationship. You're welcome. The Qin dynasty is working with everyone to attack the cottage. Helping you is helping the cottage. the Sword Saint said as they returned to the Moon Clan. However, the Moon Clan won't be safe anymore, he continued. Goddess Wangyue knew this too. She gazed at the green mountains and smiled bitterly. Since the Qin dynasty is forcing the Moon Clan to choose, there's nothing else I can say. Is there room on Book Mountain? Welcome, the Sword Saint nodded with a smile. Looking down at the people, Goddess Wangyue said, "You have all seen what happened. There is no need for me to speak further. I will move the clan to Book Mountain. If anyone wishes to leave and stay away from this storm, I will not force you. Those who wish to go, please gather your belongings and get ready to leave." The Moon Clan was in an uproar, but they understood that their leader was helpless. They had no other choices. If not for the Sword Saint, the Moon Clan would have either gone to the Qin dynasty or been destroyed. Book Mountain, the cottage. On the ancient summit surrounded by clouds, there was a patch of emerald green grass, on which a handsome figure was sitting quietly. Beside him there was a pile of books. The person was reading a book in silence at the moment. On a huge boulder not far behind him, an elder was lying down quietly. He was holding a wine pot in his hand, from which he would take a sip every now and then. He looked extremely leisurely. The two were obviously Yi Futian and his master Mr. Du. After finishing the book, Yi Futian closed his eyes. Immediately, spiritual qi around him resonated. Wind whizzed in the sky and the entire atmosphere turned tense. Accompanied by ear-piercing noises, many sharp wind blades appeared in space which seemed to be interwoven in a messy manner. They swept forward and even space itself seemed to be entangled. More amazingly, the wind blades which were charging forward slowly converged together, eventually forming a straight line. Boom! A loud noise erupted. A low mountain in the distance was cleaved into two pieces at the middle. The crack was as thin as a line and was hardly noticeable. The wind elemental spell was as sharp as a sword. Yi Futian opened his eyes, after which he started reading another book. "Master, little brother, mealtime!" someone shouted from the distance. Yi Futian put down the book and turned his head. He saw Xianxia walking towards him with a lunchbox. The old man on the huge boulder stood up. Smiling, he said, "6. What good food is there today?" "Master, take a look yourself." Xianxia jumped onto the boulder and opened the lunchbox. Then she took out the rice and dishes. At once, the aroma of food spread out. Yi Futian also stood up and approached Xianxia, feeling somewhat hungry. The old man glanced at Yi Futian and said lazily, "Who asked you to stop?" "Master, I have been practicing for quite long and feel really hungry now," Yi Futian said, feeling wronged. "Furthermore, I am almost done learning all the spells." "Oh, Xinger, later go to the book cave and pick some more spells for your brother to cultivate," the old man said, grinning. "Some more," Yi Futian said with a long face. "Master, these spells are all quite ordinary and not very useful. Moreover, they're not very hard to learn." "Kid, what do you know? Reading a book is cultivation, can allow you to find your true self. Just like the saying, the meaning of a book will become clear if you read it 100 times. You only know so few spells so far, and yet you claim that these are useless. Since you have decided to become a sorcerer, you must be adept at least 3,000 spells. Otherwise, don't call yourself a cottage disciple," Mr. Du said emotionlessly, but his hands had already started moving. As he ate and drank, he continued, "It's a rare chance that I am back, and I am using all my time on your cultivation. You don't know how much your brothers and sisters envy you. Master, I am willing to give this opportunity to them." Yi Futian was almost going to cry. 3,000 spells? I might as well die. Is this old guy going to ask me to cultivate all the spells in the book cave? I will die. Revenge. This is certainly revenge. No way. You are the youngest. I have taught all your brothers and sister before, so I cannot be biased. I am a man with principles, the old man said in a serious tone. "It's fine. I don't mind," Yi Futian said. "All right then. 6. In the future you will copy books with him. After your fourth brother started copying books, he has learned many spells. I think that it's really helpful," the old man said casually. Master, I'm wrong. I will continue to cultivate spells, Yifutian cried. Beitang Xinger giggled, looking very charming. She looked at Yifutian and said, Little brother, come and eat. The dishes are getting cold. Thank you, Sister Xinger. Yifutian was touched. The two sisters were really good to him. Little brother, you should stop complaining. Second sister and third brother are all hoping that the master can spend more time teaching them. Beitang Xinger served the dishes to Yifutian. Smiling gently, she continued, Only after you learn many spells can you merge them and be an expert. You are talented in all elements, so you should naturally make full use of it. When you understand all spells, you can do whatever you want. You can cast spells simply with a thought. Listen to her. You are already not young. I really wonder how you used to cultivate in the past. Xinger is younger than you, but she knows more than you. You are really hopeless. Luckily, you have met me, Mr. Du said as he ate. Yifutian felt speechless. Just now, Mr. Du called him kid. And now he said that Yifutian was not young. I am only repeating what you have taught me, Beitang Xinger said. Yifutian sighed. He felt unlucky that he had such a master. Master! From the distance, Xiaoxia also walked over. Noticing that Yifutian and the master were eating together, he looked at Yifutian in envy. It seemed indeed that fat people had no rights. Fat boy, what is it? The old man asked. Cough, cough. Yifutian coughed and glanced at Xiaoxia. This nickname was fantastic. Xiaoxia widened his eyes at Yifutian. He was brought to the cottage when he was young, and since then the master had been calling him Fat Boy. What could he do? Was it his mistake to be fat? Master, Goddess Wangyue had brought the disciples of Moon Clan here. She wants to see you, Xiaoxia said. Didn't your big brother come back as well? The old man asked. Nope. I think he should have returned to Sword Saint Mountain to prepare, Xiaoxia replied. At the moment, the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely unstable, so even Sword Saint Mountain was unsafe. Therefore, he naturally had to gather everyone together. Book Mountain was undoubtedly the safest place. Both the cottage and the college were situated here. The only place that Qin dynasty did not yet dare to attack was Book Mountain. Otherwise, they would have made their attack long ago. They were clearly not very confident. Beside them, Yifutian's eyes glittered. Goddess Wangyue had led all the Moon Clan disciples here. So something bad must have happened in Moon Clan. The master indeed had some foresight. Qin dynasty still touched Moon Clan after all. However, since Big Brother had been ambushing there, Qin dynasty must have paid a huge price this time. Moon Clan was here, so obviously Jeyu was as well. I'm full. Master, I'll go and take a look. Yifutian dashed out. Have your cultivation ended? The old man roared. Master, what are you saying? Yifutian replied, but he was already very far away. Humph, easy. Didn't you say that you don't know cultivation? Then come and chase me. Look at how much he values his girlfriend over his master. Why did 3 take in such a disciple for me? The old man remarked, speechless. I totally agree. I think he should get some punishment. Xiaoxia added oil to the fire. All right, fat boy, you can cultivate with him, the old man said casually. Xiaoxia immediately kept quiet. Ask your second sister to go. I'll go and chat with my senior, the old man said, after which he turned around and left. Xiaoxia nodded and went back. At the entrance of Book Mountain, the huge square was filled with beauties of various kinds. There were so many charming ladies that even the entrance to Book Mountain was blocked. This was definitely a feast to the eyes of the college disciples. Countless people from the college had come here after receiving the news and were enjoying the sight. So many beauties. I heard that in the future, the members of Moon Clan are going to cultivate on Book Mountain? I think so. I wonder if the chief is going to agree. Obviously he is going to agree. My mountain has a lot of empty space and can accommodate many of them. Same for my mountain. The entrance of Book Mountain became extremely lively. The members of the college were almost going to drool. The scene before them was too beautiful and dazzling. In the college, there were far more male disciples than female disciples, so they had never seen such a large group of pure beauties. They felt that they were already in heaven. It's my first time seeing Goddess Wangyue. She indeed deserves the name of goddess, so pure and ethereal. That's the Virgin of Moon Clan, Chu Yaoyao. She is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. And there are so many beauties. Who is that? Everyone turned to look in a particular direction. Not far behind Goddess Wangyue, there was a lady who was about 19 years old. She was even prettier than Chu Yaoyao. Her face was stunning and flawless, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was as exquisite as an elf. Yeah, who is that? Why have I never heard about her before? She is even more beautiful than Chu Yaoyao. So why is she not one of the top 3 beauties? Many people started discussing. The college disciples Tang Yi was also among the crowd. Knowing obviously who that lady was, he said, "She is Hua Jieyu." Hua Jieyu seldom showed up in the Eastern Barren Territory, so not many knew her. Therefore, although her look was gorgeous, she was not as famous. Hua Jieyu, many people muttered. Then, they suddenly thought of a person. Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian's girlfriend. It seemed that they would not stand a chance at all. Suddenly, a person arrived at the place from the distance. Yi Futian landed on the ground and similarly felt somewhat dazzled. "Greetings, goddess." Yi Futian bowed at Goddess Wangyue, who was in front of the rest. "I have heard your name many times." "Indeed, you look extraordinary," Goddess Wangyue said, smiling. She was being honest. Every cottage disciple was incredibly talented. Yi Futian was not yet 20, and yet his name had spread to every corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even Qin Li died to him. His future was certainly going to be bright and grand. "Goddess, you flatter me." Yi Futian scratched his head as if he was feeling embarrassed. Then he said softly, "I'm here to see my wife." "Wife?" Goddess Wangyue blinked. Then, she smiled and turned around to look at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's face blushed at once as she noticed that many people around her were staring at her. She widened her eyes at Yi Futian. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Yi Futian walked into the crowd and approached Hua Jieyu. Smiling, he said, "Jieyu, I miss you so much." "Hey, do you think that we are non-existent?" Yunro, whom Yi Futian knew, said, smiling. "Sister, in the future we will be a single family." Yi Futian grinned and looked at her, causing many Moon Clan members to laugh. Then, he reached out his hand towards Hua Jieyu's hand. Hua Jieyu dodged slightly, but then she allowed him to grab her hand. Another wave of uproarious talk and laughter erupted. "What an animal!" Seeing the scene, countless college disciples could feel their hearts bleeding. Suddenly, another group of people arrived at the place. It was Zhuge Hui and the rest. Zhuge Hui glanced at Yi Futian and smiled. This guy really could not keep a low profile. Noticing the scene before her, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly. 1 year ago, she was still the genius of Moon Clan and really stood out among her peers. After knowing Qin Li, she had the chance to become the future masteress of Qin dynasty. However, as fate would have it, she fell in love with Yi Futian. Now, Hua Jieyu had replaced her as the Virgin of Moon Clan, and in addition, the entire Moon Clan came to the college. Hua Jieyu naturally took away all the attention that had once belonged to her. Thinking about this, Chu Yaoyao felt somewhat lost. Of course, nobody would care about her feelings at the moment. When Yi Futian appeared beside Hua Jieyu, she, one of the top 3 beauties, was almost non-existent. In the sky, Zhuge Hui smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Then, she landed on the ground and said to Goddess Wangyue, "Welcome to the college. Excuse us for troubling you," Goddess Wangyue said. "Master has gone to see the college chief." "Goddess, what are your plans?" Zhuge Hui asked. Mr. Du had gone to the college chief's place to discuss how they should handle the people from the Moon Clan. After all, Moon Clan was a large force, and its disciples were no fewer in number than the college. "I'll wait for Mr. Du's opinions," Goddess Wangyue said. Actually, Moon Clan was asking the college for help this time, so she would not request for anything else. However, the style of the college was completely different from the Qin dynasty. One could easily see this from Sword Saint's attitude. Goddess Wang Yue had seen for herself how Zhuge Hui dealt with Qin Yu at the foot of Sky Mountain. This second disciple of the cottage was indeed an arrogant lady. However, at the moment she looked very mild, unlike Qin Yu who was always supercilious. "All right, I will stay here and accompany you," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. Suddenly, Yi Futian shouted, "Sister." Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at him. When Yi Futian said shyly, "Sister, can you help me to tell the master something?" Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Zhuge Hui immediately knew what he was thinking of. Grinning, she said, "Go and talk to the master yourself." Air. Yi Futian had an ominous feeling. Will that old guy agree? He thought. Zhuge Hui widened her eyes at Yi Futian and said, "Did you make the master angry? Don't worry. The master will still agree to such a small request." "Thank you, sister." Yi Futian gave a bright smile. With these words from Zhuge Hui, he would not worry anymore. If that old guy did not agree, he would go and disturb second sister. The people from Moon Clan looked at Hua Jieyu in jealousy. It seemed like Jieyu was going to cultivate in the cottage. It was indeed good to have a relationship with Yi Futian. Anyhow, Hua Jieyu was the virgin of Moon Clan at the moment, so it would be a good thing for her to cultivate under Mr. Du. The first mountain in the college was also the highest summit on Book Mountain. On this particular summit, many ancient palaces stood within the clouds, producing an ethereal view. There were many wonderful caves there, all of which were blessed spots for cultivation. As the first mountain in the college, the facilities here were of the highest standards. Spiritual qi was abundant and there were many matrices on the summit, unlike the cottage which was very simple. Before a pavilion on the first mountain there were two people. One of them was an elder in gray robes who had an outstanding temperament. He had long hair and a beard and looked divine. Beside him there was a handsome young man. He was a disciple of the first mountain by Lishu. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Senior." Then, an old man wearing simple clothes walked in directly and shouted at the elder in gray robes, "Senior, it has been many years. You still look energetic." The elder in gray robes glanced at the person who had just entered. With a cold face, he replied emotionlessly, "Do you still remember my existence? What a rare sight." The elder in gray robes was the college chief, and the person who had just arrived was obviously Mr. Du. "Senior, what do you mean?" "When I am outside, I often think about you," Mr. Du said. "Is it?" The college chief still looked cold as he continued. "If so, why are you only visiting me now when you have returned a while ago? Is it because of Moon Clan? I came here to visit you. Moon Clan is only a trivial, secondary matter," Mr. Du said. "Ha!" The college chief sneered. "Master, uncle, I'll leave first." Suddenly, Bai Lishu bowed at Mr. Du, after which he left the place. The resentment between his master and Mr. Du had existed for a long time. He did not know the exact reasons, but it was definitely something he should not get involved into. Furthermore, Mr. Du had always been very mysterious and would very rarely appear in the first mountain. Even he had only seen Mr. Du for a few times. "Senior, in these few years, the first mountain is becoming grander and more gorgeous. But I think you have too few disciples. It'll be better to have more people here," Mr. Du said softly. "I have enough disciples here. In fact, how many people are there in the cottage? I think you will have no problems taking in an entire clan," the college chief sneered. Mr. Du had gathered the members of Moon Clan and wanted to give him everyone. "Senior, you know that I am lazy and not in the college most of the time. There are so many beautiful young girls here, and I don't want to delay their cultivation. You are the ruler of Book Mountain, so naturally you will arrange everyone from Moon Clan. I believe that with your words, all the mountain elders will cooperate as well," Mr. Du said. "Moreover, we have a common enemy today. Senior, you cannot disappoint them. All right, then we will distribute them equally onto the 9 mountains." The college chief stared at Mr. Du since the cottage did not want to take in disciples. He would give some people to them by force. "No way. You have no idea what kind of people my disciples are. Their mouths are sweet, and they are good-looking and talented. They are just too outstanding, so something bad will happen. Don't count the cottage in, Mr. Du said, waving his hand. The college chief stared coldly at Mr. Du and said angrily, "Are the disciples in my first mountain not outstanding? Senior, don't get angry. It's bad for you," Mr. Du advised. "Senior, then it's all settled. Moon Clan is also a top force, and many great girls can cultivate with college disciples together in the future. They can have friendly fights with each other and improve as a whole. It will certainly motivate college disciples to work harder. You should organize a friendly competition once in a while. It will definitely be more effective than in the past." "Wait, who agreed that it's all settled?" The beard of the college chief danced in the air. He could not tolerate this anymore. "Senior, if you insist on this, I'll get angry," Mr. Du said, grinning. Seeing his expression, the college chief was even more furious. He said coldly, "So what? I am really angry." Mr. Du's smile grew brighter. You. The college chief pointed his finger at Mr. Du and said coldly, "Scram! Then it's all settled." Mr. Du smiled in satisfaction, after which he turned around and left. "This is too much." The college chief's beard danced with the wind. It was ridiculous. "Oh yeah." Mr. Du suddenly stopped. Turning around, he added, "My eldest disciple will also bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. Senior, you should also help to organize them at that time. The people from these three forces can have exchanges and improve together. For the college, I have also spent much time and effort." After he finished, he turned around and left casually. "Why don't you die outside that year?" the college chief roared, unable to control his anger. The people from Moon Clan, Sword Saint Mountain, and the college would be gathered together. There would be so many more issues for him to settle. That bastard. He can continue to drink and sleep in the cottage. Also, why do I have to manage the people of his eldest disciple? And his few disciples have never put the college in their hearts. "Bai Li Shu!" the college chief shouted. Bai Li Shu appeared beside him in a flash and said, "Master." He did not know why his master was so furious. It seemed that Mr. Du had enraged him again. "Go tell the few mountain elders to go down together and welcome the people from Moon Clan. Then distribute them into the few mountains," the college chief said angrily. "Master, how do we distribute them?" Bai Li Shu asked. "Settle it yourself." The college chief swung his sleeves and left. Bai Li Shu gave a bitter smile as he shook his head. He was so innocent. Book Mountain became busy again. The college disciples were all very excited. The members of Moon Clan were actually really distributed to the various mountains. In any case, the number of people who went to Mountain Elder Zhu Qing's mountain was the largest. After all, Zhu Qing was a lady and there were many female disciples under her, while all the disciples from Moon Clan were female. Chu Yaoyao chose that mountain as well. The other disciples also chose the most suitable mountain for them one after another. Although they felt somewhat awkward, they also anticipated cultivating with college disciples as they could have exchanges with each other and improve together. Book Mountain became lively. On the other hand, Goddess Wang Yue went to the cottage along with Zhuge Hui. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were obviously with them as well. In the cottage, after Goddess Wang Yue saw Mr. Du, she saluted and said, "Greetings, Mr. Du." She saluted him like she was a junior, even though rumors in the Eastern Barren Territory claimed that Mr. Du could not cultivate. The first three disciples of the cottage were all at the same level as her. This legendary Mr. Du should clearly be respected. In addition, she was quite young, so it was all right for her to salute to a senior. You don't have to be so polite. You can treat Book Mountain like your home and do not have to be so restricted. Just behave like you are in Moon Clan, Mr. Du said, smiling. "All right?" Goddess Wang Yue nodded gently. "Mr. Du, after the disturbance in the Eastern Barren Territory. Don't worry, the college is not Qin Dynasty, and I also do not want to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. You don't need to think so much. Just take it like you are being a guest on Book Mountain for a while. Furthermore, you have also met with my eldest disciple. He will bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. My second and third disciples are also doing fine with their cultivation. When you have the chance, you can chat with them. You can come to the cottage at any time without restriction, Mr. Du said. Thank you, Mr. Du. Goddess Wangyue stopped worrying. It seemed that Mr. Du indeed had no intentions of ruling the Eastern Barren territory. Jiu, come and meet the master, Yifutian suddenly said. Hua Jiu nodded gently and said to Mr. Du, I am Hua Jiu. Greetings, master. Mr. Du smiled and stared at Yifutian, who smiled back nervously and scratched his head. Master, can Jiu stay in the cottage and cultivate? Yifutian asked. You have already asked her to call me master. How can I reject? Mr. Du widened his eyes at Yifutian. Then he looked at Hua Jiu and said, Girl, in the future, you can cultivate with me just like him. Meanwhile, you can help me to keep an eye on him. No problem. Hua Jiu nodded, smiling, after which she stared at Yifutian with a proud look. Yifutian blinked his eyes. Whose master was this after all? After Moon Clan, Sword Saint Mountain also shifted entirely to Book Mountain. The whole Eastern Barren territory was astonished by this. As the two large forces moved to Book Mountain, a superbeing was born on Book Mountain, one formed from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. More importantly, the Moon Clan was forced by Qin Dynasty to move. Just like what happened on Book Mountain, Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple had also officially shifted to Qin Dynasty. Clearly, these two forces knew that it would be a disaster for them should the cottage send Sword Saint to attack their clans. Just like what Qin Yu had done to the Lu Kingdom, how could they not guard against this? At the same time, the Qin Dynasty had sent many people to watch over the places outside Book Mountain and in the ancient Barren territory to prevent the college from attacking them or Donghua clan suddenly. The Eastern Barren territory had entered an era where the two superforces stood opposite each other. This would be a key stage in the development of the Eastern Barren territory. Once one of the two forces won, it would very likely become the king of the Eastern Barren territory. The remaining three top forces, namely Xianxia Temple, Witch Clan, and Ji family, did not dare to get involved easily. They just observed the situation carefully. Because of the Moon Clan's current situation, the Qin Dynasty would naturally not deal with them anymore. Otherwise, they would probably achieve a directly opposite effect. That time Qin Yu decided to attack Moon Clan because the four major forces had already allied and they all thought that Moon Clan would be easily defeated. In addition, Qin Yu wanted to deal with Chu Yaoyao as well as Yifutian by dealing with Hua Jiu. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to go to the Moon Clan and eliminate them if they were disobedient. He did not expect Sword Saint to be waiting in ambush there. In that battle, a few summit lords from Fuyun Sword Clan and a few lords from Royal Shen Temple were killed, officially starting the prelude to the final battle. Thus, all the forces chose to shift one after another. However, after the battle in the Moon Clan, both parties turned quiet instead. There had been no fights between them since then. It was said that the Qin Dynasty was allowing the most powerful people from various forces to enter their tomb to cultivate and break through. Clearly, they wanted to end the era in a single battle. Book Mountain was also very lively. The three major forces had combined together and interesting events were happening every day. Many young people in the college became much more motivated to cultivate. Furthermore, many people from Moon Clan were also being pursued, especially the prettier ones. The last day of the 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar approached quietly without any disturbances. In this year, too many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren territory. The peaceful year-end drew a period to the entire year. Of course, it meant in no way that everything was ending. In the cottage, Yifutian had not actually been spending his days in peace. He was mistreated and forced to cultivate spells every day. Luckily, Jiu had been cultivating with him at the moment. Whenever he was tired from the cultivation, he would look at her and feel much better. Who asked Jiu to be so beautiful? Master, can't I even rest on the last day of the year? Yifutian complained to Mr. Du, who was sitting on a cliff, drinking and enjoyed the sight of the cloud sea. This is too much. You're so weak and yet you are thinking about resting every day. The old man replied in contempt without even turning his head around. How are the spells? Master, These spells are so easy to learn. Do you not believe in my talents? Yifutian replied in a depressing tone. Talents? You have talents? The old man said in disdain. Then, he stood up slowly and walked to Yifutian. You think that you're very outstanding? I wonder where you got that confidence. But these spells are really easy, Yifutian argued. Tell me that you are not really planning to ask me to learn all the spells in the book cave. The old man took out a thin book from his shirt and threw it in front of Yifutian. Since you feel those are easy, try this spell. No problem, Yifutian nodded. Then he picked the book up and started reading. Slowly, his expression changed. He stopped smiling and his look turned serious as he frowned every now and then. Hua Jieyu, who was beside him, watched the scene curiously. What exactly did the master give him? After Hua Jieyu arrived at the cottage, she had been cultivating under Mr. Du together with Yifutian. Both of them were full attribute sorcerers and were also at the same level, so it was easy for Mr. Du to teach them together. Suddenly, Yifutian raised his head. Is it really an actual spell? He asked the old man who had returned to the cliff and sat down. If you cannot do it, don't suspect it. Didn't you think that you are very good? Just like this? The old man remarked with contempt. Yifutian widened his eyes at the old man. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Yifutian was totally speechless. Since he started cultivating with Mr. Du, he had been humiliated every single day. Was this really his master? Although his father-in-law would also humiliate him sometimes, Mr. Du was way worse. Thinking of this, Yifutian lowered his head and continued to read the book. Then he closed his eyes and tried to cast the spell. Wood elemental vines swept towards the sky with a splashing sound. Vaguely, there was a golden radiance attached on it, and the power of the wind was also following along. No. Yifutian shook his head and continued to try. He failed again and again but continued to try. Beside him, Hua Jieyu took the book and read through it. Her eyes were immediately filled with surprise. Although she had heard about merging different spells and casting together or even merging spells with martial arts, she had never seen such a spell before. Was it really possible to cast the same spell with spiritual qi of different elements simultaneously? Each type of spiritual qi existed independently of the other types. In a sorcerer's battle, he would often cast two spells simultaneously to increase their powers. For example, when he was casting an aggressive spell, he would attach a wind elemental spell on it to increase its speed and power, or perhaps attach the power of lightning. All these could be done rather easily. However, the spell that Mr. Du had given Yifutian was different. The spell should be formed by condensing spiritual qi of 3 different elements together. Perhaps they would be able to do this when their levels got higher. But could this really be done by an arcana plane cultivator? Yifutian had become totally serious, as if he was trying to beat himself. Mr. Du, on the other hand, lied down on the ground and drank his wine casually. He would occasionally glance at Yifutian and smile to himself. After a long while, Yifutian stopped trying. Looking at the cliff, he questioned suspiciously, "Did you just give me a spell which can only be learned by a person with a level higher than the arcana plane? If you can't do it, just admit it. With only such talents, I really don't know where your arrogance came from. I wonder why I even have such a bad disciple." The old man sighed. Yifutian gritted his teeth. This old bastard. The old man squinted his eyes. Grinning, he asked Yifutian, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Yifutian was cursing Mr. Du in his heart, but his face was filled with a bright smile. "That's it?" the old man asked. "I know that I am not talented enough. Master, please teach me. I will tolerate this for this time. Since you know that fact, you can still be saved." The old man stood up slowly. Approaching Yifutian, he said, "Although you are a sorcerer, you are but a beginner. You don't even know what is a real spell. Using spiritual energy to communicate with spiritual qi and combining them in a simple way would only produce the easiest spells and most useless sorcerers. Spiritual qi in the world is like different strokes. You need to combine them into characters and then turn them into a language. There are countless ways to combine them, and different combinations will produce different spells. An outstanding sorcerer is skilled at controlling every single character and can form them into various spells with ease. Therefore, you need to know thousands of spells. Only when you are familiar with them you can be more creative or even create a new spell. The old man said slowly. P10 and Hua Jieyu both listened very attentively. Spiritual energy is the bridge between sorcerers and the characters. An arcana plane cultivator has already merged his will with the world, and can sense his surroundings much better or resonate with spiritual chi around him. You need to be able to see all the spiritual chi characters in your mind at the instant when you release your spiritual energy. They are like the extenders to your arms and legs. Your spiritual energy will then be everywhere. With just a thought, all the characters will move. Do you understand? The old man asked. P10 and Hua Jieyu were both deep in thought. They need time to digest the information and put it into practice. Haven't you comprehended noble will already? Can't you even understand such a simple reason? The old man added in disdain. P10 was stunned. He thought about the powers contained in fire elemental noble will, where he could feel an invisible power of flame. Maybe this was similar to what the master had just said. On Turtle Mountain, he had felt an even more mysterious power. It was like the rules of the world. How about a sage? P10 suddenly asked in curiosity. Sage? The old man looked at P10 and said, a sage can kill you with a single thought. P10's eyes sparkled. You don't believe it? Your big brother is here. I'll ask him to let you experience the broadsword will of a half-sage. Mr. Du looked at the distance. The sword saint walked over and smiling. He said, Master, today is the last day of the year. Are you still teaching, little brother? This guy is untalented and yet supercilious. To prevent him from causing me to lose face outside, I can only endure the tiring process of teaching him. Mr. Du sighed. You heard me just now. Let him feel it. All right? Sword Saint nodded and looked at P10. Little brother, be careful. Yup. Big brother, please. P10 nodded. Sword Saint released his will. Immediately, P10 felt an endless coldness seeping into his body. He froze at the spot, not daring to move as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. At the moment, he was engulfed by broadsword will. He felt that even his body was going to be crushed under the will. If Sword Saint wanted to kill him, he did not even have to move. The feeling only continued for an instant before disappearing. In this short while, P10's back was totally wet with sweat, as if he had just returned from hell. Seeing P10's expression, Mr. Du said, Work hard, and don't be lazy. Then he and Sword Saint left the place together, while P10 was still standing motionlessly at the spot. In the distance, Sword Saint laughed and said, Master, little brother is already very outstanding. Why do you have to give him an emotional blow like this? He is too arrogant and needs to learn too many things. A meaningful smile appeared on Mr. Du's face. P10 was somewhat depressed. Since he started cultivating, he had never received such a severe emotional blow. He continued cultivating the spell given to him by his master and tried to understand what his master had said. Although he was improving slowly, he was still not close to succeeding. After a long while, he stopped and asked, What spell did this old guy give me exactly? It's indeed difficult to learn. Master must be trying to upset you on purpose. Don't be discouraged. Hua Jieyu gave a sweet smile. My fox is the best. Seeing the bright smile on Hua Jieyu's face, P10 opened his arms and added, Come and encourage me then. No, I'm going to cultivate as well. Hua Jieyu glanced at him, pouting prettily in embarrassment. Then, she turned around and similarly tried to understand Mr. Du's words previously. What a disobedient girlfriend! P10 muttered, after which he closed his eyes. Instead of continuing to cultivate spells, he started to sense his surroundings with his mind. His spiritual energy communicated with spiritual chi around him as his senses swam in the endless spiritual chi. Over these days, he had learned many spells and had indeed benefited much. While these spells were mostly mediocre and probably useless in future battles, learning them still helped in his cultivation. It became completely silent. A gentle wind blew over the bushy grass patches, causing them to feel comfortably cool. Yifutian and Hua Jieyu were both sitting there quietly and closing their eyes. At the moment, Yifutian felt as if he no longer had a physical body. His spiritual energy seemed to have filled every corner of the sky and earth. In his senses, he had turned into an ancient tree. All the wood elemental spiritual chi around him was part of the ancient tree. Suddenly, many branches and vines appeared out of thin air in the space around Yifutian, producing a splashing sound. With his body as the center, countless branches and vines swept outwards wildly, blotting out the entire sky. In an instant, they flooded everything around him, as if they were everywhere. His body, on the other hand, was like a divine tree, the source of everything. Puff! Yifutian opened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him. It was still the same spell lock of 1,000 vines. But when he followed his master's instructions and cast it carefully, it was indeed much more powerful than previously. Hua Jieyu also awoke in surprise. Looking at the scene in front of her, she smiled brightly. Although Yifutian had not learned Mr. Du's spell, he had already improved a lot. This meant that at the very least his method was correct. Yifutian grinned and continued to cultivate. He cast various spells at a lower speed, but their powers increased significantly. While cultivating, he also discussed their experiences with Hua Jieyu. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to dusk. The radiance from the setting sun poured onto Yifutian's face, making his angular face look even more handsome. Hua Jieyu sat beside Yifutian with her knees bent. She supported her cheeks with her hands and stared at Yifutian, smiling. At the moment when Yifutian opened his eyes, he immediately saw Hua Jieyu's exquisite face. Smiling, he asked, "What are you looking at?" "You." Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. "Why is this guy looking better and better?" Yifutian blinked and grinned. "If you continue doing this, I'll think about inappropriate stuff." "About what?" Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at him. "About doing it right now." "You don't dare to." Hua Jieyu blushed and looked even more stunning under the sunset. "Just see if I dare." Yifutian suddenly leaped forward and pushed Hua Jieyu onto the ground. Hua Jieyu screamed as she fell down. Noticing that Yifutian was staring blankly at her, she did not dare to look into his eyes. She turned her head away and her cheeks were blushing in embarrassment, which made her even more attractive. "Fox, you're really pretty," Yifutian said. Hua Jieyu turned her head back slowly and widened her eyes at Yifutian. "Get up, quick." "All right," Yifutian replied, smiling. However, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed gently on Hua Jieyu's forehead. "Let's go and see father together." Yifutian stood up and also pulled Hua Jieyu up. Then he grabbed her hand and they left the place together. Hua Jieyu just allowed him to hold her hands as they ran on the emerald green grass path. Light from the falling sun showered down on the two, producing an everlasting picture. Moon Clan and Sword Saint Mountain had both shifted to Book Mountain, so naturally, Yifutian had also brought Hua Fenglu and the rest to Book Mountain. They were currently staying in a house on the mountainside of the cottage. When Yifutian and Hua Jieyu reached the place, they immediately smelt waves of aroma. "Master, Masteress, what good food are you making again?" Walking in, Yifutian realized that dinner had already been prepared. Masteress and Aunt Tang were busy, while Yushang, Xianxia, and Tang Wan were also helping. As for those nobles and Luolan Shui, Yifutian had already asked them to return to ancient Luolan. They should clearly spend the annual year-end with their families. The disciples on Book Mountain whose homes were in the divine capital had also gone back. Seeing the deluxe feast, Yifutian grinned and said, "Master, I really envy you for being able to marry Masteress and Aunt Tang." Hua Fenglu glanced at him and said, "Jieyu, he's referring to something." Yifutian turned his head and saw Hua Jieyu staring at him, smiling. "No, absolutely not." Yifutian smiled trembly. "I don't think so," Xianxia commented as she carried a dish over. "Yu Shang, look at your girlfriend. What is she saying?" Yifutian asked. Yu Shang glanced at Yifutian in disdain. "You're so scared of your girlfriend and you asked me to take care of mine? What's that look?" Yifutian noticed Yu Shang's look. It seemed that Yusheng had already changed drastically. Fu-Tian, on Book Mountain you don't have to call me master, Hua Fenglu said. Yi Fu-Tian naturally knew what he meant. At the moment, Yi Fu-Tian's master was Mr. Du, so he should make certain things clear. Master, don't worry about that. That old guy will not mind about these, Yi Fu-Tian said. Furthermore, it's okay to have two masters. Fu-Tian, Mr. Du is an amazing person. Don't talk nonsense, Nandu Wanyin said, walking over. Yi Fu-Tian turned speechless. Even the masteress was speaking for that old guy. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi Fu-Tian nodded. Nandu Wanyin smiled and said, let's eat. After we finish, you should go back to the cottage early to accompany your master and seniors. I have been with my master and seniors every day. Today I shall stay here, Yi Fu-Tian said. It's enough for Jeyu to accompany us. Who cares about you? Just finish eating and leave, Hua Fenglu said, totally unconcerned. Yi Fu-Tian immediately looked as if he had been wronged. His position in the family was indeed unbeatable. What's your level now? Tang Wan asked Yi Fu-Tian curiously. Arcana Plane, Yi Fu-Tian replied. Jeyu and Yusheng as well. Tang Wan's lips twitched as she was somewhat speechless. Their cultivation speed was really fast. If they were in Donghai, they would already be famous. Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan were also in the Arcana Plane. It has been over 4 years. Hua Fenglu sighed as he recalled the past. In the year 9999, he came to know Yi Fu-Tian in Qingzhou Academy and took him as his disciple. Now, this disciple of his was almost as strong as he was. In the past, Yi Fu-Tian was even compared to the disciple of Art Saint. But now so many things had changed as if it was all merely a dream. Yup. I have also known Jeyu for over 4 years now, Yi Fu-Tian nodded. On the exact same day 4 years ago, they held their hands beside Qingzhou Lake and confirmed their relationship. Tomorrow it will be the year 10004. You'll both be 20. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Fu-Tian and Hua Jeyu. Time passed really fast. Yup, and I can get married, Yi Fu-Tian said, grinning. Everyone widened their eyes at him. This guy was really not serious at all. Wait till you are as strong as your big or third brother. It's too early now, Tang Lan said. Aunt Tang, this is too much. Yi Fu-Tian stared at Tang Lan pitifully. Big brother and third brother were both grade 1 nobles and halfway into the Sage Plain. They were standing at the top of the Eastern Barren territory. How long would he need? Let's eat. Tang Lan ignored Yi Fu-Tian, while Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanyin laughed. Then the family happily enjoyed the annual feast. They had not had such a warm time together for a very long time. However, Yi Fu-Tian felt really speechless when he was actually chased out after the meal. Luckily, Hua Fenglu did not cruelly take away Jeyu from him and allowed her to leave with him together. After returning to the cottage, Yi Fu-Tian ate again with Mr. Du and his seniors. Then he went to chat with Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu. Without anyone realizing it, it was already late into the night. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Beside the cliff in the back mountain of the cottage, Yi Fu-Tian and Hua Jeyu were sitting on the grass. A melodious music spread out, adding some vitality to the silent space. The music was beautiful yet sad, as if it was telling a very ancient story. At the top of an ancient tree in the cottage, a figure was standing quietly. Her white shirt swayed in the wind and she was like a fairy under the moon. Another person landed quietly on an ancient tree beside. He was similarly wearing a white shirt and his face was extraordinarily handsome. In the darkness, he stared at the lady in front of him. The lady, however, did not seem to have noticed him as she continued to gaze at the distance. The young man also did not speak and accompanied her in the silence. Little brother is amazing. Such a piece should only be present in heaven, the lady said, smiling. It was the second sister, Zhuge Hui. You miss home? Gu Donglu asked. Why would I miss that place? Since I have left there, I'm not going back, Zhuge Hui replied. One day, I'll bring you back, Gu Donglu said. Can you? Zhuge Hui turned around and looked at him. Gu Donglu did not say anything else. He flashed and left the place. Zhuge Hui looked at the vanishing figure. Raising her head, she stared at the crescent in the sky. At the highest place in the cottage, there was also a person lying quietly on a rocking, drinking. It was a slovenly old man in ragged clothes. As he drank, he listened to the music and seemed to be enjoying himself. "I'm really glad to be able to hear Yukio again in my life," the old man muttered to himself, smiling. His look seemed to have penetrated across time as he recalled the past. Over 300 years ago, the piece Yukio appeared along with the emperors of that generation. How about now? Year 10,004 of the Divine Prefecture calendar in the back mountains of the cottage. An ocean of clouds graced the skies along with a beautiful sunrise. Such a picturesque view. On a field of grass, music played from a guqin. The rays of the New Year's first sun fell on Yi Futian's face. Both he and his music were full of youthful spirit. Beside him, Hua Jieyu sat quietly. As the music continued to flow, she sat audience while appreciating the beautiful sunrise. Everything seemed perfect. If only life was always like this. Looking around her surroundings, the spiritual qi took shape and fell continuously. It looked like tiny sparks of gold in the air. Every bit of spiritual qi was so clearly visible to them as it filled the area they were in. This was brought about by the sounds of the guqin. When Yi Futian used his spiritual energy to create harmony between his music and heaven and earth, all the spiritual qi in the air stood still. The first rays of sunlight shined on Yi Futian's handsome figure. A peculiar aura radiated from him. It was almost as if he was in control of everything in existence. All the spiritual energy materialized in his mind. Spiritual qi of all elements came together with the artistic conception created by the sounds of the guqin and assimilated into his will. Just then, the fingers of Yi Futian's right hand strummed across the chords of the guqin. As the music sounded, the spiritual qi around transformed into golden vines. They continued to grow endlessly, and as the gathered spiritual qi grew more powerful, the golden vines shot into the sky like flashes of lightning at an unbelievable speed. At this, a look of surprise spread across Hua Jieyu's face. He had succeeded. Yi Futian had actually successfully cultivated the spell given to him by the teacher in a day. The music stopped and Yi Futian opened his eyes. Although the sun was on him, it was not blinding. The look in his eyes was pure and held the hint of a smile. 3 elements incorporated into one spell. This brand new spell had the tenacity of the wood element, the sharpness and defensiveness of the metal element, and the speed of the wind element. It was terrifyingly powerful, far more powerful than the lock of 1,000 vines. The name of this spell, the Fatal Entanglement. Not bad. Hua Jieyu smiled. Of course. That's because I'm your man, Yi Futian said pridefully. Hua Jieyu let out a soft humph. Do you think the old man has more of these types of spell that he's keeping to himself? Mumbled Yi Futian. If they were all spells of this level, he would definitely be able to defeat common attacks from any cultivator at the same level. He would also no longer need to rely on the 9 heavenly attacks during battle. His strong martial arts and sorcery abilities greatly complemented each other, taking his combat ability to a whole new level. This way, even if he made his way into the Arcana plane, he wouldn't have to worry about fighting cultivators from other planes. After all, as the levels of cultivation increased, the difference between each plane also increased. People went to new means and took more powerful measures, thus causing the effects of some of his skills to decrease. Yi Futian must do more if he wanted to have the same combat ability between different planes as he did before. How greedy, teased Hua Jieyu. This isn't greedy. How's this for greed? I want every day to be like today, so you're the first person I see in the morning. Yi Futian chuckled. Obviously, Hua Jieyu knew what he was insinuating. She smiled softly. What are you thinking? Would you have been able to release the fatal entanglement without the help of your music? Focus on cultivating. Don't you want to gloat in front of Mr. Du later? You've got a point. Indeed. My fox is the only one who gets me. Yi Futian nodded. Then he closed his eyes again. Previously, he had entered a mysterious realm through his music and assimilated into the spiritual qi of the world by the means of spiritual energy. That was how he released the spell. Without the help of the Yukio song, it was difficult to do so. Yi Futian continued on his way to enlightenment through cultivation. Many hours later, the teacher strolled in while stretching. He smiled at the sight of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu cultivating together. This rascal sure is diligent. Looks like I'll have to put him down a little more. Would Yi Futian spit blood in anger if he knew what the teacher was thinking at the moment? Need to be put down for being diligent? Teacher. Hua Jieyu turned around to greet him. Morning, Jieyu. Mr. Du smiled at her. Yi Futian stood as well. His eyes were shining as he said his greetings. Teacher. The spell you gave me yesterday was no challenge at all. I already mastered it. Oh, really? Show me. The elder male placed his hands behind his back and smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded in response and closed his eyes. A peculiar force of will radiated from his body, while his spiritual energy harmonized with the spiritual qi around. A moment later, the air was filled with golden vines that blocked the sun. They grew extremely rapidly and created a cage around the entire area in mere seconds. Witnessing the spell released in front of his eyes, the elder gave Yi Futian a look. He was looking down on him. It took you a whole day to learn that, and it takes you that long to release the spell? Who's going to wait for you in a battle? If you meet a powerful opponent, you would be dead before you finished releasing the spell. Yi Futian blinked. According to his script, wasn't the teacher was supposed to be shocked and subdued by his great gift? However, he did have a point. How come I have such an incompetent disciple? The elder sighed. Here are some more spells. Keep them and focus on cultivation. Don't even think about going anywhere else before you learn everything. I can't stand to be embarrassed by you if you leave the mountains with your abilities at this level. With that said, the elder threw some books at Yi Futian and turned to leave. He walked with leisure, hands behind his back. He wanted to cuss but held himself back when he looked at the books in his arms. Hua Jieyu let out a laugh. Yi Futian had finally met his match. Mr. Du was a strange man indeed. Not even her father could render Yi Futian speechless like that. And just like that, Yi Futian was put on house arrest. From the very first day of the new year, he was forbidden from leaving the back mountains to focus solely on cultivation. So pitiful. Yi Futian began to miss the days before the teacher returned to the cottage. The days passed and the Eastern Barren Territory remained quiet without any rain or storm. Those of the Qin Dynasty Alliance still had their heads buried in cultivation. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew that they were preparing for the final war. Things had already escalated to this point. The Battle of the Eastern Barren Territory was inevitable. Furthermore, the Qin were in a much bigger hurry for this war to begin. Mr. Du had already returned to the cottage, and all of the Eastern Barren Territory already knew how capable he was in bringing up his disciples. There was no way they were going to give him more time to do so. After the bells rang on Sky Mountain the year before, the snow never stopped. The Eastern Barren Territory's #1 mountain was now a snow mountain, covered with a soft, fluffy layer of precipitation. After all this time, the bells never rang again. The commotion at the foot of the mountain had also subsided. However, there was still quite a handful of people who stayed behind. For example, there was the Xianxia Temple of the Eastern Barren Territory's western region. Now that those from Sword Saint Mountain had moved to Book Mountain, the Xianxia Temple was now at the top throughout the western region. However, the temple still felt a wave of urgency. If a big war broke out in the Eastern Barren Territory, the times of top clans fighting for power would be over. As soon as victory was determined, all power in the Eastern Barren Territory would fall in the hands of one group. The people must pray for change to become stronger. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the Arhat looked up at the majestic mountain. He remembered the situation when he climbed the mountain last year. That was his first time stepping onto Sky Mountain, and he had reached the very top. After that time, he had tried many times, but not once did he reach such heights again. The evil energy from Sky Mountain is growing stronger, one of Xianxia Temple's monks said from beside the Arhat. He held a strand of Buddhist beads in his hand while his sight was set on the great mountain in front of him. It's been this way since the bells rang. Furthermore, the force of repressed energy has also gotten stronger. The two energies seemed to have kept at a balance from the very beginning, fighting from dominance. Another person said from the side. Could it be that the bells were really the summoning of the great emperor and that someone had already made their way onto the mountain? Someone mumbled. It's very possible. The short period after the first bell would have been the perfect opportunity. Hearing the elder's words reminded the Arhat of the first time he stepped onto Sky Mountain. At that time, someone attacked him and used the spiritual chi on the mountain to force him off the mountain. If someone had really made their way to the top of Sky Mountain, could it be the same person who attacked him? Also, the bells rang again once he was off the mountain. It was when Yifu came down. The nobles of the Qin dynasty had wanted to hurt him when the bells rang again. Could it really just be a coincidence? The Arhat's eyes were cold. He had a feeling. If someone really did make their way onto Sky Mountain, it was very possible that it was Yifu. Just then, the roar of a dragon came from the skies above. The cultivators of the Xianxia temple were surprised. The roar did not come from Sky Mountain. It was headed for the mountain. Turning their attention, everyone looked up into the sky. Snow began to fall, blowing in the wind. In the high skies, a dragon appeared. This dragon actually had wings. It was the responding dragon, also known as the Lord of the Skies. The dragon came down toward them. Those of the Xianxia temple were shaken as they took in the scene unfolding above them. Not just because they saw the responding dragon, but also because there were some figures standing on its back. The most shocking thing was that the dragon was pulling a carriage. Someone had arrived in a dragon-pulled carriage. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon. Even those of the Xianxia temple were shocked, so it was no question for the others. Many at the foot of the mountain looked up and trembled in fear. Who was this person? In all of the Eastern Barren territory, they had only heard of the powerful dragon army of the Qin dynasty, and not even they could compare to the lineup in the skies right now. The dragon carriage stopped above Sky Mountain. On its back, the group of people took one look at the crowd on the ground below with cold eyes, showing no emotions. Then, a few youths stepped out of the carriage. There was an indescribable aura around them. They didn't look down, but instead, focused all their attention on Sky Mountain. Was this the place where Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing left their mark? After Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing united the Divine Prefecture, many people began to follow their trail. A lot of people knew that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing spent some time in the Eastern Barren Territory during their upbringing, which was why so many wanted to step into the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the two emperors put out a ban stating that non-native sages were not allowed to enter the Eastern Barren Territory. They had united the Divine Prefecture and were peerless existences. Who would dare to challenge the ban? Even to this day, there were many who didn't quite understand the reason for the emperor's ban. Despite this, there's still many people who followed their footsteps in those days. Naturally, they all knew about Sky Mountain, but no one was ever able to reach the top, especially nobles. Last year, however, the people heard that bells rang out from Sky Mountain. Powerful cultivators from all over the Eastern Barren Territory gathered to climb the mountain, as there was a chance they might find relics left by the two emperors on the mountain. On the responding dragon, the two people leading the group were clad in silver. Looking at Sky Mountain, one of them spoke. I heard that many people made attempts here. No one succeeded. That's correct. No one was successful, and after time everyone simply gave up. The number of people coming to the Eastern Barren Territory also greatly decreased. I speculate that the Emperor's wills have assimilated into Sky Mountain and only sages have a chance of withstanding the power, making it possible for them to make it onto the mountain. However, because of the ban, sages can't enter the territory and no one dares to sneak in. No one knows for sure whether or not the will of Donghuang the Great can oversee everything happening on the Sky Mountain, explained a noble standing beside the youth. He was more knowledgeable in events from all those years ago. Did the two emperors actually leave anything behind on Sky Mountain? The youth was getting curious. Almost everyone in the world was curious about everything regarding the two emperors. They were true legends. Who knows? But since the bells rang, there might actually be something. You guys came quick. The voice came from afar. A flame-like red light was suddenly emitted from the skies, melting all the falling snow. A group of shining figures descended from above. The light was blinding, just like the sun. It was a large sunbird, the three-legged golden raven. Its body was engulfed in flames and its eyes filled with a wild look. On the raven's back was what seemed like a sun carriage. On the two sides of the carriage stood many powerful cultivators, protecting the person seated in between. Just like the previous group, it was definitely a majestic sight. All this commotion, everyone standing at the foot of Sky Mountain were in shock. That was two powerful groups in a row. With such eye-catching entrances, they didn't seem like any powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. They were much more dazzling. With a pounding in their chests, many speculated, could they be outsiders? How many years has it been since the last time an outsider set foot in the Eastern Barren Territory? "Let me give it a try," said the youth in the silver. Without sparing a glance at the person who had previously spoken, he headed straight for Sky Mountain. Many youths beside him also stepped up to join him. They were all cultivators in the Arcana Plane. Nobody above the Noble Plane was allowed on Sky Mountain. They were all very clear on this rule. Youths from the carriage pulled by the three-legged golden raven also made their way toward Sky Mountain. The responding dragon and the three-legged golden raven stopped in the skies, attracting a lot of attention. The happenings of the next few days had the audience at the foot of the mountain feeling unsettled. In the next few days, people continued to arrive at Sky Mountain. Some people came in a flying battleship. This ship was quite intimidating. It flew in the skies and was carried by the winds. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful ritual implement used for flight. However, the people of the Eastern Barren Territory had never seen or even heard of anything like it. Same as the other groups, this ship carried many powerful cultivators. Among them were a few beauties. They had long, slim legs, beautiful, pale skin, and exquisite features. They also made their way onto Sky Mountain. There were also cultivators that arrived mounting large demon beasts. Their demonic auras filled the skies and frightened those at the foot of the mountain. More and more cultivators gathered. Even those from the Xianxia temple were feeling unsettled. The huge war of the Eastern Barren Territory could break out at any moment. Nobody would have expected for outside powers to arrive at Sky Mountain because of the bells at a time like this. From what they knew, the Eastern Barren Territory hadn't had these many outside visitors in many years now. After all, people aimed to reach high places. An extremely small percentage of those who left were ever willing to return. Had it not been from the relics of Sky Mountain left by the two emperors, the resource-lacking Eastern Barren Territory really didn't hold much appeal to the outside world. As the news of Sky Mountain spread, the western region was stirred up. Then, it continued to spread all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, at the cottage, Yifutian was the first to get the news, with the exception of those who set camp at the foot of Sky Mountain. As soon as those cultivators set foot on Sky Mountain, he knew. The Black Wind Eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. "Teacher, outsiders of the Eastern Barren Territory have arrived at Sky Mountain." In the back mountains, Yifutian spoke to Mr. Du, who was drinking while seated on a cliff. "I know," the elder answered as he stared into the distance. He never expected that the bells of Sky Mountain would not only stir up the Eastern Barren Territory but also pique the interest of the outside world. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? He was very clear. Ever since the two emperors established the ban, there had been little to no contact between the Eastern Barren Territory and the outside world. Now, the territory had once again attracted the attention of the outside world. This was a big change. "Come sit," said Mr. Du. Yifutian nodded and sat down beside him. Mr. Du didn't seem like he was in the best mood. "Do you know why there were only 7 disciples in the cottage before you?" Mr. Du asked suddenly. Yifutian shook his head. Although this old man was unlikable at times, there was no doubting his teaching abilities. It was evident based on his own thoughts after these days of cultivation and also through the abilities of first senior brother and second senior sister. "Because I'm lazy. Humans are the most complicated. Not even the disciples that you have taught yourself will agree with everything you teach them. Especially as time goes on, it is so easy to throw away things you used to feel so strongly about. I'm just one person. There's only so much I can do. How can I influence many? All I can hope for is that the disciples I teach can influence even more people in the future. As he spoke, he took another drink of wine. This is the first time Yifutian had seen him like this, and so he spoke. I heard from first senior brother that you had your own dreams. That must be your reason for starting the cottage. What are your dreams? What dreams could a person like me possibly have? Mr. Du shook his head and continued. Do you know why Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing gave orders for martial arts schools to be set up all around the world? To help martial arts thrive, Yifutian answered. This was what it said in the history books. 300 some years ago, the divine prefecture was in complete chaos. There were countless strong powers, and each of them controlled a different location. Or they started family clans, some tried to develop their own religion. These people were their own masters. But was the existence of these powers a good or bad thing for the people? Mr. Du Yifutian didn't reply. He simply sat and listened. Of course, there was nothing wrong with families and clans. However, when you had something they wanted, or if you became a threat to their interests, some things became inevitable. For example, why did the Qin dynasty want to take down the cottage? Naturally, Yifutian understood why. The cottage was strong and powerful, which the Qin dynasty felt was a threat. That was why they were so set on destroying the cottage. Mr. Du continued. In the vast lands of the divine prefecture, formidable beings that could greatly affect us were born. When they appear, you would be able to imagine things you've never been in contact with before. Take the many cultivators who arrived in the mountains today, for example. What would happen if they knew that someone had made it to the top of Sky Mountain and received the relics of the two emperors? Yifutian looked at his teacher. The elder still had his eyes focused ahead. He didn't know if there was a hidden meaning behind what Mr. Du said, but Yifutian understood. When these formidable beings appeared, they would most certainly gain the support of the best and be able to receive the best resources. Nobody would be able to restrict them from doing anything they wanted. This was something both the teacher and second senior sister had reminded him twice of. It was the same logic as a person with a weapon will produce the killing thoughts. Wasn't that exactly what Emperor Luo did to him all those years ago? The divine prefecture has always been run this way. It hasn't changed in millions of years. It's the same even today. Even so, there are always some who have remained untouched by the dirty ways of the world despite the hardships they have been through, and instead, they dream of changing the world. And that is how the two emperors of the divine prefecture were born. The elder looked serious. His tone was filled with admiration and respect. How could someone become a leader of the world without having the people of the world at heart? That is why martial arts schools were established. It was to try to give everyone in the divine prefecture a fair chance. However, it's not that easy, changing the world. Even for the emperors, it would be difficult to simply change the Eastern Barren territory, so forget about the divine prefecture. The elder seemed to be laughing at himself. It was then that Yifutian withdrew his playful attitude and became serious. He was now also filled with admiration and respect. So this was the teacher's dream, wanting to change the world. It sounded like a laughable thing, but at the same time it was sad. So many people in history have wanted to change the world. However, when they reached a certain status, their mindset changes. If you were the college chief, would you want the other powers of the Eastern Barren territory to overpower the college? The elder continued. So, Futian, sooner or later, you'll step out of the Eastern Barren territory and you'll witness crueler things. You'll see the black and whites of the world. I hope that no matter what you experience, you'll stay true to yourself and remember your beginnings. If one day you can become a person who influences the world, even if it's nothing big, never forget your initial intentions. Never became the type of person you once despised. I understand, nodded Yifutian. All right, go cultivate, said the elder. Yifutian lifted his head slightly to look at the older male with a smile. Teacher, after all that, I see you in a whole new light. Scram. The elder gave him a glare. And there goes your good image again. Yifutian sighed and turned to leave. He would place the elder's words deep in his heart. Even if he couldn't become a person who could affect the world in the future, he would most definitely not become a person who did bad things. At the foot of Sky Mountain, it was a beautiful sight with dragons, golden ravens, and floating warships. Many more people were attracted to Sky Mountain. They wanted to see the strong cultivators who'd come from beyond the Eastern Barren Territory. The extraordinary youths descended from the mountain those days to return to their camps. They couldn't climb Sky Mountain. Countless eyes focused on the beautiful figures in the sky. Even they couldn't climb Sky Mountain? Has anyone climbed Sky Mountain since the bell rang last year? A handsome youth on a dragon asked while looking down. Many people below him met his eyes and shook their heads. The Arhat's eyes flashed. The pressure of Sky Mountain increased after the last year. It was normal to be unable to climb the mountain no matter how strong you were. Yes, someone said at that time. A figure in a gold robe walked out of the robe. Seeing him, many people were confused. It was Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. Shouldn't he be preparing the battle with the college? Why was he here? I am Qin Yu from the Eastern Barren Territories Qin dynasty. Greetings, he said, soaring into the sky. Who? The youth did not greet him back. Qin Yu had extraordinary temperament and cultivation, but he didn't care. He wanted to know who could reach the top of Sky Mountain. The sharp gazes of people of other forces landed on Qin Yu. They wanted to know too. A junior of mine reached the peak last year, Qin Yu said. Where is he? What's at the peak of Sky Mountain? A fiery youth from the Golden Raven asked. Fire intent burned in his eyes. This was because of the technique he cultivated. He was so powerful that it showed in his movements. She is in my clan. The wills of the two emperors are at the peak. They'd left a famous piece called Yukio. Qin Yu. Hua Qingqing had admitted to stepping onto Sky Mountain. She wouldn't lie. Yukio. Everyone's eyes flashed. Yukio was one of the top 10 pieces. It was said that there would be no law with it. Apparently, when Donghuang the Great played it at his peak, he froze all the laws and time. Was it here again? If you dare lie, you will pay for the consequences. Where is she? I shall go now, the fiery youth said. I would like to see as well, a beautiful girl on a floating warship said. All strong cultivators were intrigued. They wanted to go forward and fight for the chance for Yukio. Everyone, my junior has limited cultivation, Qin Yu said, putting his hands together. She heard Yukio but only heard it. She couldn't play it and wasn't able to learn it. She can't perform it. At this, everyone grew disappointed, but it was normal. As one of the top 10 pieces, it couldn't be easy to get. However, if she could reach the top of Sky Mountain, she must be impressive. In that case, bring her here, the youth said. Qin Yu nodded. He came to Sky Mountain because he'd heard this news. If he could get connections with these people from outside the Eastern Barren Territory, the cottage would be nothing. He guessed that these people who'd crossed such miles were probably at the Sage Plain. The hearts of the people below trembled when they heard this. They couldn't believe that someone had actually climbed Sky Mountain and heard Yukio. The Arhat's heart was clear. He knew who Qin Yu was talking about. When he was resting on Sky Mountain, Yifutian's group had come. Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan had been close behind Yifutian and Yusheng. Qin Yu meant that Hua Qingqing had stepped onto the peak. If she reached it, then why did Yifutian descend unharmed? This was interesting. Greetings, Crown Prince. Thinking of this, the Arhat descended and greeted Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at him, confused. Why was the Qianxia temple talking to him? Are you speaking of Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan? The Arhat asked. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Since he said it, he wouldn't hide it. He hoped Hua Qingqing could take these people up. The Arhat smiled. If that's true, I know someone else who also reached the peak. Perhaps Hua Qingqing never told you. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Speak. When I climbed Sky Mountain, I had seen Hua Qingqing, the Arhat said. She was chasing after Yifutian. Perhaps because Yifutian had killed the royal grandson of the Qin dynasty. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned ugly. This was a thorn in his heart. If Hua Qingqing reached the peak, she must have caught up to Yifutian. Why are they both alive now? Yi Futian had been gravely injured at that time and couldn't fight back, the Arhat continued. Hearing this, Qin Yu instantly understood what the Arhat was hinting at. His features twisted. Hua Qingqing hadn't mentioned this. She only told her mother, Lady Yuxiao, that she reached the top but wouldn't say anything else. Because of her status, no one asked further. But now he had to think more. Crown Prince, do you know about the bells after Yi Futian descended? The Arhat asked. Qin Yu nodded. Someone had naturally reported this to him. The noble sent to kill Yi Futian had been killed instead. It was very ironic. If Yi Futian stepped onto Sky Mountain, do you think it would be a coincidence? The Arhat was getting closer to the truth. You mean that Yi Futian received the relic on the mountain? Qin Yu's eyes were so sharp. The Arhat smiled without replying. Who is Yi Futian? The strong cultivator on the dragon asked. The cottage is the most powerful force in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Arhat said, bowing. Their disciples are extremely talented and no one in the Eastern Barren Territory can rival them. Yi Futian is the youngest disciple. He is monstrously talented. To him, the relic would be easy to take. If anyone of the younger generation can take it, it must be him. The Arhat praised Yi Futian generously. He knew the Buddhist law and understood a human's heart. These people from outside the Eastern Barren Territory had come with such a spectacle. They must have a special status. With their arrogance and special identities, they wouldn't think that they were below someone from the Eastern Barren Territory. Of course, he couldn't say that. It would be like looking for death. He just bragged about Yi Futian to compliment it. Really? The youth on the 3-foot golden raven replied coolly as expected. His eyes seemed to have sacred fire. Was there somewhere like the cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory? Where is the cottage? Take us there, the strong cultivator on the floating warship said. Of course, the Arhat said with his hands in prayer. Please, the person said. The Arhat's body flashed and stepped onto the floating warship. The woman there was very tall. Her long legs seemed to take up more than half of her body. She was sexy and beautiful. The Arhat lowered his head, hands together. His Buddhist heart couldn't be swayed. The other girls had extraordinary looks too. They were obviously above average figures. Everyone turned around, ready to set off. Since Yi Futian could get the relic, they would go personally. Otherwise, he should come by himself. Take the Hua Qingqing that you spoke of before to Sky Mountain to wait here, the strong cultivator on the dragon said to Qin Yu. His attitude was arrogant, but Qin Yu didn't lose his temper. He nodded and said, yes. As he spoke, he glanced at the Arhat. It seemed that the Xianxia temple could be an ally too. The Arhat's actions weren't too friendly to Yi Futian. The floating warship shot forward like lightning. Dragons soared, spreading their wings and covering the sun. The sun god's bird screamed. The many strong cultivators set off at once to the Book Mountain, the divine capital in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. Many people below were shocked. They'd thought that the Qin dynasty and cottage would erupt into battle. They didn't expect that an outside force would arrive and didn't know what would happen if they went to Book Mountain. And Yi Futian had reached the peak of Sky Mountain, receiving the two emperors' relic? With the cottage's pride, they wouldn't hand it over even if Yi Futian really had it. The college, cottage, and Moon Clan were all on Book Mountain. Every day was lively with all disciples working hard on cultivating in preparation for sudden changes. Now, clouds rolled over the empty sky above Book Mountain. Many people looked up to see a horrible dragon rush down from the sky. At the same time, a huge, beautiful warship appeared overhead. Next, dazzling flames rose up in the sky. The golden raven had come with the sun chariot. Gradually, other strong cultivators arrived with demons and rushed down. Seeing this shocking scene, all hearts of the disciples trembled. What was happening? This was such a powerful spectacle. They'd heard that foreign strong cultivators had arrived at Sky Mountain. But why were they here at Book Mountain? May figures rose up. Countless mountain elders and strong cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain and Moon Clan Sword. They stared at the comers. Even the college's headmaster looked up with furrowed brows. They aren't weak, the strong cultivators who went up to the sky thought. They didn't mind though. If not for Donghuang the Great's law, the entire Eastern Barren Territory would be ruled as one. The cottage also looked up. Zhuge Hui's eyes flashed coldly. Where were these people from? They were so impolite. Where are you going? Mr. Du called just as Zhuge Hui was about to soar into the air. Teacher, I want to go see, she replied. Stay obediently, Mr. Du said, giving her a look. Oh, Zhuge Hui was sad, but she still obeyed. She naturally understood her teacher, but she didn't care. After all, she had been young when she came out back then. Zhu Qing stared at the newcomers and asked, What are you here at the college for? The strong cultivator in the air looked at her. The three-footed golden raven pulled the sun chariot. The youth who seemed to be bathed in fire said, Is this the most powerful sorcery paradise of the Eastern Barren Territory? He was from the center of the Barren State. The Eastern Barren Territory was only a small portion of the boundless Barren State. Because of Donghuang the Great's law, it became isolated from the rest of the state. Without the arrival of Saint Strong cultivators, it naturally fell from glory. Even if there were extraordinary figures, they would leave and never wish to return. The Barren State was boundless and had countless strong forces. He was from one of them, the sacred fire sect of the Barren State. The others with him had come from super forces as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't cross the world to come here. This is the College of the Eastern Barren Territory, Mountain Elder Zhong Su said, answering him. Is Yi Futian here? The beautiful girl on the warship asked. Why are you looking for him? A handsome and charismatic figure soared into the air. Clad in white, he looked like a scholar but had a sharp aura. It was Gu Donglu. We heard that Yi Futian reached the peak of Sky Mountain last year and received the two emperors' relic, the girl said in a cool and gentle voice. We wish to see him. Who said that? Gu Donglu asked coolly. He knew that his junior had made it, but he didn't know what he'd received. He didn't ask either. It was easy to cause trouble about this. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that these outsiders knew about it, it was clear that someone had told them. No matter if Yi Futian really had the relic, the person who told them had ulterior motives. The woman didn't reply. The Arhat stepped down the warship. Where is Yi Futian? The strong cultivator on the dragon directed his question below him, ignoring Gu Donglio's interrogation. His voice shook the sky. They didn't have time for this nonsense. Many people were furious. They were so rude. Another figure rose up from the cottage. It was Yi Futian. He looked at them, confused. Did Hua Qingqing tell? If it was her, why would she jump down the mountain instead of attacking him? Why are you looking for me? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Yi Futian admitted. The college disciples stared. No one knew that Yi Futian had reached the peak last year. What did you receive? The man asked again. The two emperors left a melody at the peak. I listened to it, cultivated for a bit, and then descended. Yi Futian answered. Is it Yukio that they left behind? As expected, Yi Futian's words matched Qin Yu's. The peak really did contain Yukio. I do not know the name. The melody is very difficult and impossible to see its mystery, Yi Futian replied. Yukio indeed was very hard to cultivate. It was logical that he couldn't see its mystery. It would be strange if he could. The cottage thought of the melody that had rung out at the end of last year. They knew that Yi Futian had learned it. Of course, they wouldn't betray him. Are you done asking? Gu Donglio's eyes were sharp. He glanced at the intruders. They'd landed directly on Book Mountain, looking down on them and interrogating Yi Futian. He was pissed. Many people in the air looked at Gu Donglu with arched eyebrows. Book Mountain was very proud and they seemed offended by them. If you're done, please leave, Gu Donglu said. He was telling the guests to leave. Of course, these people weren't guests. So arrogant. Someone on a demon smiled thinly. Come with us, he said to Yi Futian. The people on Book Mountain were angry. Arrogant? Who was the arrogant one? And they just told Yi Futian to go with them. That was so rude. You all came so impolitely and landed directly over Book Mountain. Now you are taking a disciple of the college away and you want me to be submissive? Aren't you crossing the line? Mountain Elder Zhongsu said coolly. P10 was from the cottage, but he also belonged to the college. Shouldn't a low-class clan be like that? A cold elder from a dragon said harshly. In the cultivation world, the strong cultivators were the highest class. Since they were here, the low-class clans should receive them submissively. This was the rule of their world. Did the Eastern Barren Territory not even know this because of their isolation? All strong cultivators in the air thought this was natural. Why did they have to explain it? The college disciples were furious. The words were so ugly, but they knew. Even in the Eastern Barren Territory, this implied rule existed. This was the cultivation world. The people of the college were in an uproar. They were so insulted. P10 stood in the air with a calm expression. However, he was troubled inside. His teacher had been telling him a few days ago that it was logical for the malpractices of the most powerful clans. It was a lot to ask the strong to respect the weak. If these people wanted him to go, he had to go. They were more respectful than Emperor Luo too. After all, he was just a small figure to these people now. If he was insignificant, their attitude would be like Emperor Luo. Low-class clan, Gu Donglu uttered coldly. He was from the cottage. The cottage couldn't be insulted. He wouldn't let them take his junior away. Gu Donglu walked forward, an invisible current flowing through him. I am Gu Donglu, first-tier noble plane. Please. The strong cultivators in the air were confused. Was he challenging them? It was interesting to be challenged by a low-class clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. The handsome youth on the dragon looked to the elder who'd spoken. The elder stepped out immediately. He was the one who had called them a low-class clan. His aura abounded and was extremely powerful. When he stood in the air, the entire space seemed to become heavy. Everyone in the college felt horrible pressure fall upon them, almost flattening them. A few mountain elders stepped out with their own currents. They blocked the might in the air so it wouldn't reach the ground. The strong cultivators in the air watched calmly. Humph! The elder huffed. He reached out and clenched a fist before Gu Donglu. Instantly, a terrible pressure was born. The spiritual qi in the world shook as if a huge palm was created and pushed to Gu Donglu. The current across Gu Donglu turned more terrible. His eyes shone with sorcery light and flashed like lightning to the surroundings. The palm instantly scattered into spiritual qi. The haven of sorcery in the Eastern Barren Territory? The elder walked forward. The sky and earth were so heavy. He raised a hand and there was thunder. Earth's spiritual qi went wild in the air, pressing down to Gu Donglu so he couldn't move. He raised a hand and punched the air. Loud explosions sounded. Everyone could see a fist intent cut through the air, sweeping about as if it could destroy everything. Wind whistled with this punch. It swept with powerful force towards Gu Donglu. Boom! Ancient words flowed around Gu Donglu, forming 9 words, meaning, "May the presiders over warriors be my vanguard." Every ancient word transformed into a dazzling and powerful light. The boundless fist intent cut through the sky like a fist from heaven. Could probably destroy everything. Under this, Gu Donglu seemed so small and would be pulverized under the fist. However, he stood there without moving. When the fist intent came, the 9 words shone brilliantly. They swept across, ripping everything. The fist intent kept pressing down but vanished when they collided against the words. The strong cultivators in the air were shocked at this. They obviously felt that Gu Donglio's noble will had reached the pinnacle. Gu Donglio's eyes were cold. He stared at the other and stepped forward. With this simple step, he transformed into lightning and disappeared. After images appeared in the air. A shocking roar sounded through the air. The elder released his life spirit Dharma. It was an armored stone ape. It was huge and loomed behind him. He clenched his right hand and seemed to be one with the aggressive stone ape. Seeing the lightning, he roared angrily and punched. The stone ape roared, shaking the world. The terrifying fist was like a mountain, about to destroy everything blocking him. The fist intent kept building up too. It seemed endless and unshakable. The light streaked across and crashed into the huge and terrifying fist. An explosion sounded and the boulder flew. Heavy rumbles kept sounding. The crowd saw countless fist shadows get broken through. There seemed to be a beam of sharp light inside that couldn't be blocked. Boom! With that loud boom, the aggressive elder arched backward. A handprint appeared on his chest. The next moment, he flew back as if struck by lightning to the dragon. Someone behind him stepped forward and used powerful strength to stop him. The old man spat out blood, dyeing his collar red. High-class clan? You can't take a hit, Gu Donglu said coldly, gazing at the elder from where he had stood earlier. The elder spat out more blood, his face completely red, updated by he'd been defeated instantly. The elder's blood boiled within him. He felt so embarrassed. Low-class clan? He had been defeated so pathetically. On the dragon's back, the charismatic youth at the front looked at Gu Donglu. I am from the Nantian house of the Baron State. If you wish to join my house, I will not treat you badly. He wanted to take Gu Donglu in. This was a low-class clan in the Eastern Baron territory, but it wasn't strange for there to be a powerful person. This place was known as the haven for cultivation in the Eastern Baron territory. It was natural there should be some shining stars. Thus, he wanted the other to join him in the Nantian house. If Gu Donglu was willing to follow him, he would be a great help in the future. After all, he had many competitors in the house. Having his followers deal with powerful figures wasn't embarrassing. The Nantian house is a familial clan. You can join the Taishan mountain for cultivation, another strong cultivator on a mountain said. Gu Donglu could summon the 9 words and had a special life spirit. Someone so powerful deserved to be won over. Would you like to join the mortal world? The beautiful girl on the warship also asked. Her voice was very gentle and her benefits were obvious. Her force was called the mortal world. Below, the people of the college all had odd expressions at these words. They wanted to win over Gu Donglu, but who was Gu Donglu? He was the 3rd disciple of the cottage, someone who was known throughout the Eastern Baron territory. So what if they were powerful forces from the Outer Baron state? Was he supposed to submit to them? The college disciples didn't like the cottage, but that didn't mean they didn't look up to Gu Donglu and the others. Especially after that storm where the first 3 cottage disciples displayed their brilliance, Gu Donglu was like a legend to the younger disciples. So what if these intruders were outside forces? The strong cultivator from the Nantian house had still been defeated with 1 hit. Where does the loser get the confidence? How can the defeated still be so arrogant? Is this what a high-class clan is like? Many disciples started whispering on Book Mountain. They were upset by the tone of the youth from Nantian house. Perhaps the outsiders thought they were being polite to invite Gu Donglu, but to the disciples of Book Mountain it was insulting. If you wish to join my house, I will not treat you badly. What did they take Gu Donglu as? They wanted him to become a personal guard? How laughable. There was another 20-year-old youth behind the Nantian youth who spoke. Hearing the discussions, his eyebrow jumped up and coldness flashed past his eyes. These low-class people of the Eastern Baron territory didn't respect the Nantian house at all. They were completely isolated from the outside world. His body flashed and jumped down like a rock. An arcana aura bloomed from him as he announced, I am in the lower arcana plane. I would like to see how the disciples of the Cultivation Haven are. He didn't report his name because the people here weren't good enough. He was just coming out because he'd heard the comments and wanted to teach a lesson. Let them know what the Nantian house was. The man who'd fought Gu Donglu couldn't represent the Nantian house at all. Dazzling light glittered on him with an extremely sharp silver glow. Seeming to be bathed in divine armor, he shot towards Book Mountain like lightning. The college disciples had sharp eyes. One stepped out and shot up quickly, straight towards the other. He wanted to see just how powerful the Nantian house was. Brilliant golden light stole everyone's attention. The college disciple waved his hand and cast his spell. Beams of golden light shot towards the outsider like swords. However, the Nantian house youth didn't dodge. He walked in the sky. The countless golden spears that stabbed towards him snapped under his feet. They either passed by him or he stepped on them. He was so domineering. After shattering the spell, he continued downward like lightning. Spiritual chi resonated around the college disciple. Boundless gold spiritual chi gathered. However, before he could cast his spell, the other had arrived. He stepped down and the college disciple's expression changed. The spiritual chi transformed into a golden spear that stabbed at the other in panic. Crack. The foot landed, snapping the spear. The college disciple tried to retreat, but there was no time. The foot came down squarely on his chest. He fell through the sky, leaving an arc of blood. Cultivation haven of the Eastern Barren Territory? The youth looked down. The silver light on his body was like true ritual implement armor. It was so eye-catching. He could shatter a spell with his feet. He was so powerful. Boom! People rose up from Book Mountain continuously. They were extremely fast with their wind spells and charged at the other. The youth gazed at them. Then he flashed and charged towards one. They separated at contact and the college disciple dropped down, covered in blood. After that, the Nantian house youth continued to flash, leaving behind silver afterimages. Those who shot up from Book Mountain kept falling down. No one in the lower arcana plane could defeat him. His technique is strange and has an extraordinary life spirit. It's like a divine ritual implement, a strong cultivator from the college said. This youth was most likely a core figure of the Nantian house. It was logical that he was powerful. At this time, another figure shot up. It was Xiao Wuji. Of all current college disciples, he was the strongest in the lower arcana plane. Bathed in full attribute noble will, Xiao Wuji created spells of every element. Body dazzling. The two crashed against each other, battling in the air. The battle was very intense. It finally wasn't a one-sided fight. The strong cultivators in the air watched patiently. This was the most powerful cultivation spot here. Seeing these cultivators, they realized it still had some talents. This man was quite good. The youth below was the pride of the Nantian house. His name was Nan Yu and was in the top 10 of his generation. As a disciple of the main lineage, his technique and life spirit all had an advantage. It was quite a feat for someone in the Eastern Barren Territory to fight him to this extent. Nan Yu grew stronger and stronger. Endless silver light flowed through him, each beam extremely sharp. They pierced towards Xiao Wuji while a spear appeared in his hands. His spear technique was very precise and broad. He stirred the wind and clouds with his movements. Even when Xiao Wuji tried to dodge with a wind spell, the spear would follow, finally forcing Xiao Wuji back. Such precise techniques. The people of the college had sharp eyes. They didn't have such great spear techniques. Wind and clouds converged with the spear, forming a horrible force that took control of the air. The attacks went full out without restraint. Finally someone talented that can do this, Nan Yu said coolly to Xiao Wuji. Thud. As he spoke, the ground shook. Another figure shot into the air with aggression. Cottage. The college disciples looked up. The person who'd appeared was Yushang from the cottage. His eyes were cold as he went straight to Nan Yu. Nan Yu looked at him with interest. This man's aura was very wild. Yushang, come back, Yifutian called. In the air, Yushang stopped abruptly. He looked back at Yifutian with some frustration. He asked with his eyes why he couldn't fight. These guys were too rude and came to take Yifutian away so brashly. Yifutian gave him a hard look. With Yushang's impulsiveness, anything could happen if he attacked. The youth had a high status. If he was badly hurt, it would cause troubles. He had to think about Yushang. The cultivation level of the Nantian house can't be matched by the Eastern Barren Territory. You saw the previous battle. Will you consider joining? Nanfeng, the youth on the dragon, said. He was in the top 3 of the younger generation. Nobles couldn't climb Sky Mountain, so they just sent the best of the youths. The college disciples were uncomfortable. Earlier, Gu Donglu had pressed back. But now, they were still humiliated. Not interested, Gu Donglu said coldly. Okay. Nanfeng nodded and looked to Yifutian. I'm still going to take him. We only want him to take us up Sky Mountain. We won't hurt him. Yifutian and Qin Yu's words matched. They didn't lie. He believed that Yukio existed on Sky Mountain, but Yifutian couldn't learn it. No time, Gu Donglu said. The people beside Nanfeng furrowed their brows. This guy was taking their kindness for granted. Coldness emanated from the strong cultivators in the sky. Weight pressed down. The low-class clans were so stubborn and disobedient. Third senior brother, Yifutian said, walking up. I'll go with them. Gu Donglu looked at him. Junior. No one is forcing you to do anything. Leave it to us. I know, but I want to return to Sky Mountain, Yifutian insisted. The cottage was surrounded by enemies and the Qin dynasty watched like a predator. If they started a war with the Barren State because of this, it would be a disaster for both the college and cottage. Naturally, he didn't want them to just care about him and not the others. Furthermore, nothing bad would happen if he went to Sky Mountain. Let him go. A voice came out of the cottage. Gu Donglio's eyes flashed and he nodded. Yes, teacher. Mr. Du was the owner of that voice. Since their teacher said so, Gu Donglu wouldn't keep insisting. The strong cultivators in the air retracted their auras. It seemed that someone was smart here. Sages couldn't enter the Eastern Barren territory, but they still couldn't defeat the powerful forces from the Barren State. Staring at those figures in the sky, the people of the college were not very happy. Even when confronting the Qin dynasty's alliance, the college and the cottage had never flinched. The Qin dynasty had lost many talents because of the cottage but still couldn't handle them. But now they had to be subject to a foreign force. It was obvious to all that the college was anything but the match of the Barren State's forces. That was why Yifutian chose to compromise despite Gu Donglio's insistence. Let's go, Nanfeng said to Yifutian. Yushang made a step forward. He was vexed. Calm down. Yifutian glanced at him and then looked up at the sky with a smile. He moved in the air, not heading for the dragon but that warship. Nanyu furrowed his brows. He glanced at Yifutian with some discontentment. May I come in? Yifutian smiled at the lead woman on the ship. This woman with long slender legs was Chu Shang, a rare beauty in the world. Seeing Yifutian coming, she smiled gently and responded, Please come in. Thank you. Yifutian stepped up on the warship in the air. Seeing this, the college beneath was speechless. This guy really picked a good place, but they felt good because Nanyu on the dragon's back didn't seem happy about that. Since it's settled, it's time to go. Standing on the dragon's back, Nanfeng chose not to bother since he had reached the goal. The dragon rose into the sky and the warship also set off. All strong cultivators all left the Book Mountain. Standing with the cottage, Hua Jieyu looked a little anxious. She asked Mr. Du, Sir, don't worry, Mr. Du said gently. When he waited at the Sky Mountain that day, he'd sensed something from the bell's tolls. Then, at the end of the year, he heard Yukio played in the cottage. He knew what that meant. That meant if Yifutian went to the Sky Mountain, it would be very advantageous for him. Further, he was a very shrewd guy. Let me go to have a look. Zhuge Hui was not very reassured. Mr. Du didn't stop her. Many people on the Book Mountain were ready to go, including Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu, and the Sword Saint. They rose up in the sky and moved toward Sky Mountain. The clouds gathered and rolled on the way. The warship moved very fast. The dragon and three-footed golden raven guarded beside warship in case someone came to take Yifutian away. Standing on the warship's deck, Yifutian smiled at the woman and said, I'm Yifutian. What's your name? I'm Chu Shang. The woman responded, looking at the distance. Many other women stood behind the two. Some strong cultivators in Noble Plain were staring at Yifutian too. This guy chose their warship just to flirt with Chu Shang? Did he have some inappropriate thoughts? Chu Shang was indeed a charming woman with extraordinary appearance and temperament, but didn't Yifutian know Chu Shang's status? How dare he flirt with her? Probably because the Eastern Barren territory was isolated and he had no idea how big the gap was between them. I heard you talking to my third senior brother. You said you are from Mortal World. That is a pretty name. What kind of a force is your Mortal World in the Barren State? I guess it must be a very famous clan there, Yifutian said casually. Those people behind them thought too much. The reason he chose this warship was just because Chu Shang looked more pleasant than Nanfeng. Moreover, women were more willing to have conversations. He could tell that from their attitude toward his third senior brother. Of course, no clans here in the Eastern Barren Territory can be our match, Chu Shang answered very frankly. It is so even if all your forces unite as one. Another woman behind them added indifferently. Yifutian grinned. Of course, he knew that the strongest governed all. The forces from the barren state were so strong. Even their guards were already in the noble plane. There must be many sages in their clan. How could the forces in the Eastern Barren Territory be their match? He didn't ask further. He knew they were disdainful about him. He began to observe the warship. It was very luxurious to make a warship. The barren state must be a very rich place. I heard that you are the most talented youth among the young generation here? Nan Yu asked, looking at Yifutian from the dragon's back at that moment. On Sky Mountain, that monk had claimed that if somebody of the Eastern Barren Territory could get the Emperor's relics, it must be Yifutian. Yifutian's eyes flickered. Obviously, somebody imparted them things about him. That was why those guys came to the cottage looking for him. Whether it be Hua Qingqing or not was not clear. But hearing what Nan Yu said about him, Yifutian was wondering who hated him so much. I am not very talented. I just reached the Arcana plane not too long ago. Who told you that? I'm really flattered. Yifutian laughed. You are not very talented? Then how can you reach the Sky Mountain's top? Nan Yu scorned. He wouldn't believe that Yifutian was just a normal guy. Since he could reach the mountaintop, there must be something special about him. It's probably because I am lucky, Yifutian responded. Nan Yu glanced at him coolly. If Yifutian really was so talented, why didn't he stand up when they defeated all challengers from the college? Why didn't he dare to respond? Yifutian seemed unworthy of his attention. Some people guessed you got the Sky Mountain's relics. Is that true? Chu Shang also asked him with a gentle smile. She looked gentle and mild, but Yifutian could keenly feel the indifference under her smile. Sky Mountain is such a mysterious and profound place, Yifutian replied. Just that song is abstruse enough. It's very difficult for me to understand what it means. I could only roughly feel the artistic conception. How could I get the relics? Do you think it's possible? He would not admit it anyway. Chu Shang looked at Yifutian seriously and found that Yifutian had a pair of beautiful eyes and a handsome appearance. She turned away and didn't ask more. This guy looked outstanding. She had no idea what kind of talent he had, but if possible, she would like to have Yifutian work for her. It might be a good idea to bring him back to the mortal world for further cultivation. A line of figures descended upon Sky Mountain, including Qin Yu. He brought Hua Qingqing here. The head of Donghua clan and Lady Wuxia also came. They were displeased because of Qin Yu's disclosure of Hua Qingqing's story. But Qin Yu was thinking about the big picture. They could only hold their anger in check. Hua Qingqing admitted that Yifutian was on the mountaintop, but she didn't say what exactly had happened. Lady Wuxia was very curious about what happened between her daughter and Yifutian. She didn't tell Qin Yu this though. Seeing Yifutian appear again, a hint of murderous intent showed in Qin Yu's eyes. Yifutian also noticed them. His eyes looked colder. He knew it must be them. What a group of nasty people. Then he saw Hua Qingqing, who also raised her head and looked at him with indescribable emotions. She was wondering whether she would fight with Yifutian if all this could happen again. She is the one? Nan Feng glanced at Hua Qingqing. This woman had a good-looking face too. She could be counted as a rare beauty even in the barren state. A kind of innocence made her even prettier than Chu Shang. Yes, she is Hua Qingqing, a youth who has been to the mountaintop. Qin Yu nodded. Good. You two lead us to the Sky Mountain's top. Nan Feng looked at Yifutian and Hua Qingqing. Since the two had been to the mountaintop, there must be something unusual about them. They might know the method to climb Sky Mountain. It was the best to have them as the guide. But the pressure from the Sky Mountain is much stronger than before. I'm not very sure whether we can go up, Hua Qingqing said lightly. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she could feel that pressure. How would you know if you don't try? Just lead the way, said the youth bathing in flaming light. He was from the sacred fire sect, named Du Ao. Hua Qingqing glanced at Du Ao and nodded. They moved toward the Sky Mountain. Be careful, Lady Yu Xiao warned her daughter. She looked at Qin Yu coldly. Obviously, she was very unhappy about this. Yi Futian, Hua Qingqing, and other youths from the top forces all headed for the mountain. Those in noble plains stayed at the foot and saw the youths go up. In the distance, a few figures stood in the snow and stared at those youths too. They were Sword Saints group. They worried about Yi Futian. Though these forces from the barren state came for the Sky Mountain and they wouldn't hurt Yi Futian, they still needed to be on guard. On the way to the mountaintop, Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing led the way. They didn't talk to each other. A horde of strong cultivators followed behind them. Last time, these cultivators had tried but failed. Every snowflake here seems to be transformed from the Sky Mountain's spiritual qi. Chu Shang reached out her hand and looked at the snowflakes on her palm. Then she looked up at the endless snow on the mountain. Does it mean that the whole mountain is a just heap of spiritual qi? Yi Futian laughed. But he knew that Chu Shang was right. The Sky Mountain was indeed full of spiritual qi. The two emperors will melted in the whole mountain. Every snowflake was a share of their intent. When stepping on the snow of the Sky Mountain, he felt so familiar with everything here. Every part of his body felt good. His little eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. He could see everything on the mountain. How did you get on top of the mountain last time? Chu Shang asked. My level is quite low, so I didn't suffer a lot from the pressure. I was lucky, Yi Futian answered. The Sky Mountain is covered with two emperors' deterrent force of will as well as strong demonic will. If you can resist that, then you can go up to the mountain. But this time, both powers became much stronger. Hua Qingqing murmured. She didn't expose Yi Futian. Even the Arhat could only infer. Only she knew that Yi Futian managed to learn the Yukio by the two emperors. When he went down the mountain, that bell tolled. It was not an accident. That bell rang just for him. Let's speed up, a strong cultivator from the Super Xian Mountain urged. The deterrent force hadn't threatened them so far. They could speed up. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Yu informed the head of Donghua clan. The Sword Saints group is here. What do you want to do? The head of Donghua clan asked. Of course, he knew that the Sword Saints group was here. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, and Gu Donglu were all here in the snow at the foot of Sky Mountain. Qin Yu sneered. Isn't it the opportunity that we want? Sky Mountain was still covered in boundless snow. On the mountain path, a group of cultivators was walking upwards. It was Yi Futian and the rest. As they ascended, their speed gradually dropped because the pressure was becoming larger and larger. Han Lan, the young man from Taishan Mountain, asked Yi Futian, how long do we need to reach there? They had already been walking on Sky Mountain for quite a long while, and yet they still could not see the end, just like the previous time. Since Yi Futian had been to Sky Mountain, he should know the answer. I can't tell. If you want to reach the peak of Sky Mountain, you should not talk about how long you need. As we go higher, the pressure we experience will increase. The last bit will be the hardest, Yi Futian replied. You look so relaxed. Nan Yu from Nantian House glanced at Yi Futian. I have been here for many times, so clearly it'll be easier for me. Yi Futian smiled. Nan Yu glanced coldly at Yi Futian, and some faint evilness could be seen in his eyes. He was affected by the evil thoughts on Sky Mountain and felt somewhat manic. Apart from him, the rest felt the same as well. As the group continued their ascent, more and more people could no longer endure the pressure and chose to leave Sky Mountain. Chu Shang also looked at Yi Futian, who was walking with ease and looked calm. The influence Sky Mountain had on him was indeed minimal. Apart from him, Hua Qingqing also did not seem to have encountered any difficulty as she walked in the dancing snow. Although Hua Qingqing was advancing with the others, she appeared to be alone by herself, like a plum flower blooming in the snow. This caused everyone from the barren state to have a strange feeling. They would not think that they were weaker than the two. But why did Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing look so relaxed? If the two really had mastered the secrets of Sky Mountain, they would have discovered it long ago. The group passed through regions after regions and had already been on Sky Mountain for a few days. It was extremely difficult to climb the mountain, so the number of cultivators in the group had been decreasing consistently. At the moment, There were only over 10 people left, and they no longer looked as imposing as they were at the start of the climb. Their speed was also decreasing. Even the geniuses from the major forces in the barren state were more and more affected by the evil thoughts. Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect was still covered in a holy radiance to resist the coldness and pressure on Sky Mountain. However, an evil flame seemed to be burning in his eyes. He felt an extremely evil power seeping into his mind continuously, influencing him. Suddenly, Hua Qingqing turned around and said softly, "The pressure and evil thoughts are both becoming stronger. We should give up." Everyone in the snow stared at her pure eyes, which were still not affected by the evilness at all. Standing in the snow, she looked cold and ethereal. "Since you can reach the peak last time, we can do it this time as well." Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect walked forward. He suddenly reached out his hands and put them on Hua Qingqing's shoulders, and he stared at the flawless lady before him. Hua Qingqing's body trembled slightly. At the instant when his hands touched her shoulders, she stepped back immediately. Her look turned cold at once as she stared at Du Ao, and a freezing aura erupted from her body. Everyone around looked at them with a strange expression. Chu Shang also glanced coldly at Du Ao. Although the evil will on Sky Mountain could indeed magnify the evil thoughts in everyone's minds, Du Ao was a genius from Sacred Fire Sect after all. He was bringing himself disgrace by doing such an act. Du Ao's right. Let's keep going, Nan Feng said emotionlessly. They would naturally not give up so easily. Hua Qingqing looked coldly at Du Ao, after which she turned around and continued walking. An evil flame was burning in Du Ao's eyes as he gazed at Hua Qingqing's back. He was not totally affected by the evil thoughts. Instead, Hua Qingqing was very attractive to him in the first place. This lady was born with a pure, flawless temperament which protected her from the evil thoughts. Perhaps this was also the reason why she could reach the peak of Sky Mountain. Hua Qingqing was not only very beautiful, but she also had an extraordinary physique. If she could become his partner, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation of certain fire elemental techniques. Such an exquisite lady was rare even in the barren state. Du Ao walked up to Hua Qingqing and asked, "You have an extraordinary physique. Are you talented in fire elemental abilities?" "Nope," Hua Qingqing replied coldly as she continued walking forward. "Sacred Fire Sect had many unique techniques that are very suitable for you. Do you want to join us and cultivate?" Du Ao continued. The people around him all glanced at him. "I guess he's just too free," Nanyu sneered. Nevertheless, Hua Qingqing was indeed extremely pretty and attractive. "Yi Futian," Nanyu shouted at the person in front of him. Yi Futian turned his head around and looked at him. "Do you want to join Nantian House and become my subordinate? In the future, you'll become a general in Nantian House." As the group advanced on Sky Mountain, the impression Nanyu had towards Yi Futian had also changed. It seemed to him that Yi Futian's willpower was very outstanding, for otherwise, he would not be able to endure till the moment. He was willing to give Yi Futian a chance to let him join Nantian House. A direct descendant of Nantian House such as him would certainly have a high position in the family in the future and own many powers. For example, the people who had followed him to the Eastern Barren Territory this time were all generals from Nantian House. "No, that's fine," Yi Futian smiled. "Subordinate? Nantian House General? The Eastern Barren Territory lacks cultivation resources. Even though you are talented, your cultivation will still be delayed if you stay here. Because your talents are not bad, we are willing to let you join Nantian House. Do you know how many people in the barren state dream of joining us? Those top nobles below the mountain all joined us willingly," Nanfeng also said as he stared at Yi Futian with a supercilious look. However, he felt that by saying this he was already giving Yi Futian much face. He could not find a way to explain the position of Nantian House to the people in the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps Yi Futian would find out only after he went to the barren state himself. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. "I am used to my own clan. How could Nantian House compare with the cottage?" He had big brother, third brother, the kind and gentle second sister, the clever sixth sister, and fourth and fifth brothers in the cottage. Although Xianxia was somewhat abnormal recently, he was still quite cute. Only that old guy. But Yi Futian could still barely tolerate him. They wanted him to give up such a nice place and become a general in Nantian House. Idiot. Why does everyone from the Holy Land of the Eastern Barren Territory not know the appropriate things to do? Nan Yu remarked emotionlessly. He was clearly referring to Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. Both of them had rejected the invitation from Nantian House. Yi Futian thought that he was an idiot, but he was thinking of the same thing as well. Yi Futian just gave up the opportunity to join Nantian House. In the future, when he realized what Nantian House was, he would regret it. As the group continued forward, eventually there were only 7 people left. They were Yi Futian, Hua Qingqing, Nan Feng and Nan Yu from Nantian House, Chu Shang from Mortal World, Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect, and Han Lan from Taishan Mountain. At the moment, their footsteps seemed to be extremely heavy, including Yi Futian. A gust of wind blew down from the sky and onto everyone's body. Even Nan Feng and the rest felt that they were almost reaching their extreme and could not hold on for much longer. An extremely powerful aura was released from their bodies. Nan Feng and Nan Yu were covered in silver, dazzling armors, while Chu Shang's body was showered in a brilliant radiance, as if she was a fairy from the heavens. Du Ao's body was covered with a fiery light, which at the moment seemed to have been corroded by the evil thoughts. Only dark, evil flames were burning. Han Lan was releasing a wild aura as if he was a cold, fierce demon. On the other hand, musical notes seemed to be dancing around Hua Qingqing's pure body, which was showered in sacred light. It's not far away. If we persist for a while longer, we'll reach the top. Last time it was like this as well. If we can break through our limits, we can reach the summit. Yi Futian's face was completely red, and a terrifying light was burning in his eyes as if he was in great pain. However, he still gritted his teeth and continued walking. Hua Qingqing glanced at Yi Futian. He could trick everyone else but not her. Yi Futian was only pretending to be in pain. But of course, she would not tell everyone that. Their current location was still quite far from the summit. Last time, the Arhat intercepted Yi Futian and the rest right here. She knew well that these people would not be able to reach the peak, especially when Yi Futian was present. Everyone tried to endure the pressure and their speed slowed further. The evil thoughts were everywhere, and they could even feel a monstrous demon bird appear in their minds. Nan Yu frowned and asked Yi Futian, "How long do we need exactly?" "Soon," Yi Futian replied with much difficulty. After a while, the flames surrounding Du Ao turned into darkness. His look was filled with evilness, and his will could no longer take it. "How long?" Du Ao also asked. "Soon," Yi Futian said. "How many times have you repeated that word?" The evil light in Du Ao's eyes blazed, and his tone was very threatening. "We're almost at the top. Every step that we take now is as difficult as climbing the sky. You're the geniuses from the barren state, so since I can endure it, I believe you can as well. If I can no longer take it, I'll quit," Yi Futian said. Du Ao gave a cold humph, and the others also did not know whether they should give up or not. Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing were both continuing. Yi Futian sneered in his mind. Didn't they want to climb Sky Mountain? Since this was the case, he would accompany them to the end. They were all geniuses from the barren state and thought that they were extraordinary. Yi Futian really wanted to see how long they could hold. He sneered and continued advancing, keeping to an extremely slow speed so that the rest could follow him. Suddenly, in the minds of everyone, a terrifying illusory demon bird appeared. It was as if the demon bird could attack their wills, causing them to be in great pain. Giving a muffled humph, Nan Yu stopped and could not lift his feet anymore. Yi Futian turned around and asked, "What is it? Are we there yet?" Nan Yu stared at Yi Futian. "Soon." It was still the same reply. Nan Yu stared coldly at Yi Futian, and his eyes were filled with blood streaks. He could not even remember how many times Yi Futian had said that word. "Can you no longer persist?" A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. "If you can't, don't force yourself, as it will be dangerous. After all, you're an important person from Nantian House. If something were to happen to you, Dong. Nanyu's eyes were filled with demonic red light, but he still took a step forward. An evil aura was flowing on his body, and even his look changed. Suddenly, he gave a muffled humph and blood flew from the corner of his mouth. Nan Feng and Chu Shang looked at Yi Futian. Although they were affected by the evilness, they were still rational. They both felt that something was amiss. If they were to continue, they would eventually collapse. Is he acting like this deliberately? Nan Feng thought, gazing at Yi Futian. His words had indeed been very provocative and had lured them all the way here. However, even if Yi Futian did this on purpose, what could they do? They could give up any time. Because Nanyu was unwilling to give up, he had reached his extreme at the moment and was injured. It seemed likely that he would not be able to continue. How about the rest? How long more could they endure? Could they reach the summit of the mountain? Yi Futian had been claiming that they would reach soon, but nobody knew how far away the summit was exactly. Suddenly, Du Ao from Sacred Fire Sect walked up to Hua Qingqing and asked, Hua Qingqing, how long more do we need? Hua Qingqing felt somewhat disgusted. Du Ao had been following her all along. However, Sky Mountain this time felt different from the last. She was also enduring a great amount of pressure. The willpower that had merged into the mountain seemed to have revived, as well as the evil thoughts. She was similarly reaching her extreme and could not keep her distance from him. We still have some distance to go. You should give up. Although I did manage to reach the peak the last time, I indeed walked up myself. This time, however, it seems to be tougher. Hua Qingqing turned her head and glanced at everyone. All right. Du Ao's body was covered in dark light, while his eyes were burning with an evil flame, in which some darkness could be seen. He took another step closer to Hua Qingqing. Then, he suddenly reached out his hands and grabbed towards Hua Qingqing's arms. Hua Qingqing's expression changed. This was already the second time. With her body showered in sacred radiance, she released a strong wave of spiritual energy towards Du Ao while trying to avoid the grab. However, Du Ao's arms became covered in terrifying flames as he struck his hands towards Hua Qingqing's body. Under the pressure of Sky Mountain, she could not dodge the surprise attack at such a close range. Thus, Du Ao still grabbed the upper parts of her arms. Follow me down the mountain, Du Ao said as he started to descend. It was challenging to climb Sky Mountain, but right the opposite for descent. Let me go! Hua Qingqing's Guqin spirit appeared behind her, and the music immediately tried to attack Du Ao's spiritual will. Boom! Du Ao's eyes were covered in dark flames, and a sacred fire-like radiance enveloped the two. He was in the upper arcana plane, while Hua Qingqing only the middle arcana plane. Clearly, she could not fight back. I'll go down first. Grabbing Hua Qingqing with his arms, Du Ao turned around and ran down the mountain. This unexpected event caused everyone to be momentarily stunned. Everything just happened in an instant. It was as if Du Ao had already planned long ago that if he could not make it to the top, then he would bring Hua Qingqing down with him. Yi Futian took a step backward and wanted to chase them. He squinted, and coldness filled his eyes. It's none of your business. We'll continue forward. Han Lan from Taishan Mountain was releasing an extremely wild aura, as if he was a human-like demon, as he stared at Yi Futian with his monstrous eyes. Evil thoughts had entered his minds and activated the wildness in him. Therefore, he wanted to continue the ascent. In this short moment, Du Ao had already brought Hua Qingqing down the path for quite a distance. Yi Futian could see Hua Qingqing staring at him like she was asking for help. She knew that Yi Futian could save her. Let's try again. If we really cannot do it, we'll give up. Nan Feng also said to Yi Futian. Although he despised Du Ao for his action, it was none of his business as well. Yi Futian glanced at everyone and nodded. Okay then. After that, he turned around and continued the climb. His will, however, began to envelop Sky Mountain, and he could see Du Ao bring Hua Qingqing all the way down. Their speed during the descent was unrestricted at all and extremely fast, while the evil thoughts were also weakening. However, the evil flames in Du Ao's eyes were not extinguishing at all. Instead, they were growing more intense. Looking at the pure and flawless lady before him, His eyes were filled with greed. If he could bring her to Sacred Fire Sect, she would be his in the future. Bastard! Yifutian's heart was filled with coldness. At the moment, there was a monstrous dark figure inside Sky Mountain. The endless demonic while circling Sky Mountain turned into an illusory demon bird and engulfed the region of darkness. Suddenly, however, a pair of eyes opened in the darkness. The pair of eyes looked unruly and unrestricted, as if they were from the demon bird itself. At this instant, the endless willpower on Sky Mountain gushed towards the illusory demon bird that had just formed. The willpower from Sky Mountain and the demonic will turned into two forces that tried to eliminate one another. Then, some coldness flashed across the demonic pair of eyes. Buzz! A figure charged out towards the sky like a dark bolt of lightning. It kept ascending and flew out of Sky Mountain directly, while an endless amount of demonic will circled around its body. At this instant, an enormous demon bird appeared on the summit of Sky Mountain. The demon bird dived down from the summit with a striking speed, like a bolt of lightning. At the moment, Yifutian and the rest were still climbing the mountain with much difficulty. "Why are the evil thoughts getting stronger?" Chu Shang said. Her wonderful body was covered with protective light, but suddenly she could feel the evil thoughts increasing rapidly. Apart from her, the rest also felt it and were puzzled. "Above us!" Suddenly, Nanfeng raised his head and saw a demon bird which had blotted out the sun and the sky diving down towards them. His face immediately turned very pale. "Run!" Without any hesitation, Nanfeng turned around and ran down the path. Clearly, he did not want to climb Sky Mountain anymore. The demon bird which he saw was the one that had appeared in their minds. It actually existed. Everyone did not hesitate and turned around to run directly. However, the demon bird was too fast and reached them in a flash. They could only take out powerful ritual implements to protect themselves. The enormous demon bird swept past them, and it was as if the end of the world was coming. They were all blown off into the air directly as they coughed much blood. Then they fell back onto the ground and still kept rolling downwards. However, the demon bird dived past them directly, as if it was not interested in them at all. Cough! Nanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood which colored the snow below him. The hit just now was too terrifying. Turning around, he saw Yifutian also lying down on the ground and yelled coldly, "Bastard! Why didn't you say that there is actually a demon bird on the mountain?" "I didn't see it the last time here," Yifutian replied. "Idiot!" Nanyu was even more severely injured. Just now he was already reaching his extreme, and furthermore, the sharp claws of the demon bird landed on his chest directly. If he did not have a ritual implement, he would either be dead or disabled by now. Chu Shang also looked at Yifutian but did not say anything. Nobody had expected such an outcome, one that was even more miserable than the last. It seemed that they would never be able to make it to the summit. Yifutian sneered in his heart. Since these people wanted to climb Sky Mountain, he would accompany them and entertain them well. Of course, he would not really kill them here. Otherwise, if he and Hua Qingqing returned alive but the rest were dead, the top forces from the Barren State would certainly not let them off. At the mountainside of Sky Mountain, Du Ao chose not to continue the descent. On the other hand, he brought Hua Qingqing to an isolated corner on the mountain and injured her. The resistance from her had caused him much trouble. Lying in the snow, Hua Qingqing's face turned miserably pale. Never had she expected such a thing to happen. The evil flames in Du Ao's eyes were still burning as he stared at Hua Qingqing on the ground. He walked up step by step and said, "Your body really suits me. Don't worry. In the future, I'll bring you back to Sacred Fire Sect. Perhaps one day you'll become the wife of the son of Sacred Fire Sect." Scram! Hua Qingqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as her Guqin spirit appeared again. Obviously, she was unwilling to be humiliated like this. "Why are you even resisting?" A flame god seemed to have appeared behind Du Ao, protecting him from the music. Then, a horrifying flame intent landed on Hua Qingqing's body, which caused her shirts to start burning in the dancing snow. Her white and smooth arms were displayed in his sight. "You'll not get what you want," Hua Qingqing said with resolution. Even if you kill yourself, I'll still not let you go. The evil within Duao was ignited. Hearing his words, tears flew down from Hua Qingqing's eyes. Seeing Duao walk towards her step by step, she was desperate. Duao produced evil laughter. Suddenly, he seemed to have felt something and shouted coldly, "Who's there?" Turning around, he saw wind whizzing wildly in the distance, and snow sweeping towards him along with some dark light. Then he saw a monstrous demonic bird. "What's that?" Duao's expression changed instantly as the demon bird charged towards him at an astonishing speed. He grabbed Hua Qingqing and backed quickly. The demon bird swept out its wings and slapped onto the two. At once, the two were separated and fell onto the ground. Duao glanced at Hua Qingqing, who had fallen to a place far from him and was unwilling to give up. However, he suddenly noticed the demon bird staring at him and charged towards him again. "Bastard!" Seeing the demon bird rushing towards him, Duao immediately took out a spell scroll and crushed it. His speed increased significantly, and he flew towards the side of the mountain like a gust of wind. He wanted to leave Sky Mountain. The demon bird flapped its wings and neared Duao rapidly. His face turned pale as he took out another scroll. The scroll was crashed under fire and turned into a flame guardian. Bang! The sharp claws of the demon bird struck out, and even the flame guardian was smashed into pieces. The frightening power caused Duao to be blown away and spit much blood in the air. Using this force, he retreated from the mountain hastily with the aid of wind. The demon bird continued forward, but Duao was already at the edge of Sky Mountain. He immediately charged down, leaving the mountain. Only then, the demon bird stopped and did not continue to chase. Its body made an arc in the sky as it made its way back. When it passed by Hua Qingqing, it glanced at her with its unruly eyes, after which it flew past her. Hua Qingqing stared at the demon bird and shouted, "Thank you." She had vaguely guessed a few things. Since the willpower on Sky Mountain had been controlled by P10, he would be able to control the demon bird as well. Duao descended from the mountain, looking extremely injured, and soon he returned to the foot of Sky Mountain. Seeing Duao's appearance, the people from Sacred Fire Sect asked, "What happened?" "Nothing. There is a demon on Sky Mountain. I was assaulted by it," Duao replied emotionlessly. The evil thoughts in his eyes slowly dissipated. The cultivators from Mortal World walked up and asked, "Where's the lady?" The people from Nantian House who were on the back of the dragon also asked a similar question. "I don't know. We were separated," Duao replied as he glanced at the crowd. He seemed to be looking for Qin Yu and the family members of Hua Qingqing, but he realized that they were no longer here. In the distance, however, a group of cultivators was heading towards Sky Mountain on the back of a dragon. The composition of the group was astounding. Its members included Qin Yu, Donghua clan leader and his wife, Lu Nantian, Fuyun sword clan leader, and the lords from Royal Xian Temple. On the cloud-shrouded first mountain of the college, a pavilion was standing on the steep summit. Here, one could get a striking view of the entire Book Mountain. At the moment, there were two old men in the pavilion playing a game of chess. They were clearly the college chief and Mr. Du from the cottage. Bai Lishu, who was standing beside them, was somewhat puzzled. Such a scene was indeed extremely rare. It was the first time he saw his master and uncle playing chess. What wind was blowing today? Why does it feel abnormal? It has been so long since we last played. Senior, your skills have improved significantly. You are less direct than you were in the past. Now, every move of yours seems natural and yet hidden with more moves. You are a master at it, Mr. Du remarked, smiling. Your moves may seem mild, but you have secretly gained control of the entire game. Over these years, you're becoming better at planning and calculation. The long beard of the college chief swung in the air, and he was sage-like. Although he was old, his voice was firm and stable. This is not planning. This is momentum. Mr. Du shook his head. You made your moves in the whole Eastern Barren territory in an attempt to fulfill your wish. So now, how's the momentum? The college chief sneered, staring at Mr. Du. Senior, why do you have to be so unhappy? Mr. Du smiled. How many years have both of us been cultivating? How long more do I have? Sooner or later I'll pass away. I want to leave here to find a way to break through. Is it so difficult to give you this position? The college chief snarled, looking at Mr. Du. Even if you don't want it, what about your first disciple? Why did you ask him to leave that time? To fulfill your wish. Hearing the conversation between the two, Bai Lishu was shocked. Rumors outside claimed that time, Mr. Du asked his first disciple to establish his own clan instead of staying at the college. The college chief was extremely dissatisfied with this, and a conflict broke out between the two. The real reason was actually that the college chief was looking for a person to take over his position, but Mr. Du rejected. Therefore, he thought of the Sword Saint. This was indeed surprising. Senior, do you think I'll be a good chief? Mr. Du smiled with a lazy expression. Moreover, I think you're well aware of some other reasons. College Chief Xiao stared at Mr. Du eventually. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. He knew why Mr. Du would not take over his position, but he did not even allow Sword Saint to take over. The college chief was extremely unhappy. He did not have much time left. Although cultivators could live much longer, they were not immortal. He was not yet a sage and would still die eventually. Only after he made the breakthrough, his lifespan could be extended. Hence, he wanted to leave the Eastern Barren Territory and look for opportunities outside. With his talents, he would not be able to feel the sage plane and take the last step by secluding in the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior, I know that you have high hopes for me. I have also thought about how you can leave without worries after all these are finished. But Mr. Du gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If you wish to fulfill your ambition in the Eastern Barren Territory, you will go against the benefits of the others. It's certainly not as easy as you have imagined, College Chief Xiao said. He knew what his junior wanted to do. That's true. It's so difficult to change just the Eastern Barren Territory. Mr. Du continued shaking his head. He gazed into the distance and added, What's coming will come. Hearing his words, College Chief Xiao similarly raised his head. In the sky, wind and clouds whizzed. Suddenly, the howl of dragon erupted, shocking the entire earth. On Book Mountain, countless people looked up at the sky, where they saw a real dragon devouring clouds and descend from the height. The enormous dragon was golden and majestic. 3 people were standing on its back. The person who was in front had a crown on his head and was wearing the emperor's robe. He looked all-powerful. He was the most powerful person in the Eastern Barren Territory, the King of Qin. On each side of the King of Qin, there was also an elder. They looked unfathomable. Apart from them, many cultivators appeared in the sky around them as well. They were powerful nobles from the 4 major forces which had allied. Now they had also come to Book Mountain. Immediately, Book Mountain was shaken. Many people ascended into the air to face their common enemy. Qin Dynasty finally sent their army to Book Mountain. Standing on the back of the dragon, the King of Qin looked at the pavilion on the first mountain, as if his look had penetrated across space. He stared at the 2 elders playing chess and laughed. Greetings, College Chief Xiao, Mr. Du, with a cold expression on his face. College Chief Xiao lifted his head and shouted, Scram! He wished that the King of Qin could scram as far as possible. At the moment, he was somewhat anxious. Senior, since the guest is here, we don't have a reason to chase him away. Mr. Du, however, smiled casually. He looked at the King of Qin in the sky and said, Please. All right? The King of Qin nodded, smiling. He walked down from the sky, while the 2 elders followed him closely. On the other hand, the dragon remained hovering in the air. The various mountain elders of Book Mountain, as well as the cultivators from Sword Saint Mountain and Moon Clan, ascended into the air one after another. They stared coldly at the people opposite them, creating a stalemate. Goddess Wangyue came near the pavilion on the first mountain but kept her distance. Then, she looked at the 2 elders beside the King of Qin. Their eyes looked deep, and they were not releasing any aura, but everyone could feel that they were extremely dangerous. In addition, they looked ancient. If they still seemed old despite having cultivated to this level, They must have lived for many years. The king of Qin landed on the ground, after which he saluted to Mr. Du by folding his hands and said, I have heard your name for very long, but unfortunately have not met you in person. Today, I came here to visit you. Please do not blame me for disturbing. His tone was sincere, and he was not hypocritical. Instead, he meant what he said. Mr. Du was indeed a respected figure in the Eastern Barren territory. There were 8 disciples in the cottage. The first 3 were already famous in the Eastern Barren territory, and any one of them could establish their own clans and stand at the peak of the Eastern Barren territory. The other disciples were still growing, but they had already displayed their remarkable talents. In the future, it seemed unlikely that they would be much weaker than the Sword Saint and the other 2. Even if Mr. Du did not know how to cultivate, he would still be considered as a legend by picking these disciples and teaching them to such a level. Furthermore, the king of Qin did not believe that Mr. Du really could not cultivate. The 2 people beside the king of Qin also stared at Mr. Du, as if they were trying to feel something from him. You're too polite. Mr. Du smiled casually. He had noticed that while the king of Qin had brought many cultivators here, the leader of Donghua clan and his wife, as well as several other important figures, were not here. Mr. Du smiled mildly. He knew what had happened. College Chief Xiao and Mr. Du, you have been enjoying yourselves. I am mediocre at playing chess. Mr. Du, are you interested in playing a game with me? The king of Qin said, looking at Mr. Du. Please. Mr. Du extended his arm. College Chief Xiao stared at him and his beard swung in the air. Senior, Mr. Du shouted at College Chief Xiao. College Chief Xiao was, however, still staring at him. Senior, our visitors are our guests, Mr. Du added. Only then, College Chief stood up unwillingly. Then, he walked to the side and glanced coldly at the king of Qin. College Chief Xiao, I apologize for the trouble. The king of Qin nodded at the college chief. Then, he sat down opposite Mr. Du. The pieces returned from the board as they started a new game. In the sky above Book Mountain, the people from both the college and Qin dynasty and its allies all gazed at the situation in the pavilion, feeling somewhat emotional. The most powerful person in the Eastern Barren territory and the mysterious and low-key legend from the cottage were playing a game of chess on Book Mountain. They all knew clearly that in this game, the pieces would still fall onto the chessboard, but they would affect the whole Eastern Barren territory. Mr. Du, I heard that you are College Chief Xiao's junior, so you're more senior than me. You should go first, the king of Qin said politely. Mr. Du nodded gently and landed his first move casually, as if it only depended on his mood. The king of Qin smiled and similarly made his move. Book Mountain seemed to be very quiet, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The sound of chess pieces landing on the chessboard was exceptionally clear. Mr. Du, you seem to be making your moves randomly, but without me realizing it, you are already taking control of the whole game. Terrific. The king of Qin smiled. Then, he made his next move. Seeing the scene, College Chief Xiao's eyes sparkled. Mr. Du wanted to take control of the game, while the king of Qin followed him closely. All his moves were direct and aggressive. Mr. Du smiled and continued the game. As the two played, slowly, an invisible aura actually spread out from the king of Qin and enveloped the space. Mr. Du, you're a legendary figure. Why are you confining yourself to such a small place? The king of Qin made his move. On the chessboard, there seemed to be a dragon charging out and devouring everything. I make my moves after careful consideration. Mr. Du smiled and continued to make his move casually. Immediately, the region where his piece landed seemed to be rescued from the siege. Once they were rescued, they could respond to the whole game and form an unstoppable force. The king of Qin held a piece in his hand, but his hand hovered in mid-air. The aura around him turned into the shape of a dragon. It was as if he was temporarily trapped. Finally, his finger landed onto the board. The dragon charged out and wanted to kill its enemy at all costs. At all consequence? Mr. Du shook his head, after which he made his next move. He never once spent time thinking before making his move, as if he had already known everything. However, his move was still defensive. You take control of the whole game. If your plans work out, you will be unstoppable. We do not have much time left. We'll either make or break it, the king of Qin said emotionlessly. He looked at the chessboard where he felt an invisible pressure. Then he made his move, which charged into the enemy's territory in an attempt to break the balance. You leave yourself with no paths of return. If you lose everything. Why? Mr. Du said again and continued the game. The people on Book Mountain listened to the conversation between the two. There were many hidden meanings which they could not understand fully. The pieces of the king of Qin and Mr. Du landed on the chessboard, but the chessboard itself could be the entire Eastern Barren territory. The king of Qin froze as he stared at the chessboard. When Mr. Du made his last move, the situation changed drastically. He had always been in a defensive position, but after that move, it felt like he could clear all his enemies with one strike. The pieces which the king of Qin sent on the siege all seemed to be in a dangerous position now, as if they would be killed immediately. Do you still want to continue? Mr. Du asked. The king of Qin was shocked in his heart. His fingers trembled gently as he stared at the chessboard, after which he made his move. The two ends of his pieces on the board worked together to form a siege as if they were two dragons. If any of them won, they would engulf their enemies together. I have already made my move and cannot return. Qin Yu and the rest have gone to Sky Mountain. After the battle there ends, they'll come here. Unrepentant. Why? Mr. Du shook his head and put down his next move with his hand. Immediately, a region that was under the siege also changed drastically and cut the connection between the two dragons. It was as if this move could decide the game. It'll be difficult for them to leave Sky Mountain in one piece, Mr. Du remarked casually. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the wind was blowing and snowflakes were dancing wildly in the air. In the distance, there was a group of cultivators. Many people looked in that direction and were astonished. The group consisted of Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, Donghua clan leader and his wife, Lu Nantian, Fuyun sword clan leader, the lord from Royal Xian Temple, as well as several elders from Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. So many strong cultivators had appeared at Sky Mountain, and they were heading directly towards the place where the three strongest disciples of the cottage were at. The Eastern Barren territory was about to change drastically. The long-awaited battle was about to erupt at the moment. Nobody had expected it to happen neither at the college nor at Qin dynasty, but rather at Sky Mountain. The only question was why the king of Qin was not present. Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu also noticed the group. Standing proudly in the air, their eyes were only filled with coldness. It seemed like the group was aiming directly at them. At the other side, the cultivators from various top forces of the Barren State all seemed to be interested in the situation. It seemed to them that the Eastern Barren territory was not in a peaceful state. They would probably be able to see how strong the best cultivators of the Eastern Barren territory were. The crowd beside Sword Saint and the other two retreated as far as they could. Qin Yu and the rest had arrived and the final battle was imminent, so clearly they had to avoid it totally. Therefore, shortly afterward only 3 people remained quietly in that region as if they were isolated by the entire world. The snow fell down continuously from the sky onto the 3 who were standing straight at their spots. Sword Saint looked majestic, Zhuge Hui cold and proud, while Gu Donglu extremely sharp. This was the first time the 3 eldest disciples of the cottage stood together to fight their enemies. Many people turned very emotional. These 3 were the legends of the Eastern Barren territory. They were the models for countless many. However, this time their enemies were way too strong. Donghua clan leader and his wife, Fuyun sword clan leader, Royal Xian Temple lord. All of them were very influential figures in the Eastern Barren territory. How would the cottage disciples fight them? It seems like someone has a poor memory. Or perhaps, those hits from my whip that time simply aren't painful enough. Zhuge Hui smiled coldly as she glanced at Qin Yu. Immediately, Qin Yu's face darkened. The battle at Sky Mountain last time was the biggest humiliation he had experienced in his life. Looking down at Zhuge Hui, who was wearing a white shirt and standing in the snow like a fairy, Qin Yu said, The second disciple of the cottage indeed looks elegant. I heard that you're still single now. How about marrying into Qin dynasty? Coincidentally, I need a concubine. After that, he looked at the other people beside him and said, be gentle later and don't injure her. Qin Yu really wanted to clear himself of the humiliation he had experienced at Sky Mountain on that day. The only way was for Zhuge Hui to submit herself below him and be played by him. She would use her entire life to repent for that battle. Lady Wuxia glanced emotionlessly at Qin Yu and felt somewhat disgusted. Qin Yu was humiliated because he was weaker, and yet he wanted to humiliate Zhuge Hui in such a way which was really distasteful. That day at Sky Mountain, Qin Li was killed and Qin Yu lost badly in the battle, which totally shattered his confidence. His mentality, therefore, became somewhat distorted. This could also be seen from his act of using Hua Qingqing to get closer to the people from the barren state. At the moment, Qin Yu would achieve his goal at all costs. However, Lady Wuxia did not say anything. Donghua clan had also crossed the point of no return. Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, an extremely sharp aura bloomed from Gu Donglu and ascended into the air, charging towards Qin Yu. His murderous intent filled the sky. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhuge Hui suddenly laughed. Concubine? She then put her hand near her waist. Following a soft noise, her long whip appeared in her hand. Zhuge Hui's arm trembled slightly. The whip rotated and flew into the air, turning into a white bolt of lightning which penetrated across space. In the sky, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Immediately, countless lightning flew on the whip as it swept towards the sky. It was as if the whip had turned into a lightning storm that was attempting to engulf the entire region. Every lightning in the storm held a destructive power. Anyone who got trapped in the storm would almost certainly be destroyed. Back! The people in the distance had already retreated a huge distance, but feeling the power of the storm, they ran back again as they still felt unsafe. Zhuge Hui's casual action actually caused the whole region to be enveloped in such a devastating power. Besides Sky Mountain, the people from the barren state were all surprised by the scene. It seemed that they had indeed underestimated the power of the college. At least the lady before them was very strong. This lightning spell was definitely one that had exceeded the noble level. In the sky, the expressions of Qin Yu and the rest all turned dignified. Zhuge Hui had only cast one spell, and it already caused them to feel some pressure. This lightning spell was cast by the whip, a sage ritual implement. At the moment, all the lightning forces in the world had been brought together and the catastrophic storm was charging towards them, trying to engulf every person. Leader. Qin Yu held his dragon spear in his hand, but he looked at Donghua clan leader who was beside him. The previous battle already proved that he was no match against Zhuge Hui. Donghua clan was a force which was as famous as the Qin dynasty and the college. Thus, the power of its leader was undoubtedly very strong. Donghua clan leader stared below him. He was holding a scepter in his hand, the earthly scepter. Donghua clan was well known for its spells, and its leader cultivated both martial arts and sorcery. At the moment when he held the earthly scepter, an invisible gravity enveloped the region. Accompanying a violent rumbling, brown-colored radiance stared converging wildly around him. It actually turned into many enormous meteorites which were as huge as mountains. Then they dropped down wildly towards the lightning storm. Rumble! The sky cried and the battlefield turned into an actual doomsday. Bolts of lightning and meteorites collided into each other. Under the endless purple lightning, the meteorites were crushed continuously, but they seemed to be endless as well. They dropped down continuously, trying to fill the storm. Zhuge Hui's rotating arm suddenly pointed directly at the sky. At once, the lightning storm engulfed the sky and stopped gathering any powers. The shirt of the Donghua clan leader swung in the air and his long hair danced. He pointed his scepter downwards and immediately, a terrifying gravity stopped the storm from ascending. Suddenly, a whip struck out from the storm towards Donghua clan leader. The expression of Donghua clan leader did not, however, change, and a sacred, illusory figure appeared beside him. The figure looked huge and burly as if it was a divine being. He pointed his scepter out and immediately, Many enormous palm prints appeared in the sky. They blotted out the sky and grabbed towards the whip, sealing the entire space. Like an agile snake, the whip suddenly changed its direction and charged towards Qin Yu's body turned into a golden beam of light which dodged to the side. Then, the whip swept towards the dragon Qin Yu was on, causing it to howl ferociously. The whip wound around its huge body directly, after which the lightning storm appeared again. Zhuge Hui's arm trembled suddenly. Right away, the radiance circling around the dragon in the lightning storm turned into many lightning swords and cut the dragon into countless pieces. The dragon gave out cries of misery and roared continuously. Seeing the scene, the crowd in the distance was astounded. The dragon was a noble level 1, and its physical defense was extremely strong. However, it was cut into many pieces directly by Zhuge Hui's whip. It was then easy to imagine what the lightning storm could do to a human. All of a sudden, a wave of sword will bloomed in the sky as Fuyun's sword clan leader stepped forward. Holding the famous sword the Alcade, he turned into a blade of light and descended from the sky. The silvery light reflected from his sword lit the entire sky as he struck directly towards Zhuge Hui, who was attacking Qin Yu. Sizzle! An extremely appalling broadsword will also bloomed. Sword Saint turned into a bolt of lightning and his broadsword will penetrated across space. It cut through the silvery blade of light and ascended straight upwards, charging towards Fuyun's sword clan leader Han Ruoxue. That year, Sword Saint became famous after battling Han Ruoxue in Fuyun's sword clan. At the moment, the two were fighting again. Sword Saint was actually more famous than Han Ruoxue now. However, Han Ruoxue had a famous sword, but the Sword Saint did not have any ritual implement. At the instant when they started fighting, even the sky seemed to be split into pieces. Broadsword will and sword will filled the entire sky. Even though the onlookers were very far from the battle, they could still feel how dangerous the situation was. Sword Saint did not have a ritual implement, but he chose to have a forceful close-ranged combat. Gu Donglio's body flashed as he charged towards Qin Yu directly. His speed was extremely fast, like a mere illusion. Clang! A violent sound erupted. The First Lord of Royal Xian Temple struck down with a golden bell, blocking Gu Donglu. The golden bell flew in the sky and a frightening pressure was spreading from it. Another sage ritual implement. Does Royal Xian Temple also have one? Many people were shocked. Maybe it was from Qin Dynasty's ancient tomb and somehow Royal Xian Temple First Lord got it. Perhaps the sword of Fuyun's sword clan leader came in the same way. All the three of them have ritual implements. In addition, Qin Yu, Lady Wuxia, and Lu Nantian had not participated in the battle. It's no wonder that they dare to come here directly with so much confidence. Many people discussed. Nevertheless, the three cottage disciples were indeed very strong. To deal with them, Qin Dynasty needed so many powerful cultivators as well as the aid from sage ritual implements. Look at Sword Saint! Someone exclaimed. The melee combat between Sword Saint and Han Ruoxue even caused space to split apart. As they battled, they rose higher and higher into the sky and were hardly visible. The rest could only see blades of light, as well as the broadsword will and sword will that had filled the place. However, Sword Saint's actions suddenly became much slower, but the broadsword will from his body grew in intensity. A broadsword appeared in his hand and his every move looked all natural as he turned the forces in the world into broadsword will. When he struck out, a straight beam of light appeared, cutting the sky into two halves. Han Ruoxue struck out wildly with the Alcade, but his attacks were crushed in the broadsword will. Hence, he could only retreat and his situation looked bleak. Go and help him! Qin Yu shouted at the Lord from Royal Xian Temple. On the other hand, he tried to block Gu Donglu with the dragon spear in his hand. Gu Donglu was as famous as him, and that time Gu Donglu even won Lu Nantian. But at the moment Qin Yu had a ritual implement. All right. The Lord from Royal Xian Temple flashed and struck out at Sword Saint with the golden bell. Looking at the battle in the sky, many people were speechless. Fuyun's sword clan leader and the Lord from Royal Xian Temple both had sage ritual implements, and yet they could only barely fight against Sword Saint. Qin Yu held the golden dragon spear in his hands, as he radiated with a cool, golden light. With sharp, cold eyes, he looked down at Gu Donglu. The 3 senior disciples of the cottage rattled the eastern barren territory. Today they would meet their end. With his father keeping everyone in check at the college, no one dared rush to their rescue. When the battle here was finished, they would head over to destroy the college and the cottage. It would be a cleansing of the eastern barren territory. Qin Yu moved and took the form of flashes of golden lightning, breaking into the skies. Before he could even reach Gu Donglu, the dragon spear released lightning that filled the sky and charged at him like sharp blades. Gu Donglu lifted his head, gaze sharpened, and his murderous intent-filled eyes turned somewhat demonic. In the next moment, Qin Yu entered his line of vision, and his opponent's every move now seemed to be in his control. All Qin Yu knew was that he could feel shadows appear in his spiritual will. They were like war gods that charged at him. This pissed him off, and his heart cooled even more. Spiritual sorcerers were so annoying. The only way to defend against this type of spiritual attack was with spiritual energy. There was no other way, and it was no use trying to dodge out of the way. Hiss! Flashes of lightning emitted from the dragon spear ripped through skies. What followed was the image of the spear shooting forward. A light grew at Gu Donglio's feet, and as if he had been teleported, he disappeared from where he stood. The spear pierced into a bed of snow, releasing a loud explosion. The ground had been broken, and what was left was a terrifying dark hole. Qin Yu waved the long spear, and his body turned with the motion. The lightning seemed to have shifted with the wind and were carried over to a new location, the location where Gu Donglu was standing. Boom! The lightning continued to crackle in the sky. However, each flash only managed to get his shadows as Gu Donglu moved way too quickly to be caught. His white clothing danced in the wind, and the light around his feet was still shining brightly. His hands were held in a mudra. The heavens and earth harmonized, and ancient characters began to revolve around his body. It was the character Xing of the Kujian 9 Seals of Spiritual Power. Each character of the 9 seals correlated with one mudra, one spell. Qin Yu's face fell. He turned slowly and looked at the figure across from him in the sky. He spoke coldly. "Is dodging all you know to do?" Gu Donglu stared back at him, and all Qin Yu could feel was his body go numb. His spiritual will seemed to be restricted while illusory figures of war gods charged into his mind. Images of dragons appeared within Qin Yu with a roar. 9 dragons with bright eyes circled, and along with these 9 dragons, there was also a large, majestic golden dragon. This golden dragon was the dharma of his life spirit. With loud roars, the dragons, as well as the long spear in his grasp, were on the move. Qin Yu took a step forward and waved his spear once, splitting the skies. However, his attack was still unable to touch Gu Donglu because he was just too quick. Whoosh! The 9 seals continued to revolve around Gu Donglu. A bright image of a figure appeared behind him, basked in the light from the 9 seals. Gu Donglu looked like a deity at this moment. The Xing character floated in the air and was imprinted on his body. When his environment harmonized, more lines of ancient characters appeared. Following that, Gu Donglio's body could be seen zipping through the air. Only his shadow could be seen in the vast space. It was beginning to get hard to tell which image of him was real and which were fake. These images all came in front of Qin Yu and were destroyed by the spear in his hands. Then, the images continued to come at him. It was a wild scene to witness, as there seemed to be no end to these images of Gu Donglu. Behind Qin Yu, the dragons rushed out only to realize that a powerful force of energy gathered, which led to the release of war gods. The images of 9 war gods graced the skies. They were majestic and formidable, with ancient characters revolving around them. They were ready to take on the dragons. So powerful, thought the crowd as they observed from afar with racing hearts. They were too powerful. The 3 eldest disciples of the cottage were ready to take on the top dogs of various great forces. The second disciple, Zhuge Hui, a goddess-like beauty, was up against the clan leader of the Donghua clan. The first disciple, the Sword Saint, fought 2 men, while the third disciple, Gu Donglu, fought Qin Yu, who had a ritual implement. However, the Qin dynasty had people who had yet to make their move. Lady Wuxia watched the battle between clan leader Hua and Zhuge Hui. She was ready to tag him out at any time. It was obvious the couple didn't want to bully a junior cultivator by fighting together. After all, Zhuge Hui could only be considered a junior to them. Lu Nantian did not make a move either. He observed the battle between Qin Yu and Gu Donglu. He had fought Gu Donglu all those years ago in Dongqing College. But Gu Donglu was much more powerful now. He had already made his way into the Grade 1 noble plane. At the same time, he was enlightenment with a sliver of sage abilities. Although it was just the basics, he was on his way up. As for the other cultivators, they were all gathered in the air around the Battle of the Sword Saint. Better safe than sorry. If both clan leader Han Ruoxue of the Fuyun Sword Clan and the First Lord of the Royal Xian Temple couldn't handle him, they would be ready to attack him as a group. They had their hearts set on coming out victorious in these battles. They could never allow these three eldest disciples of the cottage to return to the college alive. The cultivators from the barren state watched the battles in shock. They were surprised at just how capable the college's disciples were. They all had sage abilities. If they were willing to go to the barren state, it would only be a matter of time that they entered the sage plane. Never in a million years did they expect this. Du Aoi's were trained on the battlefields. He took notice of clan leader Hua and Lady Yuxiao's abilities. They were extremely powerful indeed. He wondered what they would do if they knew about what he had done to their daughter. He wasn't worried though. He had brought quite a lot of powerful cultivators from the Holy Fire clan. Besides, did they even have the guts to take him on even if they knew? At the Xianxia Temple's campsite, the Arhat had already returned. He took a look at the battlefields and let out an emotionless smile. This was exactly the situation he talked about. He had another thought. If this situation got even messier, would it be able to start a bigger storm that would drag in the top powers of the barren state as well? In the end, the Qin dynasty and the college would both suffer great losses and may even have their names wiped from the Eastern Barren territory. This way, the Xianxia Temple, the Witch Clan, and the Ji family would be the only top powers left in the Eastern Barren territory. "What are you thinking about?" asked a monk when he saw the little twinkle in the Arhat's eyes. "I was wondering when our temple would be able to spread throughout the Eastern Barren territory and receive the respect of the people," answered the Arhat. "Buddhism reaches those who were fated for it. There is no need to be greedy for the respect of the people. Fate comes from Buddha. If it's not fated to be, there is no need to force it," explained the monk who now held his hands together. "Do you know why our temple is built in the western region of the Eastern Barren territory, facing Sky Mountain, and why we refuse to move elsewhere? To use the evilness from Sky Mountain to strengthen our hearts for Buddhism. To be unaffected by the invasion of evils is the fruit of our labors," said the Arhat. "There is one more reason. With a clear heart, you will be able to see your true self. Knowing your true self will help rid yourself of all inner evils. Those cultivating in Buddhism have no need in the business of the material world," said the monk. He held his Buddhist beads tightly and closed his eyes. "Thank you for your advice, Abbot." The Arhat put his hands together and bowed his head lightly at the head monk. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind the abbot's words. On Sky Mountain, Yi Futian's group made their way off the mountain at an unusual speed despite the ground being covered in snow. In no time, they were halfway there. This was when they noticed a figure seated quietly among the snow and boulders of the mountain. The person was covered in a thick layer of white snow. All that could be seen through the thick blanket of precipitation were a pair of beautiful eyes. It was Hua Qingqing. She was waiting. The demon bird was able to find him, so Yi Futian was able to see everything on Sky Mountain. He walked toward her and removed his long, white robe before draping it over the girl. "It's cold." He smiled at her. Her innocence-filled eyes met his. "He has great eyes." "Thank you." Hua Qingqing spoke softly. Yi Futian smiled and turned away. He knew the true meaning behind her words of gratitude. "What a gentleman," teased Nanyu. He looked over at Hua Qingqing and lowered his voice. Such a pity. In his opinion, she had already fallen to the wrath of Du Ao. It was truly a pity that this innocent, beautiful girl was taken advantage of by a guy like him. Nan Yu's heart wavered for her, as beauties did to many. Chu Shang also looked sympathetically at Hua Qingqing. The group then proceeded on their journey off the mountain. After they left, Hua Qingqing shook the snow on her body before her thin arm, white as snow, reached out. Yi Futian obviously knew that her clothes were half ruined. She put on Yi Futian's white robe, not caring how it might look to other people. She then followed the footsteps left behind by Yi Futian's group and headed off the mountain. At this point, the group reached the side of the mountain and with a giant leap, they were in the air, descending from Sky Mountain by flight. At the foot of the mountain, the camps set by the people seemed so orderly. 3 different battles had broken out in the sky. There were the cultivators from the barren state and the others who observed off to the side. When Yi Futian and the others leaped off the mountain, they landed in the middle of a battle. Big brother, second sister, third brother. Yi Futian froze. He then saw Qin Yu and the others, which caused his expression to turn cold. The people of the Qin dynasty had actually picked a fight with his senior brothers and sister at Sky Mountain. Du Ao turned his attention in one direction in confusion. That was when he saw Hua Qingqing and smiled in her direction. Hua Qingqing had also seen him, but her expression was cold. She's actually okay? The Arhat was surprised. He looked at Hua Qingqing and saw the clothes she was wearing. He couldn't help but let out an interested expression. Could there be a story on Sky Mountain? Hua Qingqing was wearing Yi Futian's clothes, and she had also purposely lied about Yi Futian's time on Sky Mountain. The Arhat was sharp at picking up these things, and it felt strange. Could something truly interesting have happened at the top of Sky Mountain back then? Qingqing. From afar, Lu Nantian saw her. Then he saw the clothes she was wearing and the look on his face changed. Capture Yi Futian, ordered Qin Yu, who was in the middle of his battle with Gu Donglu. Some cultivators who had been observing in the sidelines charged in Yi Futian's direction. They really have a death wish. In the midst of her battle, Zhuge Hui struck down with her long whip, forcing clan leader Hua back. She then rushed over to Yi Futian, leaving behind only illusory images of herself. Clan leader Hua reached out and his large hand grabbed a figure only to have it disappear in front of his very eyes. Only then did he realize that the figure wasn't really Zhuge Hui. He seemed confused for a second, then screamed loudly at the cultivators headed for Yi Futian, "Watch out!" Just as his voice rang out, Zhuge Hui appeared and snapped her long whip in their direction. Zhuge Hui's whip swept through the air at the cultivators headed for Yi Futian. All their faces dropped before backing up quickly. The whip was extremely quick. The bright light illuminating the weapon seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade, cutting through the air. Snap! The whip landed directly on one of the cultivators. Along with a horrid scream, everyone froze as they witnessed the noble's body split in half under the impact from the whip. The whip dancing in the sky now seemed like the sharpest, most powerful weapon in the world. Zhuge Hui flung his body off to the side before she rushed over in Yi Futian's direction, leaving only split images of herself. At the same time, the Sword Saint's weapon came down with a terrifying force, giving the Fuyun Sword Clan's leader and the First Lord of the Royal Xian Temple no choice but to move back. The Sword Saint distanced himself under the power of sword will as well. As for Gu Donglu, Qin Yu had no ability to stop him from leaving the battle at all. The battles halted abruptly as Zhuge Hui, the Sword Saint, and Gu Donglu were now all standing in the air in front of Yi Futian. They weren't going to allow the cultivators of the Qin dynasty or the Donghua clan to get close to him. No one from the Donghua clan seemed to be in rush to continue the battle either. Clan leader Hua and Lady Yuxiao's eyes drifted over to Hua Qingqing. "Qingqing, come here." The young girl made her way over to Lady Yuxiao. A look of confusion crossed the couple's faces when they saw the white robe she was wearing. Lady Yuxiao voiced her confusion. "Qingqing." Her curiosity on the subject was evident in her eyes. She had seen the same white robe on Yi Futian. He was no longer wearing it, making it obvious that his clothes were now on Hua Qingqing. Nanfeng, Chu Shang, and the others all focused on Hua Qingqing. She probably didn't know how to open up about the humiliating and hurtful things that were done to her. It was something that would be difficult for any female. As for Du Ao, He kept up his cold demeanor as he bathed in the light of the holy fire. The fire in his eyes seemed to be masking a hint of mockery. "Father, Mother, let's go home," Hua Qingqing said suddenly. It was indeed something she couldn't talk about. This wasn't only a matter of her reputation, but also, how was she going to explain Yi Futian's clothes? Was she supposed to tell everyone that he saved her? That would only hurt him, because then the people of the barren state would find out that Yi Futian was responsible for what happened with the demon bird. That was exactly why Hua Qingqing wished for the battles to end here, and she would explain everything to her parents once they returned home. "Go home." Clan leader Hua was confused. "Nantian, bring Qingqing over to the side." Things with Hua Qingqing could wait until they got home. Finishing this battle was the important thing right now. The 3 cottage disciples were much too capable. If they let them go, there would be unthinkable repercussions. Clan leader Hua knew that if the disciples got a couple more years to cultivate, the 3 of them would be at the top of the Eastern Barren territory. This was the reason why Emperor Qin was in such a rush. Hua Qingqing looked at her father, not knowing what to do. If she confesses that Yi Futian saved her, it would put him in danger. But if she didn't say anything, her parents would kill him. As for telling her parents the truth about what Du Ao did to her, what would happen if she did? Would her parents declare war on the powers of the barren state? It may lead to the end of the Donghua clan at the end. From her eyes, one could tell that Hua Qingqing was extremely conflicted. She didn't know what to do. At this moment, Qin Yu was staring at her. She was actually wearing Yi Futian's clothes. It seems this girl isn't as pure and innocent as she lets on. Qin Yu's younger sister Qin Mengrua married Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan and was killed. What did Hua Qingqing do? She hid the truth about what Yi Futian did on Sky Mountain. It looked as if something they weren't aware of definitely happened on Sky Mountain last year. However, Qin Yu did not come out to point fingers at Hua Qingqing right now. Could be dealt with later. What he needed now was to use the abilities of clan leader Hua and his wife to defeat the Sword Saint and his juniors. Just then, the Arhat noticed the stalemate they were in from where he stood at the Xianxia temple campsite. He looked up at the cultivators from the barren state and asked, "Have you guys been on Sky Mountain?" Those from the barren state turned to look at the Arhat, listening as he continued to speak. "With 2 people who have been on the mountain before leading the way, there's no way you guys wouldn't be able to make it up Sky Mountain." "We were attacked by a demon bird," said Nanfeng. "Demon bird?" A look crossed the Arhat's face before his eyes moved toward Yi Futian. That's when he noticed that Yi Futian was also looking at himself with chilling eyes. In this instant, Yi Futian suddenly realized who had tattled. He never thought it would be the Arhat of the Xianxia temple. He should have guessed. "I get it now," said the Arhat. His eyes moved away and folded his hands. He chanted the name of Buddha and said nothing else. "What does that mean?" asked Nanyu. "I can't say." The Arhat shook his head. Nanyu's brows knit together in confusion. Han Lan of the Taishan Mountain spoke next. "If you know something, say it. You wouldn't believe it even if I were to tell you. Also, I wouldn't be very well liked after saying so. I am not yet a very experienced monk and can't take the hatred that would result from telling." The Arhat shook his head once more. "Kongming." The Xianxia temple's abbot looked at the Arhat and called out for him. The Arhat's monastic name was Kongming. Du Ao moved toward the Xianxia temple group while the 3-legged golden raven and the cultivators of the Holy Fire clan followed behind him. Looking down at the Arhat, Du Ao said, "Say it and I can guarantee that no one will be able to hurt you. The abbot forbids me from speaking about it." The Arhat shook his head yet again. "I'm afraid that the abbot would be held responsible for what I have to say. How would I continue to cultivate at the temple after that? You can come with me to the barren state and join our Holy Fire clan for cultivation," said Du Ao. The Arhat looked around and saw that Nanfeng had also approached. "I can also guarantee not to let anyone hurt you." The Arhat bowed his head sliding and then bowed deeply at the Xianxia temple's abbot. "Abbot, monks don't lie. I have to speak the truth." After that, he turned back to Du Ao. "There is no demon bird on Sky Mountain. Do you think we're blind?" Nanyu spoke coldly. He was attacked by the demon bird and also suffered injuries. The Xianxia Temple has been in the western region, facing Sky Mountain, for years now. No one is more knowledgeable on the matters of Sky Mountain. There is only the will left by the demon bird, but it's not actually here. If you guys don't believe me, you can ask the abbot, said the Arhat. Everyone's attention shifted to the abbot immediately. All they saw was that he had his hands clasped tightly and that he was chanting the name of Buddha. He was greatly disappointed. Wise monk, Nan Yu called to the abbot. Observing Sky Mountain can help you understand your heart and see who you really are. For the looks of it, Kong Ming, you already know your own heart, said the abbot. The Arhat nodded and replied, I do. If so, then you can go now, said the abbot. Thank you for everything. The Arhat bowed again. Of course, he understood his own heart. The more he cultivated in Buddhism, the clearer things became. Buddha says that all living creatures are equal, but where was this equality? People only respected those of high status. Cultivating Buddhism was simply a pursuit of power for him. Now that it was clear to him that the Xianxia Temple had no ambitions, there was nothing left for him there. Plus, there were also the changes in the Eastern Barren Territory. Buddha talks about chance. His chance was here now. Let's go, said the abbot. He turned to leave, leading the others of the Xianxia Temple with him. Many of them looked back at the Arhat. His comprehension of Buddhism was so great. The Arhat was able to comprehend the true meaning of scriptures easily and was even given the title of Arhat because of that. However, it seemed like he was also extremely capable in hiding who he really was. What a pity. The people from the barren state watched as all this unfolded and knew that what the Arhat said must be true. Duao spoke. Continue what you were saying. I already said that Hua Qingqing was not the only one who had made it onto Sky Mountain, so had Yifutian. In reality, they weren't the only ones. He moved on to explain further. When Yifutian tried to kill the Qin dynasty's Qin Li on Sky Mountain, he was already at wit's end. He couldn't fight anymore and was being chased by Hua Qingqing. There to protect Yifutian was fellow cottage disciple Yu Shang. In his group was also a demon beast, the Black Wind Eagle. The beast turned into the demon bird in order to protect Yifutian. It wounded Hua Qingqing and I before flying onto Sky Mountain. Then Yifutian and Yu Shang continued onto the mountain as well. Hua Qingqing also resumed her chase, following behind them. The Arhat continued. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin Li's father, Qi Yu. It was him that told you guys Hua Qingqing made it onto Sky Mountain. Then again, you can also ask Hua Qingqing, but in my opinion, something must have happened between her and Yifutian on the mountain. Otherwise, there is no way his clothes would end up on her. Abruptly, Du Ao's face turned green, as did Nan Feng and Nan Yu's faces. After listening to the Arhat's explanation, they believed a good half of what he said. So, there wasn't a demon bird on Sky Mountain at all. Then where did the one they saw come from? That demon bird saved Hua Qingqing, muttered Du Ao. Nan Feng and the others felt enlightened as everything suddenly seemed so clear. The demon bird appeared suddenly on Sky Mountain and saved Hua Qingqing. Then Yifutian put his clothes on her. How funny. They had thought that Yifutian was simply being a gentleman. It seemed as if they were too naive. They had been played by a youngster from the Eastern Barren Territory. Interesting. Nan Yu clapped and turned around slowly. His eyes stared in Yifutian's direction. Interesting indeed. He brought them onto Sky Mountain and had the demon bird attack them, wounding them. No wonder he kept trying to get them to keep climbing up. Du Ao's eyes were chilling and radiated with a murderous intent. That demon bird almost killed him. Maybe Yifutian wasn't gutsy enough to kill everyone, but if just one person was killed, there was no way anyone would suspect it was his doing. Plus, there were others present. Who would have thought that he almost died in the Eastern Barren Territory? Yifutian didn't look at them because his eyes were trained on the Arhat. After the Arhat spilled the beans, everything was now out in the open. Yifutian could no longer hide anything. Why did he do this? Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu were also staring at the Arhat with a cold demeanor. However, the Arhat had already hopped on the three-legged golden raven along with Du Ao. He had betrayed the Xianxia Temple. He saw this as his chance to leave the Eastern Barren territory and was now heading to the Barren state for cultivation. You tricked me and got me on Sky Mountain. Then the demon bird attacked. Did you want me dead? Nan Yu asked Yifutian. His smile was ingenuine. Are you serious? Nan Yu's eyes filled with a murderous intent. Cultivators of various Barren state powers moved toward Yifutian. That was when Nan Feng spoke up. And we thought you didn't get the relics of Sky Mountain. Looks like we underestimated you. What did you get from Sky Mountain? Hearing the Arhat's words and the inquiry of people from the Barren state, people all stared at Yifutian. They had never expected that Yifutian really reached the mountaintop and got the Sky Mountain's relics. For centuries, countless people had tried but failed. However, Yifutian made it. It was pitiful that he had such a great talent but encountered with strong cultivators from the Barren state. The Arhat had exposed the fact. Yifutian was set in danger now. The cottage was competent to confront with the Qin dynasty, but it couldn't be these foreign forces' match at all. At this moment, there was only silence on the Sky Mountain. Lady Wuxia looked at Hua Qingqing and asked, what exactly happened on the mountaintop on that day? Hearing what the Arhat had said, Lady Wuxia guessed that there must be a story between her daughter and Yifutian. Hua Qingqing lowered her head and said lightly, someone wanted to kill me and Yifutian saved me. Who was it? Lady Wuxia asked coldly. Mother, can we just skip over it? Hua Qingqing looked at her mother with her beautiful imploring eyes. Things were getting more and more complicated. She didn't know what Yifutian was going to meet, but could only hope that her parents could stop entangling with Yifutian. If the Donghua clan was involved again, they would be in a very dangerous situation. Madam, we can talk about this later? If we don't handle the cottage now, you know the result. Qin Yu said while coming up and glancing at Hua Qingqing. Lady Wuxia stared at Qin Yu coldly. If it weren't for Qin Yu, her daughter would not have gone to the Sky Mountain and been threatened by others. Yifutian saved her daughter. Lady Wuxia owed Yifutian now. Lady Wuxia turned to Du Ao. From what they had said before, she inferred that Du Ao must be the killer. Lu Nanshan's face grew livid. His body seemed to effuse dire flames. Sir, madam, I didn't expect that, but it has happened. Good to hear that Miss Hua didn't get hurt, said Qin Yu. With the Barren State's forces, we can very easily dominate the whole Eastern Barren territory now. Bang! The head of the Donghua clan hit his scepter on the ground. Veins bulged on his face. As the head of the Donghua clan, how could he stand with the fact that his daughter was bullied by others? Sir, think about the larger picture. We'd better act now. Yifutian's group are doomed to die. Qin Yu kept saying. He gestured to the others and walked toward the cottage. The cottage's 4 famous disciples were surrounded near the Sky Mountain. At this time, Yifutian looked at Nan Feng and laughed. He walked back toward the Sky Mountain and turned around when arriving at the edge of the mountain. He smiled at Nan Feng and said, why should I tell you what I got on the Sky Mountain? It's none of your business. Hearing Yifutian's words, people all sneered. It's not about who you are. It's about what you got. Can't you understand? What a fool. Nan Yu looked at Yifutian disdainfully. It's none of my business? He sneered and moved toward Yifutian. The relics on the Sky Mountain are not something that you can take. Just tell everything and you can still live. Really? Yifutian looked at Nan Yu and said, even though you believe me, you are still going to kill me after I tell the truth. To tell or not, what's the difference? I'll still offer you the chance to join the Nantian house. You follow me, be our guard, and I'll let bygones just be bygones. Nan Yu walked to Yifutian as if he was trying to save him. Seeing Nan Yu walking forward, the people of the Nantian house became vigilant. They surrounded the Sword Saints group quietly to get the upper hand. They probably didn't dare fight back though. What Yifutian got was the Sky Mountain's relics. No one could save him now. Zhuge Hui turned to Yifutian and Nan Yu disdainfully. Nan Yu thought he was smart enough? She knew what kind of person Yifutian was. Nan Yu wanted to bribe her little brother? Was he serious? Follow you? Yifutian smiled at Nan Yu. Do you deserve it? Hearing Yifutian's provocative words, Nan Yu blanched but then smiled more brightly. His body effused some extremely sharp aura which made him look like he was wearing a suit of silver armor. He reached out his hand and then a silver spear condensed with bright cold light. In an instant, Nanyu became very powerful with his opulent armor. I can give you one last chance. If you don't cherish it, there is no more. Nanyu smiled. Yifutian laughed and turned to the sky mountain. Suddenly, Nanyu rushed toward Yifutian very fast like a lightning. The others didn't intend to assist Nanyu because they thought it was beyond doubt that Nanyu would defeat Yifutian anyway. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction. Now that the Barren State was attacking Yifutian, the cottage would definitely go to help. A wonderful show was right away. Perhaps the Barren State could do all the things he wanted this time. Whoosh! The silver spear pierced toward Yifutian directly with a stunning speed. It seemed that Yifutian didn't notice what was happening. He didn't turn around. But with a stomp, some blazing light projected from his legs as if all wind and thunder gathered around him. With a buzz, his body disappeared, leaving only a blue electronic light in the air. The spear pierced nothing. Standing on the Sky Mountain's precipice, Yifutian turned around slowly and looked at Nanyu. It's Shadow Step. Gu Donglio's eyes flickered. His little brother was really talented. Within such a short period, he had mastered this spell to such an extent. Gu Donglu also practiced the Shadow Step. He knew it was not easy, but Yifutian could use the spell to escape Nanyu's attacks so easily. Obviously, he had reached the proficiency or he wouldn't use it in such a situation. Nice try. Nanyu glanced at Yifutian, and then his body rushed toward Yifutian again like a straight silver lightning. Just at this moment there were rustles. Countless golden vines appeared around Yifutian and rushed toward Nanyu very fast like countless golden spears. More horrible was that those golden spears twisted like vines and overshadowed the sky. They twisted randomly. It was the spell Death Coil. Nanyu was forced to stop. He brandished his silver spear and a silver curtain appeared around him, demolishing those vines rushing toward him. His arms waved with an amazing speed. In an instant, silver light blazed and all the vines were cut off. But soon, people found that the vines seemed endless. They suffused the whole space and threatened Nanyu. What is this? The Barren State's strong cultivators were stunned, especially Nan Feng. He knew Nanyu's strength. Nanyu was the Nantian House's talent. His level was much higher than Yifutian's. Though both were at the lower arcana plane, Yifutian had only reached the first plane. And yet Yifutian could still cast a spell and trap Nanyu. What did it mean? At this time, Nanyu was vexed. Blazing light burst from his spear into the sky. Every move he made pierced the air with incredible mighty force. When his spear pierced those vines, metallic sounds were heard. Blazing light projected behind Nanyu. His life spirit burst out. It was a figure of the god of war with a spear in hand. Nanyu and his life spirit waved spears synchronously. Everything around them was shattered. The death coil couldn't get close to them now. Die! Extremely cold light flashed in Nanyu's eyes. He turned into a flash of silver lightning and shattered all the coming vines. Nantian House's talent is forced to release his life spirit? The Barren State's people didn't doubt the result they expected but were still a little surprised by the process. They looked at Yifutian on the precipice. Yifutian reached out and blazing purple lightning soared like thunder chains. His body bathed in this brilliant purple light like a god. The sky changed color. People at the foot of the mountain looked at the sky with astonishment. They had never seen purple lightning. Your defense is really strong. Yifutian's eyes turned demonic. Purple light flickered in his eyes. His mentality had melted in the spell. Then the brilliant purple lightning flashed through the sky and squarely hit the incoming silver figure. Nanyu growled and his silver spear pierced toward the coming purple lightning. That lightning was conducted through the spear and shocked Nanyu's body. In an instant he was shocked and shook violently. His mentality was also attacked by the lightning. It was a mixed spell named Divine Thunderkill. Bang bang bang. While Nanyu was numb, more purple golden lightning came down and hit him. Nanyu's body kept shaking. He totally lost consciousness. With some rustling, The death coil came again and entangled his body. Nan Yu's body was pulled up into the sky and hovered before Yi Futian. Countless people were stunned at this scene, especially the barren state's strong cultivators. Nan Yu was defeated in such a miserable way, but he was supposed to be stronger than Yi Futian. You still want me to follow you? Yi Futian looked up at Nan Yu in the air. Nan Yu stared at Yi Futian with vicious eyes. Blazing light appeared again, but soon the vines smashed him onto the precipice. How dare you? At this time, a strong cultivator in noble plains stepped out from the Nantian house. He rose into the sky and reached out his hand, wanted to catch Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at him coldly and said, "Go away!" Clang. As soon as he spoke, the bell tolled and a horrible invisible storm demolished everything. With a loud explosion, that cultivator in noble plain paled and was thrown back in the air. Not only did the windstorm force back the noble, but it also swept through Sky Mountain and the void. Light flowed through many strong cultivators. They had to shield themselves with their hands but still let out grunts, faces paling. Those above the noble plain all retreated. From the barren state camp, dragons roared and the golden raven screamed. The boundless sky shook. After a long while, the bell faded, sweeping towards the west of the eastern barren territory. Echoes sounded below the mountain. Everyone looked up at Yi Futian. He stood proudly in the air, looking down at everyone. They all understood now that Yi Futian controlled the bell, just like the bell at the foot of the mountain last year. He truly controlled the will of Sky Mountain. The noble from the sacred fire sect lowered his head and arched his back. Then his head rose slowly, looking at Yi Futian with a horrible expression. That one utterance had forced him back. The eyes of the other barren state cultivators shone. It was as the Arhat had said. Qin Yu's expression was ugly and then he sneered. This way no one could protect Yi Futian. He would die today. No matter what happened, he wouldn't be able to escape. With his power, he didn't qualify to control Sky Mountain yet. The barren state forces wouldn't let him go. The cottage wouldn't be able to protect him either. Yi Futian's eyes fell on his seniors. Zhuge Hui grinned at him. "Junior, you're pretty good. Senior sister, that was an accident." Yi Futian shuddered when he saw Zhuge Hui's smile. "That wasn't on purpose. I was wondering which bastard did it last time. Didn't think it was you." Zhuge Hui had a faint smile in her eyes. She'd guessed it, but it was still shocking to witness. Of course, she wasn't really blaming Yi Futian. "Senior sister, I'm not filial. How about I leave the cottage? You can all go back." "I won't return," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint and the others were all shocked. They gaped at Yi Futian but quickly understood. This guy was worried he would involve the cottage, so he tried to separate himself. After all, the opponent was no longer the Qin dynasty but the barren state. Yi Futian knew that his seniors wouldn't watch without doing anything, but that would offend the barren state forces. Hearing these words, Zhuge Hui flashed and walked to Yi Futian with a smile. "Senior sister," Yi Futian called. Smiling, Zhuge Hui reached out and pulled Yi Futian's ears. "Say that again?" "Senior, I'm sorry." Yi Futian was about to cry. He was an adult now. Did she have to do this in public? His perfect image was destroyed. "Good." Zhuge Hui let go and patted Yi Futian's head. "Don't say those things anymore." Yi Futian really wanted to cry. Couldn't she take care of his ego? Without him realizing, the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu had also walked over. They didn't say anything, but just standing there showed their stance. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His seniors were great. "Let go of me." A cold voice came, shattering the moment. Yi Futian turned. Nan Yu had been immobilized by the mountain with the spell, seemingly tied up like a hog. His extremely dark eyes glared at Yi Futian. He was humiliated in front of everyone. "Do you know what you're doing? I am from the Nantian house of the barren state." Nan Yu's voice was frigid. If people heard that the descendant of the main lineage of the Nantian house was humiliated in a place like the Eastern Barren Territory, he would become a laughingstock. "You asked why I didn't challenge you at the college. Do you know why now?" Staring at Nan Yu scornfully, Yi Futian mocked. "A failure like you can't even take a hit. It's meaningless to defeat you, other than making you threaten me with your family. Do you know what insulting is? Nan Yu's immobilized body trembled. His expression was extremely dark. He couldn't refute Yi Futian's words. Enough, Nan Feng said from a dragon. Let go of him. Yi Futian gazed coldly, ignoring him. Are you willing to join the mortal world? We are a clan. You are talented and will find a place there, Chu Shang suddenly said, inviting Yi Futian to the mortal world. Yi Futian smiled at her. Would he still be free after joining the mortal world? He would be handing his fate over. Thank you, Fairy Chu, but I like the clan I'm with now, Yi Futian said, smiling. I received the Sky Mountain relic by chance. It belongs to me. Can you take your people away now? Chu Shang studied Yi Futian. He was too naive. The relic was Yukio, one of the 10 top musical pieces. Yi Futian couldn't keep it. Even if Chu Shang agreed to leave, the other forces wouldn't. It wasn't that simple. What about you all? Yi Futian looked at the other forces. They looked back without saying anything. I'll attack if you try to rob me. Will we just stay here in a stalemate? Yi Futian asked. He hated how low his level was. Otherwise, he could just kill whoever wanted to rob or kill him. There was no need to be so careful. He knew he couldn't do things out of loyalty. It would be better if he was alone. He could escape after killing. But with the cottage, college, and his family, how could he escape? He couldn't only think about himself. Everyone he can attack using the Sky Mountain's will. He would be useless without it. If you go to the cottage, he will return, Qinyu said, expression cold. Since Yi Futian had Sky Mountain's will, it would be hard to kill him here. If they went to Book Mountain, it would be easier. The bell doesn't affect people of the Arcana Plane as much. They can take him, the Arhat said from the Golden Raven. He obviously felt the bell earlier, but he could bear the reverberations. Many Arcana Plane cultivators had come from the Barren State. They could capture Yi Futian easily. As for nobles, Yi Futian's side only had 3. How could they fight back? If Yi Futian used Sky Mountain's will to fight, all nobles would be hurt, including his seniors. That works. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Take them, Duao said coldly. Strong cultivators of both the noble and Arcana Plane walked forward. Senior sister, I want to start killing, Yi Futian said. Me too. Zhuge Hui scanned the crowd coldly. Let's kill Qin Yu first, Yi Futian said. He looked at Qin Yu as if the man was already dead. Okay. Zhuge Hui nodded. Yi Futian looked over at Qin Yu and then saw the leaders of the Donghua clan with Hua Qingqing. The girl looked at him and said, Mother, father, can you not fight? Qingqing, go back. The leader sighed. He wanted to step out, but that was impossible now. The Barren State was involved now. Yi Futian and the cottage had their fates decided. The Eastern Barren Territory would belong to the Qin dynasty now. How could they step out now? Emperor Qin and the Qin dynasty would wipe them out. Clan leader, the Donghua clan will become the top clan after this battle, Qin Yu said. He knew that Lady Yuxiao didn't like him. The clan leader nodded and stepped forward. Countless strong cultivators charged towards Yi Futian's group. Below the mountain, everyone watched this with shaken hearts. Seniors, if I do anything, I swear it's not on purpose, Yi Futian pleaded. Zhuge Hui glared. Was he going to do it again? Don't use too much force, Zhuge Hui said. Of course. Yi Futian smiled tremblingly. Then he soared into the air, eyes turning cold while looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Sky Mountain will be your burial ground. With that, he started communicating with Sky Mountain's intent. That moment, the snow fell stronger from Sky Mountain. They swept towards Yi Futian and everyone felt a terrifying spiritual qi. All the snow on the mountain turned into spiritual qi, filling the space. Every snowflake contained spiritual qi. He can use Sky Mountain's spiritual qi. Everyone's expressions changed. Now they understood that people of the Arcana Plane couldn't kill him. Golden vines suddenly extended from Sky Mountain, reaching above everyone. They expanded wildly and quickly, covering the sky and even the snow. Yi Futian stood there with his handsome eyes shut tightly. He quietly sensed everything. Qin Yu's group looked up. "Retreat," he said. Rustles sounded endlessly as the vines covered the heavens. Qin Yu tried to retreat, but then the bell started ringing again. The rings swept through. That moment, an ancient bell appeared in everyone's minds. The bodies in the air shook and grunted. Qin Yu's face turned white. Clang! The bell rang again. A huge bell fell from the sky in their minds, shaking everything. With a grunt, Qin Yu spat out blood. His face was white. In addition to him, all nobles on Sky Mountain were like this. Blood seeped from many mouths. The powerful figures of Baron State were pained. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, and Gu Donglu sat before Yi Futian with closed eyes. They didn't have to care about anything other than fighting against the power, so it was easier. Qin Yu roared. Golden light covered him. He wanted to escape. Clang, clang. The bell kept ringing and he kept spitting out blood. His body fell while endless vines fell too. They wrapped around his body and brought him towards Yi Futian. No! Qin Yu was actually terrified. He couldn't control his own body. Qin Yu felt himself flying towards Sky Mountain. Vines wrapped tightly around his limbs and neck, dragging him to the mountain. He was truly afraid. His father had gone to the cottage to stop Mr. Du and the college. If they killed the Sword Saint and the others, the Eastern Baron territory would belong to the Qin dynasty. But he never thought that not only could Yi Futian activate Sky Mountain's bell, he could also control its spiritual qi. I won't die. Qin Yu had a strong will to live. Gold flashed brilliantly from his body, tearing through everything. At the same time, his ritual implement armor flashed, blocking the spell's attack. The gold vines were cut by the powerful metal intent. Qin Yu got some hope, but then he heard a clang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His hope was extinguished. Yi Futian was truly going to kill him. Fear intensified inside Qin Yu. There was an explosion. He felt himself crash against the mountain as the vines transformed into blades that pierced him. However, Qin Yu was covered in the ritual implement armor, blocking that attack. Ding, ding, ding. The bell flattened everything. The boundless sky trembled. Bastard! Stop! The noble figures of the Baron State were all on the ground, vomiting blood. The majestic dragon was limp on the ground, blood flowing from its mouth. The golden raven was also weak on the ground, bleeding fiery blood. It was tragic. All strong cultivators were forced down on Sky Mountain while the weaker ones still stood. They didn't know what to think about the nobles on the ground. The bell kept echoing in their minds. Yi Futian controlled the bell on Sky Mountain, defeating them instantly. He was so cruel. Qin Yu was tied up on the side of the mountain like Nan Yu. He was weak to the point that he was on his last breath. The ritual implement dimmed and his spiritual energy was down. He couldn't use spiritual qi to armor his body. The sharp thorns touched Qin Yu's neck. They were frigid to the bone. Qin Yu looked up weakly and said quietly, "Let me go." "Let him go?" Yi Futian laughed. Qin Yu hadn't thought about letting anyone go when he plotted to destroy the Lu Kingdom. The Qin dynasty is cruel. A force like this is destined to drown in the river of time. Qin Yu, you won't be lonely. As soon as Yi Futian finished, an extremely sharp blade pierced Qin Yu's neck. Blood flowed out. His eyes were wide as saucers as if recovering his energy. He glared at Yi Futian. "I refuse!" he roared with all his might. Finally, his eyes dimmed and his aura disappeared. He was nailed dead to the mountain. The snow and ice of Sky Mountain covered him. Instantly, he was turned into an ice statue, sealed to the side of the mountain. "The Lu Kingdom refused too," Yi Futian muttered. Beside him, Nan Yu trembled in fear. The unimportant low-class figures he'd looked down on now had an aura that scared him. Yi Futian had used Sky Mountain's intent to defeat all strong cultivators here and crucified a top-level noble. Yi Futian turned slowly. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain gazed at him in terror. He had received the Sky Mountain relic and controlled its intent. Qin Yu, crown prince of the Qin dynasty, had died on the mountain. He probably wouldn't be the only one. In the snow at the foot of Sky Mountain, the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan, Royal Shen Temple, and Donghua clan were all pale. They were all breathing with difficulty now. They knew that since Yi Futian could kill Qin Yu, he could kill them too. In the sky, the golden vines covered the sun. There was no snow anymore. Yi Futian gazed at the leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple. The vines went to them. Boom! The Fuyun Sword Clan leader used his last bit of power to transform into sword light to escape. With a clang, the bell rang and he dropped down. Powerless and hopeless. Vines swept over and curled around him. Then they snaked up his arm. His sword was raised into the sky and cut a beautiful arc. With a soft sound, the Fuyun Sword Clan leader, a top figure in the Eastern Barren Territory, had his neck sliced by his own sword. Like Qin Yu, he died on Sky Mountain. No, I'm willing to submit to the cottage. The Royal Shen Temple leader gazed up at Sky Mountain, at the handsome figure hovering there. He was willing to submit to them. Right now, he just wanted to live. Don't insult the cottage. Yi Futian looked at him in scorn. The sword flashed and blood spilled onto the snow. Everyone's hearts were numb. This was the third top figure that Yi Futian had slain. He had started killing. Who would have thought that these top figures would die like this? The Alcade sword flew towards the leaders of Donghua clan as fast as lightning. The leader's face was white. He stood with his wife and sighed inwardly. The Donghua clan had always wanted to be the #1 clan. Thus, they joined with the Qin dynasty. Who would have thought that the disciples of the cottage were all this talented? Instead of dying in the hands of the sword saint, they would be killed by the youngest disciple. They really had been dreaming. The Alcade transformed into icy lightning filled with murderous intent. Then a beautiful figure stood before them. Qingqing! The leader yelled. It was Hua Qingqing before them. She looked up at Sky Mountain. The Alcade was coming down like lightning with extreme sharpness. Boom! Sword aura burst forth. Cold light reflected on Hua Qingqing's face. Her eyes stayed open without even blinking. Rather than looking at the sword, she looked at Yi Futian. Qingqing, move aside, her father said, but she seemed not to hear. She remained there. I'll die for them, Hua Qingqing said to Yi Futian. You didn't attack me on Sky Mountain and helped me keep the secret, Yi Futian said. That's why I saved you earlier. However, your parents must pay. Hua Qingqing was different from the people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. That was why Yi Futian saved her. However, the Donghua clan leader had tried killing his seniors. I know. That's why I will die for them, Hua Qingqing said softly. You can't. They didn't participate in the matter with the Lu kingdom and didn't know. It was the Qin dynasty. If you've already decided, kill us all. Hua Qingqing's eyes closed slowly. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. She wasn't afraid of death. She just thought of the snow on Sky Mountain and that beautiful melody. If she knew this day would come, would she have attacked Yi Futian? Would she have kept the secret for him? Junior, forgive them, the sword saint murmured with his eyes closed. Yi Futian heard his words and looked in Hua Qingqing's direction. What will the clan leader do in the future? I will retreat and never be involved in the Eastern Barren Territory again, he said. What if you can't? Yi Futian continued. If they can't do it, I'll die. Hua Qingqing opened her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at those determined eyes. The next moment, the vines with the Alcade sword whooshed away to another direction. He didn't kill the Donghua clan leader and Lady Yuxiao. The other direction was where the Sacred Fire sect was. The Arhat's expression changed drastically. Help me! He flashed and hid behind Du Ao of the Sacred Fire sect. The frigidly shining Alcade came over. Du Ao looked up at Yi Futian and said coldly, Do you dare kill him? Whoosh! The vines curled around the Arhat, tying him up and taking him into the air. Let go of me! The Arhat looked up at Yi Futian in fear. The golden vines took him straight into the air, right across from Yi Futian, who looked at him. You wish to enter the barren state? The Arhat wanted to use Yi Futian's life as a spring to cultivate in the barren state. I don't agree, Yi Futian whispered. Behind the Arhat, the Alcade came with the vines. With a squelch, the blade cut into the Arhat's head. Slain. His eyes were still open, but blood kept flowing. The vines disappeared and he dropped down the sky. His heart was utterly cold. Wasn't this his chance? Strong cultivators from the barren state had come. He could leave the Xianxia temple in the eastern barren territory and enter the barren state to cultivate. Everything was so perfect. He even knew Yi Futian's secret. Why was this the ending? Why did he die? The Buddha spoke of reincarnations. Where was it? A person died just as a candle would be extinguished. They would disappear from the world. His life was still so short. He had so much talent but hadn't shown yet before dying at Sky Mountain. He wasn't willing. But even so, he had died. His corpse fell onto the snow like the clan leaders of the Fuyun Sword Clan. None of them were willing. None of them had expected this ending. I'm sorry. These personal rivalries have nothing to do with you, Yi Futian said to Du Ao. His voice was calm, but Du Ao's expression was extremely ugly. These were personal rivalries that had nothing to do with him? That was a slap to his face. And yet, Yi Futian's voice was monotone. He didn't consider Du Ao at all. Of course, he didn't. If not for the force behind Du Ao, Yi Futian would have started killing directly. He'd already offended him. Did he have to care about Du Ao while killing the Arhat? If he did, wouldn't he just submit to him? Sky Mountain fell into a deafening silence. After killing Qin Yu and the others, the vines dancing in the sky slowly disappeared. Snow fell down from the sky, along with waves of coldness. Countless people gazed at Yi Futian. At the moment, the handsome young man seemed to be the only person left in the world. Qin Yu had died. So had the Fuyun Sword Clan leader and the Lord of Royal Shen Temple. Donghua Clan leader and his wife announced that they would live in seclusion in the future. The final battle in the Eastern Barren Territory ended in a way that nobody had expected. It felt somewhat unreal, but certainly very shocking. After this battle, nobody in the Eastern Barren Territory would be able to fight against the cottage. Of course, the forces from the Barren State were not counted. However, Yi Futian had done more than just kill Qin Yu and the others. He had also greatly offended the people from the Barren State. He injured Nan Yu and killed the Arhat right before Du Ao. He had suppressed all the nobles from the Barren State, and all of them looked weak and dying at the moment. Even strong demons such as the dragon and three-legged golden raven were exhausted. It was thus obvious how much Yi Futian had offended the rest. The ringing finally stopped and the echoes also gradually dissipated. Only then, many people could relax. The nobles stood up one after another. All seemed to be injured, after which they stared coldly at Yi Futian. Although Yi Futian did not aim this attack at them, the unexpected calamity still caused them to be extremely furious. They were humiliated in such a ridiculous way, so of course they would feel unhappy. "Are you not going to let him go?" Nan Feng said to Yi Futian. At the moment, his tone was not as domineering as it had been. He had witnessed everything that had happened. If they really forced Yi Futian too hard near Sky Mountain, their ending would be more or less the same as Qin Yu. Yi Futian was stunned, after which he turned around and looked at Nan Yu, who was still nailed to the cliff. Smiling, he said, "Sorry, I forgot about you." Then, golden vines shot out towards Nan Yu's head like lightning. Ah! Blade-like vines magnified rapidly in Nan Yu's eyes. His body trembled fiercely and he could not help screaming in horror. Fear even caused him to close his eyes and his bound body kept spasming. He saw for himself how Yi Futian had killed those people just now. Seeing the vines charging towards him, he obviously thought that Yi Futian was going to kill him. Bang! The golden vines pierced into the cliff beside Nan Yu, which exploded. Then, the vines swept towards his body and Yi Futian asked, "What is it?" Nan Yu opened his eyes and realized that the vines on his body had all vanished. Yi Futian was staring at him innocently. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Nan Yu knew at once that he had been fooled. Following a cracking sound, Nan Yu looked at Yi Futian coldly as a strong aura spread from his body. However, when he saw the swaying golden vines around Yi Futian, he only felt somewhat powerless. In any friendly fight, accidental injuries cannot be avoided. I believe that as a genius from Nantian House, you will not be so stingy. Yi Futian smiled and said, "Please." At the moment, Nan Yu even felt like he wanted to kill somebody immediately. Looking at Yi Futian's mocking look, he turned around and walked up to Nan Feng and the rest. This time they would admit defeat. Do you really not want to join us in mortal world? Suddenly, Chu Shang looked at Yi Futian and said, I am being very sincere. With your talents, you will definitely be valued in mortal world. Thank you for your kind will, but I will not, Yi Futian replied, smiling. All right. Chu Shang took a deep look at Yi Futian. What a pity, she thought. Turning around, Chu Shang brought her people and left the place. In addition, the people from other forces also took their leave one after another. On Sky Mountain, who could defeat Yi Futian? Yi Futian stared emotionlessly at the disappearing figures. He knew that the entire issue was far from being over. Not resigned. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian. Somewhat, Yi Futian said. He had the ability to kill everyone on Sky Mountain, but he could not. Instead, he could only let all of them go, so he would, of course, feel dissatisfied. If you are not resigned, then become stronger. When you are more powerful than everyone else, you don't have to be scared of anything anymore, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. The world was just so cruel and real. The people from the barren state could threaten Yi Futian in so many ways, but Yi Futian could not kill them even though he had the ability to. Nan Yu was so supercilious and arrogant, but only because he had Nantian House behind him. Otherwise, who would he be compared to Yi Futian? Looking at the handsome young man before her, Zhuge Hui smiled brightly. He was so clever and talented. One day, he would stand way above those from the barren state. Yup, I'll try my best. Yi Futian grinned and nodded. If he was alone and had no families, perhaps he would kill all the people from the barren state, but he was not. Okay, next, it's time to clear the debt between us. Zhuge Hui smiled and stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Then, he raised his head to look at the snow on Sky Mountain and remarked, Sister, the snow scenery on Sky Mountain is really beautiful, just like you. Zhuge Hui was still looking at him, smiling. Big brother? Third brother? Are you feeling better now? Yi Futian said again. In the pavilion on the first mountain of Book Mountain, two people were sitting there playing a game of chess. In the sky, there were many cultivators. Some were from Qin dynasty while others from the college. They were all staring nervously at the two. At the moment, the game between the King of Qin and Mr. Du seemed to have reached its climax, especially after the sentence from Mr. Du. He said that it would be difficult for Qin dynasty to leave Sky Mountain in one piece. Was he saying that a battle had already erupted at Sky Mountain? Could the three disciples from the cottage really kill Qin Yu and his team? Taking a chess piece in his hand, the King of Qin stared at Mr. Du. His look was extremely sharp. However, Mr. Du only smiled gently, as if he had taken control of everything. This caused the King of Qin to have a bad feeling. Mr. Du, are you joking? The King of Qin asked, smiling. Mr. Du shook his head. I usually don't joke. Perhaps you have seen wrongly, the King of Qin said again, after which he put down the piece in his hand. With this move, his pieces on the board were connected once again. The situation on the board changed and a terrifying force seemed to be gathering. Life is just like a game of chess. Take a step back and conflicts will automatically be resolved. Retreating does not mean cowardice. It's merely a way to live, Mr. Du said in a calm tone. Without any hesitation still, he made his next move. Beside them, College Chief Xiao was astonished. He did not expect Mr. Du to be so skilled in chess. Mr. Du had thoroughly displayed his attitude towards life on the chessboard. Previously, his moves had all been retreating and defensive. On the other hand, the King of Qin followed him closely and was very aggressive. However, at the moment, Mr. Du's move changed his stance drastically, as if he had inverted the world. In an instant, he ended the game. The pieces of the King of Qin seemed to be destroyed totally while Mr. Du's pieces were like sharp blades which annihilated everything in their path. A cold sweat broke out from the king's forehead and he felt somewhat uneasy. Life was just like chess and chess was like life. Mr. Du's game caused him to feel frightened. This was not just a game of chess but also a game of the Eastern Barren Territory. The king of Qin held a piece in his hand as he stared at the chessboard before him. After a long while, he still could not make his move. He actually did not know how to continue. This game has already ended. We don't have to continue, Mr. Du said softly. I don't believe you. The king of Qin looked coldly at Mr. Du as he continued his next move as if he was making his final struggle. Mr. Du shook his head and also made his next move. The king's face turned extremely pale. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from the back of Book Mountain, along with many loud roars. A battle seemed to have happened. Then, everyone saw a few people charging towards them. College Chief Xiao frowned. That was the entrance to the ancient barren world. Did a group of people just break through by force? Your Majesty, the spiritual imprint of the Crown Prince is destroyed, someone shouted. His words entered the ears of the King of Qin like a bolt out of the blue. His hand froze in midair and his body started trembling. His son Qin Yu had died. Boom! In the sky, all the people from the Qin dynasty were bewildered. The Crown Prince Qin Yu had died. What did this mean? Qin dynasty probably had a miserable defeat at Sky Mountain. But how could that be? Donghua clan leader and his wife, Fuyun sword clan leader, Royal Xian Temple Lord, Qin Yu, and Lu Nantian were all very powerful cultivators. Furthermore, they had brought several sage ritual implements. How would they lose? Puff! The king of Qin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, after which he opened them again. The piece in his hand fell down onto the chessboard. Raising his head, he looked at the old man before him and asked, Mr. Du, you have already set up your plan at Sky Mountain? So who is that sword? The king of Qin pointed at a piece on the board. He did not understand why he would lose. Is it important? Mr. Du shook his head. Then how about Book Mountain? Who will stop me from destroying the place? The king of Qin said coldly, pointing at the chessboard. He slowly stood up and an extremely frightening aura erupted from his body. Apart from him, the two elders from Qin dynasty also released their auras. The auras from them engulfed the vast Book Mountain. In the sky, the cultivators from Qin dynasty also released their auras and pressured the rest. The disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan all ascended into the sky. They similarly released their auras to fight against the incoming pressure. Are you still unrepentant? Mr. Du asked. Do I have a choice? The king of Qin picked up his piece and put it onto the chessboard. That was a place of no return. He was making his last stand. I have taught a few disciples on Book Mountain. I want neither fame nor wealth, not to say the ambition to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, Mr. Du was still sitting there quietly, as if he was muttering to himself. All I wanted was to influence a few people so that they can inherit my ideology. Slowly, they can influence the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Why is it so difficult? I don't care about your ambitions. Rumors claim that Mr. Du does not know cultivation. Today, I want to see for myself if you really know how to cultivate or not. The king of Qin said coldly as his might pressed onto Mr. Du. Mr. Du raised his head to look at the king of Qin and asked softly, Is it not good to be alive? Is it not good to be alive? Mr. Du's calm voice erupted in the ears of the king of Qin, sending a wave of coldness down his spine. Even though Mr. Du had not released any might, his words alone still had such a power, the power to instill fear into the king of Qin. Junior. College Chief Xiao stared at Mr. Du with a solemn expression. I have no other choice. Mr. Du scratched his head as if he felt somewhat speechless. Roar. Suddenly, the howl of dragon erupted and shook the earth. On Book Mountain, many college disciples were astonished and actually felt their blood boiling. The powerful howl came from the king of Qin. Then, an appalling dragon charged out from his body and flew into the sky. A terrifying golden claw struck out towards Mr. Du's head. The two were too close to each other and the attack was too violent. Moreover, the person who made the attack was the king of Qin. Nobody below the sage plane would survive such a surprise attack. At this instant, every single person on Book Mountain stared at Mr. Du, their hearts racing. Mr. Du, however, did not die. The golden dragon claw remained in midair. Many illusory dragons charged out from the frightening claw, howling, but even such a strong attack did not manage to kill Mr. Du. Time seemed to be frozen. Mr. Du just stood there quietly. The monstrous dragons tried to engulf his body, but they were blocked by an invisible radiance. The flowing radiance seemed to be indestructible. Furthermore, the radiance slowly enveloped the body of the King of Qin. The King of Qin started trembling. He was astonished, frightened, and puzzled. Sage! The King of Qin could feel his heart sink. He looked at Mr. Du but only saw him staring back with his usual calmness and quietness. The king's look changed continuously. Then he asked, "Why? Why do rumors claim that you do not know how to cultivate? How many people in the world dare to say that they know how to cultivate?" Mr. Du replied, "But why did you not attack us?" The King of Qin was still lost. He thought that he had already exerted enough pressure. If Mr. Du was really so powerful, why did he not destroy the Qin dynasty? He had never once assumed that Mr. Du really did not how to cultivate, for he did not dare to underestimate a person who could teach Sword Saint and Gu Donglu. However, Mr. Du had always kept a low profile, which made him feel that although Mr. Du could cultivate, he would only be as strong as College Chief Xiao, or perhaps even slightly stronger. But he would certainly not be a sage. Otherwise, why would he only make his move now? "Am I not attacking you now?" Mr. Du said slowly. Then, the dazzling radiance brought the body of the King of Qin up into the sky. All of a sudden, an illusory figure appeared behind the King of Qin. His pupils seemed to have turned gray and a horrifying will charged towards Mr. Du. At this instant, many illusions appeared on Book Mountain. Many evil dragons seemed to have emerged in the sky above the mountain, blotting out the sky and the sun. Countless people were bewildered as they stared at the frightening illusions before them. Many also felt scared. The two elders from Qin dynasty went beside the King of Qin and released a similar power. It was as if they had turned into death. A face formed from dark current appeared in the sky and looked down at Book Mountain. "Who dares to touch my descendant?" An extremely cold voice erupted, causing many people on Book Mountain to feel frozen. The King of Qin? His descendant? It was said that the Qin dynasty had opened the tomb of their ancestors. It seemed that they had actually found a will left behind by their ancestors. The scene was too scary. Everyone felt that their bodies were enveloped by death. Was this the real reason why Qin dynasty dared to come to the college? Mr. Du raised his head to look at the illusory figure in the sky and said emotionlessly, "Your descendant has been unfilial. I'm helping you to teach him a lesson." An endless amount of dark current flew in the sky as the eyes of death stared at Mr. Du. Then, the dark current charged down wildly toward every corner of the college. Mr. Du extended his hand to the sky. In the next instant, an enormous palm print appeared above Book Mountain. The palm print stood between the sky and the earth and covered the entire Book Mountain. The endless dark current collided onto the palm, but sharp sword will and blazing flames also appeared on the enormous palm. The palm print expanded rapidly and covered the entire sky. The palm print was like a world by itself, while its fingers were like 5 mountains. The sword will at its center was powerful enough to penetrate through the sky, and the divine flames that had filled the sky could burn the world into nothingness. The sword will and flames merged together. All the people from the Qin dynasty were enveloped by the palm print. No! The King of Qin and the others from Qin dynasty felt an endless fear engulfing them. They tried to ascend into the air in an attempt to escape, but they quickly realized that the palm print seemed to have frozen space. They could not move at all, and a heavy gravity pulled them downwards. Instead of escaping, they were only sinking down. It seems that the only thing that can solve everything is still power. In this world, the biggest thing is indeed the fist. Mr. Du gave a self-mocking smile. He closed his palm slightly, and in the sky, the enormous palm print started to clench. "Mr. Du, please," many people begged. However, at the moment, Mr. Du was not merciful at all. The palm print clenched directly, accompanied by an ear-piercing bang, everything turned into ashes. The palm print turned into spiritual chi and slowly dissipated. Sunlight poured down from the sky, but everything in the sky was gone. There was no more dark current. Neither was there any cultivator from Qin dynasty. There was only some willpower that had remained behind. Everything else had turned into insignificant pebbles in the long river of history. With that clench, the Qin dynasty had completely turned into the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, countless people trembled and were shocked beyond words. Nobody could adequately describe their feelings at the moment. The enormous palm print had changed the era in one move. Was this the real Mr. Du? He was the Mr. Du who was said not to know how to cultivate but had nurtured the best disciples in the Eastern Barren Territory. Countless people stared at the old man, and their eyes were filled with respect and fanaticism. The disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan all had only one feeling. Mr. Du from the cottage was unquestionably the strongest person in the Eastern Barren Territory. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. Feeling the countless fanatic looks, he heaved a long sigh. Then, he looked at College Chief Xiao and said, "Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile?" Cough. College Chief Xiao was instantly drawn back into reality and looked at Mr. Du speechlessly. However, Mr. Du only put his hands behind his back and walked away slowly. This bastard. He is still in the mood to feel complacent. College Chief Xiao cursed softly. On the path between Sky Mountain and Book Mountain, a group of cultivators was traveling in the air. They were precisely Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu, Yi Futian, and the rest. After resting for a while, they started their journey to Book Mountain. "Brothers and sister, will anything happen to the cottage?" Yi Futian asked, feeling somewhat worried. Since Qin Yu had intercepted them here without the king of Qin, he had very likely gone to Book Mountain. Apart from that, Yi Futian had also offended the cultivators from the barren state. "Don't worry, the master is there, so nothing will happen," Gu Donglu replied. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, after which he asked again, "What level is our master at?" He would be an idiot if he really believed that Mr. Du did not know how to cultivate. "Sage," Gu Donglu said directly. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. It seemed that he had been worrying for nothing. "Actually, I worry for the master," Sword Saint suddenly said. "Cultivators from the barren state had come here, and Qin dynasty also forced us so tightly. I think that the master has to display his powers." Both the second sister and third brother kept quiet. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Since the master was a sage, why should they worry? "Little brother, do you know how we became the disciples of Mr. Du?" Sword Saint suddenly asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian shook his head. "I'm an orphan. Many years ago when I was young, I wanted to enter a small clan to learn broadsword techniques. However, I was rejected because my talents were too poor. I could not even go up the mountain. Someone pointed at a stone wall at the foot of the mountain and told me that if I could carve a word on the wall, they would let me onto the mountain. I took my broadsword and attempted for 3 months. Finally, I managed to make a very light mark onto the wall. Excited, I tried to enter the clan but was chased out again. An old man passed by that told me that I was too stupid to cultivate and that I should follow him to do miscellaneous work. Disheartened, I decided to follow him. Thinking about his past, a warm smile appeared on Sword Saint's face. He would never forget this. "Then you became Sword Saint in the Eastern Barren Territory." Yi Futian blinked his eyes. It was really a simple story. "Second sister, how about you?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "I forgot," Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian was totally speechless. She ran away from her home that time and her family members were all looking for her. Master told her that there was a good place where she would never be found by her family. So he brought her to the Eastern Barren Territory, Sword Saint said, smiling. "Heir." Yi Futian did not know what to say. "What about third brother?" Yi Futian asked again. "That's even simpler. That year when the master brought your second sister out to play, they met your third brother. I heard that after seeing your second sister, your third brother decided to follow them and would never leave again," Sword Saint said. Yifu was somewhat dazed. Were these really the 3 cottage disciples who had become famous in the world? What amazing reasons they had for becoming disciples of Mr. Du. According to Sword Saint, the reasons why the 3 became Mr. Du's disciples were really simple. In reality, however, there were much more hidden behind the simpleness. Sword Saint did not tell Yifu that in order to carve something onto the stone wall that time, he did not sleep for 3 months. His sword-yielding hand was rubbed to bleeding. He fell down countless times but stood up every time. Finally, he succeeded but was still chased out, after which he lost consciousness. Mr. Du was beside him and watched him for 3 entire months. When Sword Saint fainted due to starvation and then woke up, Mr. Du gave him a few fruits. That was why he would live to become the eldest disciple of the cottage in the first place. Sword Saint also did not tell Yifu that the people who were searching for Zhuge Hui that time were extremely powerful, but Mr. Du still managed to bring her out. Similarly, he did not tell Yifu that after Gu Donglu and Zhuge Hui met, Gu Donglu once saw the young and beautiful Zhuge Hui using lightning to cultivate her body, which was almost a self-abuse method. He asked Mr. Du why he would mistreat his disciple in such a way and questioned his ability to teach. Then, Gu Donglu, who had already displayed his talents that time, had a friendly fight with Zhuge Hui and lost badly. He was still not convinced and asked Zhuge Hui if she could stop cultivating using that method. Zhuge Hui smiled and asked him if he would protect her, to which the severely injured Gu Donglu agreed. Therefore, everything after that followed. Unfortunately, until today Gu Donglu still could not win Zhuge Hui. Of course, all these had all become history. Apart from themselves, nobody would know their feelings towards their master, as well as towards each other. The Eastern Barren Territory was wildly astonished. In a single day, a catastrophic event that had not happened for hundreds of years occurred. Qin dynasty was annihilated, while the powerful cultivators from Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple all died on Sky Mountain and Book Mountain. Donghua clan leader announced that he would seclude in the future. Mr. Du and Yifu from the cottage had once again shaken the world. On Sky Mountain, Yifu controlled the willpower of the mountain and caused the bell to ring, suppressing all his enemies. On Book Mountain, Mr. Du displayed his powers as a sage, eliminating everything with a single palm print. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory realized that an era had ended. Qin dynasty, which once wanted to rule the world, had completely turned into a speck of dust in history. After receiving the news, many people in the Eastern Barren Territory visited Book Mountain. In this battle, the name of the cottage spread to every corner of the territory. Some people were excited while some were in fear. Those who were excited were of course the disciples from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Moon Clan, while those who were in fear were allies of Qin dynasty. Only the strongest cultivators died in the fight, so most people were still alive. Despite that, in the cottage, Mr. Du did not seem to be so excited at all, nor did he seem to be very complacent like he was on Book Mountain. In the back mountain, Mr. Du was lying on a rock and drinking his wine quietly. "Master!" Sword Saint shouted. Then Sword Saint, Yifu and the rest walked to him. Apart from them, Goddess Wangyue was also present. She came here to visit Mr. Du but did not want to disturb him by herself. Seeing the return of Sword Saint and his team, she followed them here. "Mr. Du," Goddess Wangyue said, saluting. "Hi." Mr. Du nodded. "What is it? May I cultivate under you, please?" Goddess Wangyue said, bowing. The scene on Book Mountain just now had really left a huge impact on her. Was this the real power of the Sage Plane? She wanted to break through her current level and needed a good teacher. Mr. Du was undoubtedly the most suitable person. "I'm lazy and do not plan to take in another disciple." Mr. Du sat up and smiling, he shook his head. Goddess Wangyue was somewhat disappointed at first, but immediately she was relieved. A mysterious person like Mr. Du would obviously not take in disciples easily. "Mr. Du, with the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory now, what should Moon Clan do?" Goddess Wangyue asked. If Book Mountain really wanted to unify the Eastern Barren Territory, she would be willing to support. Although she did not have a choice anyway, This time she was being sincere. After spending these few days in the college, she could feel the difference between this place and other places. Even though there were also conflicts between college disciples, they would focus mainly on cultivating. Furthermore, the aim of the college was to teach its students. This was unlike a clan. Apart from cultivation, there were also many malicious competitions. There were of course also many miscellaneous things in the college, but relatively its members were much friendlier. "It's up to you," Mr. Du replied, smiling. "In the past, I have always wanted to change certain things, but in the end, I have done nothing. Mr. Du, with your reputation now, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory would respond to your call. What can you not achieve?" Goddess Wangyue was confused. "If I unify the Eastern Barren Territory after eliminating Qin Dynasty with my powers, then I will be no different from Qin Dynasty itself. Once I leave the Eastern Barren Territory, or if someone even stronger appears, the same thing will happen again. Human minds and ambitions are the hardest things to change in the world." Mr. Du shook his head. "Mr. Du, what is your ambition?" Goddess Wangyue asked. "I wish that clans and families will no longer be the main players in the cultivation world. On the other hand, they will be replaced by places such as colleges. The people in the world will no longer keep precious resources to themselves. Instead, they will teach others, and knowledge can be passed down the generations," Mr. Du said, staring at Goddess Wangyue. Goddess Wangyue was stunned, after which she bowed slightly at Mr. Du in admiration. Then, she said, "Mr. Du, if your ambition is fulfilled, all the cultivators in the world can have a better environment. However, I think it's a wish that can never be realized. There is greed and desire where there are people. Powerful cultivators will naturally want to establish their own clans or families. When the people who agree with your ambition stand at the peak of the world, your ambition will automatically be fulfilled," Mr. Du said, smiling. Goddess Wangyue was stunned. She suddenly thought of the cottage disciples. She was astonished as she suddenly understood his meaning. Mr. Du's words were correct. If one day his disciples became the strongest few in the Eastern Barren Territory, they would practice his ambition and establish different colleges. Furthermore, they would continue to nurture people who agreed with their ideals. When such a group of cultivators stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory, the influence of clans would be weakened indefinitely. Places such as the college would become the sacred land in the territory. "I got it." Goddess Wangyue bowed, after which she left the place, feeling somewhat shocked. This was the mysterious and unfathomable Mr. Du Sword Saint, and the rest all stood at the side and listened quietly. When Mr. Du said these to Goddess Wangyue, he was also saying it to them. P10 also heard the conversation, but he did not think too much about it. He did not have such a great ambition to care about the whole world. What his master had said was still too far away for him. "How's the people from the barren state?" Mr. Du asked, looking at P10. "I let them off. Will the sages from the barren state come here?" P10 asked. Mr. Du was a sage and the ban was still effective. As long as sages could not enter the territory, there would be nothing to be scared of. "Yes," Mr. Du nodded. P10 was momentarily stunned. Mr. Du was actually so certain about it. Seeing his expression, Mr. Du smiled and said, "A relic from the two emperors is way more attractive than you think. If the emperor did not set the ban, the cultivators from the barren state would have come here long ago. They did not dare to sneak up Sky Mountain only because they are afraid of the willpower left behind by the emperor. However, now you have obtained everything. The people from the barren state will definitely not give up so easily." Mr. Du smiled and continued, "The divine prefectures is vast and boundless. The emperor has to rule the world, so he will definitely not keep a close watch on the Eastern Barren Territory. If someone here goes missing one day, do you think he will ever notice it?" P10 gave a bitter smile. Of course, he understood what Mr. Du meant. In the past, there was nothing in the Eastern Barren Territory that could attract the attention of the cultivators from the barren state. Thus, the barren state had obeyed the rules. However, the situation was different at the moment. Then I'll stay on Book Mountain forever, Yifutian muttered. Since the ban was still effective, nobody would touch him openly. Hearing Yifutian's words, Mr. Du said again, "Actually, I have something that I didn't tell you just now." "What?" Yifutian asked curiously. That year when Donghuang the Great announced the ban, the complete sentence was that sages could not enter the Eastern Barren Territory, but if there were sages in the Eastern Barren Territory, then the ban would be automatically removed, Mr. Du said, staring at Yifutian. Yifutian looked at Mr. Du in bewilderment and blinked his eyes. Then, even his face turned dark as he stared firmly at Mr. Du. So this meant that after Mr. Du displayed his power as a sage, the ban had become ineffective. Cultivators from the Barren State could come to the Eastern Barren Territory directly. So after receiving the news, more people from the Barren State will come here? Yifutian asked. Yup. Mr. Du nodded seriously. Yifutian's face darkened further. On Sky Mountain, he did not dare to touch the people from the Barren State because he was scared of revenge from the Barren State and that they would kill his friends and relatives. On the other hand, as long as he did not kill the people from the Barren State, the powerful cultivators from the Barren State would at most aim at him only. However, now that the ban in the Eastern Barren Territory was removed, all the cultivators from the Barren State could come to the Book Mountain directly. In this case, Yifutian could not dodge from anything. Master, what should I do then? Yifutian asked. How do I know? The old man muttered. Then he lied down and continued drinking. This old bastard, Yifutian cursed in his mind. He was actually still in the mood to drink. Master, Yifutian shouted. Don't worry. I will not let you drag the others down, Mr. Du said lazily. In the worst case, I'll hand you over to them. Yifutian regretted his initial decision. Could he still sever his relationship with Mr. Du now? Donghua clan leader and his wife had announced that they would dismiss the clan and seclude in the future. In one night, all Donghua clan disciples left. The clan which once wanted to become the first clan in the Eastern Barren Territory turned particularly deserted. At the moment, only a few people remained. For example, Lu Nantian and Chen Shanmu. After knowing what happened on Sky Mountain, Chen Shanmu had a mixed feeling. His wife Qin Mengrua was killed by Yifutian, but his junior Hua Qingqing let Yifutian off instead. Because of Hua Qingqing's decision, Yifutian did not kill his master and masteress. However, what would happen if Hua Qingqing did kill Yifutian on Sky Mountain? Victory? That would be impossible. They had already received the news from Book Mountain. Mr. Du was a sage. They were destined to fail from the start. It was a meaningless battle in which the cottage did not suffer any losses. If the king of Qin did not decide to go to Book Mountain himself, Mr. Du would not even need to display his powers. Suddenly, Donghua clan leader looked at Chen Shanmu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, You should leave. Chen Shanmu kowtowed on the ground, after which he stood up and departed. After he left, only 4 people remained in Donghua clan, namely Donghua clan leader and his wife, Lu Nantian, and Hua Qingqing. Nantian, bring Qingqing and leave from the ancient barren world. The clan leader said to Lu Nantian. Masteress, you should bring Qingqing and leave. Lu Nantian shook his head. Nantian, are my words already useless? The clan leader turned somewhat serious, but Lu Nantian still stood there quietly. Masteress, you leave? We don't have much time. Do you want to kill Qingqing? The clan leader scolded. I'm not leaving. Hua Qingqing stood at the side. Masteress, we have been wrong from the start. Perhaps Mr. Du has already foreseen everything from the beginning. He does not want to rule the Eastern Barren Territory at all, but instead only wants to teach his disciples peacefully so that they can become stronger. On the other hand, we want to obtain all the influences in the Eastern Barren Territory. Only now do we understand that everything has but been a dream. In front of the really powerful forces, the Eastern Barren Territory itself is meaningless, Lu Nantian said to his master and masteress. Then, he knelt on the ground and added, Masteress, I hope that in my next life I will still be your disciple. After that, he stood up and walked up to Hua Qingqing. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her pure and flawless face, but in the end, He still put his hand down, just like in the past. However, he only felt somewhat relieved. Smiling, he said, "Ching, live on." Then Lu Nantian turned around resolutely and walked out of Donghua clan. Looking at his back, tears flew down from Hua Qingqing's eyes. "I don't really have any regrets in my life, and it has been perfect, apart from the battle with Gu Donglu. Nevertheless, it's not embarrassing to lose to a cottage disciple, is it?" Lu Nantian shouted. Then, he suddenly sped up and turned into a beam of light, charging out of Donghua clan. At the moment, there were many people outside Donghua clan observing its every move. In the distance, there was a restaurant which was entirely reserved by a group of people. Outside the restaurant, there was a dazzling golden raven which was showered in a holy radiance. In the restaurant, there was a young man sitting down and drinking while looking in the direction of Donghua clan. His eyes seemed to be filled with flame intent. He was drinking leisurely as if he was enjoying himself. Cultivation was, after all, an extremely difficult activity in the first place as it needed much patience and perseverance. Therefore, when he had free time, he would spend it on enjoying himself. The young man was precisely Du Ao, the cultivator from Sacred Fire sect of the Barren State. He did not leave the Eastern Barren Territory. After leaving Sky Mountain, he wanted to go to the college directly but heard that there was a sage there. Hence, he would obviously not go there hastily. On the other hand, he asked some of his people to go back to the Barren State while he brought the rest to Donghua clan. On Sky Mountain, he almost died because of a beauty. He could not kill Yifutian for the moment, but how about the beauty? How could he give her up? Suddenly, Du Ao noticed someone walk out from Donghua clan and battle with his men. The person was showering in a brilliant flame as his life spirit appeared, which was actually a three-legged golden raven. This caused a strange expression to appear on his face. He then commanded, "Ask him if he would submit to me. I can bring him to Sacred Fire sect to cultivate." "All right." A cultivator walked towards that direction. However, many terrifying suns appeared behind the person in the distance, and he burnt the person from Sacred Fire sect to death immediately. Meanwhile, he continued to battle the people from Sacred Fire sect as he advanced towards the restaurant. "Humph! Let's not wait anymore and go there directly. Apart from her, kill everyone else," Du Ao said coldly. At once, the people beside him walked out of the restaurant and towards Donghua clan. In the distance, many people were astonished by the scene. Donghua clan leader announced that he would seclude in the future and dismissed the clan. However, before he could leave, the cultivators from the Barren State came to Donghua clan and attacked it without any reasons. The members of the cottage would clearly not know what was happening in Donghua clan. Yifutian also did not think that such a thing would happen. On Book Mountain, Mr. Du, college chief Xiao, and the cottage disciples were all present. Even the few mountain elders and goddess Wangyue were here as well. This was the first time Yifutian met the college chief. He looked somewhat pale but sage-like. At least he had a better temperament than that old guy. Yifutian had heard in the past that the relationship between Mr. Du and the college chief was very bad. However, from the look of it, it was not that bad after all. At least Mr. Du and college chief were chatting happily at the moment. Furthermore, they were chatting about the future of the college and the big brother. "Think carefully. It's all up to you. Don't take my thoughts into account," Mr. Du said to Sword Saint. "Shut up." College Chief Xiao widened his eyes at Mr. Du. "Master, I am willing to." Sword Saint nodded. "Great." College Chief Xiao looked excited and laughed. "Fantastic. At least you are not like your master. Senior, watch your words." Mr. Du smiled and stared at College Chief with a you-know-what-I-mean look. College Chief Xiao pointed his finger at him, and his beard trembled in frustration. "Forget it. Who asked me to be weaker? In this case, I will gather everyone tomorrow and announce your decision to the college," College Chief Xiao said, feeling at ease. He was finally able to unload his burden as someone was willing to take over his position. More importantly, the person was indeed very suited for the job. "No problem." Sword Saint nodded. Looking at the scene, Yifutian felt somewhat emotional. From the next day on, his big brother would be the new chief of the college. Since you have agreed to it, take care of the Eastern Barren Territory in the future, Mr. Du said to Sword Saint, looking at him seriously. Sword Saint nodded solemnly and replied, Master, I'll practice your ideology. At the side, Goddess Wangyue asked, Will Sword Saint Mountain combine with the college in the future? I established Sword Saint Mountain to teach my disciples in the same way the college does, so I will let the Sword Saint Mountain disciples decide for themselves if they would stay or leave, Sword Saint replied. Goddess Wangyue smiled and suddenly asked, Can I stay here? Everyone was momentarily puzzled as they stared at Goddess Wangyue in bewilderment. Goddess, what do you mean? Sword Saint asked. I'll stay in the college to cultivate, and Moon Clan will combine into the college to become another mountain. For example, Moon Mountain, Goddess Wangyue said, smiling. Even Mr. Du and College Chief Xiao seemed surprised. Goddess Wangyue was the leader of Moon Clan, and she was actually willing to become a mountain elder in the college. In addition, combing Moon Mountain into the college would be against the will of Moon Clan ancestors. I agree, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads to see Yi Futian lifting both of his hands in the air in agreement. Everyone then looked at Hua Jieyu, who was beside Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu blushed slightly and lowered her head, after which she kicked Yi Futian with her shoe. Why is he in such a hurry? You have no rights to say anything here, Mr. Du remarked emotionlessly. Yi Futian widened his eyes at Mr. Du, however. Thinking about Moon Clan combing with the college in the future, he felt elated. I think it'll be hard for you to convince the members of Moon Clan, Sword Saint said. Moon Clan was different from Sword Saint Mountain in that he established Sword Saint Mountain all by himself. Both Moon Clan and the college exist for people to cultivate. Even if Moon Clan stays at the college, it will still be passed down the generations, maybe in an even better way. If they do not agree, I'll stay here myself and let the members of Moon Clan choose if they would stay or leave. I'll give my position as the leader to someone else, Goddess Wangyue said. After the event, this time and her conversation with Mr. Du last time, her state of mind had changed. Therefore, she made such a decision. You can take the mountain occupied by the cottage, Mr. Du said. Mr. Du, Goddess Wangyue was stunned. Giving the mountain occupied by the cottage to us? In the future, there will only be the college in the college. There will no longer be the cottage, Mr. Du said, smiling. Yi Futian seemed to have a premonition and felt somewhat sad. Was the cottage, the legendary place of the Eastern Barren Territory, going to vanish? Mr. Du! Suddenly, everyone heard a voice from a certain direction of Book Mountain. They turned around and looked in that direction. College Chief Xiao frowned. Why is it the entrance to the ancient barren world again? A powerful aura spread out from there. Immediately, Mr. Du seemed to have known what was happening. Frowning, he stood up. Then, everyone saw two figures charging towards them. Behind the two figures, there were many cultivators chasing them. Bang! A frightening flame flew into the body of the person in front. The person trembled fiercely and pushed the other person towards Mr. Du. How dare you! College Chief Xiao shouted coldly, and many people walked forward. However, they quickly realized that the person flying towards them was Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing turned around with much difficulty as an invisible force was pushing her forward. She looked at her mother and her eyes were wet with tears. At the moment, an illusory three-legged golden raven appeared on the body of Lady Wuxia, which was burning her wildly. Lady Wuxiao's body was ablaze and her aura weakened continuously. She looked the people from the college and said, I know that in the past I have offended you much. I'll repay you in my next life. Mr. Du, please save my daughter Hua Qingqing. After that, the burning Lady Wuxia knelt down in midair, appearing to be exceptionally miserable. In the Eastern Barren Territory, perhaps only Mr. Du could save her daughter. Hence, she chose to escape to this place. Everyone from the college was swayed as they watched Lady Wuxia kneel down in the air, bathed in a rush of flames. Lady Wuxia used to be a well-known female cultivator. She later married clan leader Hua, but no one expected for her life to end up this way. No matter what the relationship between the college and Lady Wuxia was like, They couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It was a truly horrible thing to witness. Goddess Wangyue clenched hands into a tight fist, and a force of ice will descended upon Lady Yuxiao, wanting to exterminate the flame. However, the flame of the divine golden bird which surrounded Lady Yuxiao seemed to contain a hint of sage will because it could not be put out. Gradually, the image of her became faint as she began to fade away. She was trying to push through the immense pain. Her eyes were trained on Mr. Du. "Mother!" Hua Qingqing cried out loudly at the sight of her mother in pain. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. Mr. Du sighed deeply. He knew there was no saving Lady Yuxiao. She was holding on to her last breath with all the strength left in her body. It was the only reason why she had yet to disappear completely. Mr. Du spoke to her. "Don't worry, go." "Thank you, Mr. Du." Lady Yuxiao bowed to him and was gone immediately, her image disappearing within the flames. "Mother!" Hua Qingqing's heart clenched tightly. She wanted to charge out and reach for her mother. However, Goddess Wangyue reached out her hand and cast a wind spell. The invisible force wrapped around Hua Qingqing's body and brought her to the side. Yifutian never thought clan leader Hua and Lady Yuxiao would end up this way after letting them go back at Sky Mountain. His cold eyes swept over to the cultivators of the Holy Fire clan and the young man mounted on the three-legged golden raven, Du Ao. He had already tried to make a move on Hua Qingqing back on Sky Mountain. Fortunately, he was stopped by Yifutian. What Yifutian didn't expect was that instead of hiding and lying about his evil doings, Du Ao made another move for her after leaving the mountain. Only this time it was publicly. Did this rascal not have any shame? Especially as a disciple of one of Baron State's top powers. Perhaps he didn't at all about what the people thought, doing only what he pleased. Even if it was wrong, it had to be known to the public. Even the Qing dynasty needed to come up with an excuse to wipe out the Lu kingdom. "Pardon me, but this girl is someone we want. Please hand her over to the Holy Fire clan." An elder illuminated by flames stepped forward. He radiated with hints of sage will. His aura was strong. It was he who attacked and killed Lady Yuxiao. The people of the college looked at the elder. He sounded polite, but the look in his eyes told another story. Everyone understood that for the Holy Fire clan to do something like this, they had no morals, no conscience. They only held back because there were sages in the college. Otherwise, there would be no talking to them. They would simply kill everyone in their way. Everyone remembered clearly how things went down the last time the Holy Fire clan arrived at the college. They remembered just how crazy and wild these people from the Baron State were. "Scram!" Mr. Du spat out in a cold tone. The cultivators of the Holy Fire clan stared down at Mr. Du from where they were in the air. It seemed that not even a sage from the Eastern Baron territory could strike up any fear or respect from them. "Since it seems like Senior is not willing to welcome us, we'll leave," Du Ao said from his spot on the three-legged golden raven's back. His eyes, filled with a hint of mockery, drifted onto Yifutian. Yifutian stared right back. He could feel the disdain and ridicule from Du Ao's eyes. On Sky Mountain, Yifutian was wildly arrogant because he had the will of the mountain at his advantage. He used it to kill many powerful cultivators and used the sound of the bell to injure Baron State cultivators. Now, there were sages in the Eastern Baron territory. The ban had been lifted. Du Ao wanted to see just how arrogant Yifutian could be now. The people of the Holy Fire clan left. Du Ao was in no hurry. When the sages of the clan arrived, everything would fall into their hands, whether it be Yifutian or Hua Qingqing. "How presumptuous," said College Chief Xiao. He was angry but couldn't do much. He knew that although his junior brother could stop the opposing party, he had to think about the disciples of the college. Furthermore, College Chief Xiao knew something no one else did. Mr. Chu couldn't stay at Book Mountain for much longer. The second the ban was lifted, things were already set. Everyone looked over at Hua Qingqing. Their hearts hurt for the crying girl. The Holy Fire clan had already crashed the college. One could already imagine what happened at the Donghua clan. There was no need for questions. "Let her rest, Mr. Du said as he watched Hua Qingqing. He sighed inwardly. "Okay," nodded Goddess Wangyue. She led the young girl away and the others also began to disperse. However, the disciples of the cottage stayed. Mr. Du shook his head. How are we as humans supposed to keep the desires of others under control with just morals? How are we supposed to control those with the weapons and desire to hurt others without rules and regulations? When he finished what he had to say, he began to walk away. Yifutian watched the teacher's back as he departed. He was beginning to understand the teacher's dreams. These powerful cultivators from the Barren State arrived in the Eastern Barren Territory and lacked even a shred of respect for anyone. They showed no signs of wanting to hide their hunger and desire for power. Neither did they care about what anyone else thought. In order to conquer Hua Qingqing, they went as far as killing her family. Cruel and violent. A person with a weapon will produce the killing thought. Because there is no one to restrain them. It was said that Hua Qingqing, one of the Eastern Barren Territory's 3 great beauties, is innocent and kind. She didn't know of the evils of the world. Her innocence was reflected in her beauty, clean and pure. She had been protected from the real world since the day she was born. But it was this kind girl that experienced the greatest evil. How ironic. Fourth brother, do you have a pen and paper? Yifutian asked Shuiyi. Yeah, he nodded. Shuiyi then pulled out the supplies from on his person and asked, Little brother, what are you going to do with it? Copying down a musical score. Yifutian explained quickly and walked over to a stone table. Laying out the paper, he began to write. Zhuge Hui and the others grew curious and came to his side. This is? Zhuge Hui asked quietly. The Yukio song, Yifutian answered with a smile. What's it for? Asked Zhuge Hui. I'll gift a copy to anyone who comes to the college from the Barren State, he replied nonchalantly. Everyone gave him a strange look. The Yukio song was one of the world's 10 great musical pieces. It was left by the great emperor. Was Yifutian really going to just give it out so easily? You'll gift it? To anyone? Asked Zhuge Hui. Yup, I'll gift it to anyone, Yifutian said as he nodded in all seriousness. Actually, I should say I'm lending it to them. I'll make them pay for it later. It seemed like Yifutian was preparing to keep track of anyone who comes to Book Mountain. Perhaps this type of compromise was a form of resignation. Don't worry, the Yukio song isn't that easy to learn. I'll also leave a copy at the college for people to copy. From now on, a copy will be given to any Barren State power that comes to the college. Smiled Yifutian. Not even Hua Qingqing, who was very talented at the guqin, could play this piece. The reason why Yifutian could play it was because his will synchronized with the wills of the 2 emperors on Sky Mountain and received this piece directly. As for the last portion of this piece, it had to be played with Emperor will. Yifutian was certain, even if the cultivators of the Barren State received the Yukio song, it wouldn't be that easy for them to learn. Better yet, they probably wouldn't be able to learn it at all. Zhuge Hui chuckled and patted Yifutian's head. Little brother is a special person indeed. I'm liking you more and more. Yifutian blinked before sneaking a glance at third brother. Jieyu, you don't mind, do you? Zhuge Hui smiled at Hua Jieyu. Senior sister, if you like him, you can take him with you, Hua Jieyu said softly. Yifutian looked at Hua Jieyu as if he had been wronged. Does she have to be so cruel? Today was a special day for the college. College Chief Xiao, the Sword Saint, and Goddess Wang Yue gathered the disciples of Book Mountain, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan, respectively. The enormous crowd gathered at the square on Book Mountain and focused their attention on the group of people at the front. College Chief Xiao, the Sword Saint, Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu, all the mountain elders, and Goddess Wang Yue stood on an elevated plane looking down on everyone. Many people had heard rumors and knew that College Chief Xiao had something to announce today. There were already large groups gathered at the foot of Book Mountain. They looked up at the sacred mountain, the holy place of the Eastern Barren Territory. News of what happened at the Donghua clan had already spread. The ruthless doings of the Barren State cultivators greatly angered the people. Hua Qingqing was now staying on Book Mountain. Had it not been for Mr. Du, Hua Qingqing would have been taken by the people of the Barren State. But could the college really stop them? From today on, Sword Saint Mountain will merge with the college. The disciples of Sword Saint Mountain will enter the college for cultivation. Anyone who objects can leave now. The Sword Saint's voice resonated on Book Mountain, shocking many. From today on, the Moon Clan will merge with the college. The disciples of the Moon Clan will enter the college for cultivation. Anyone who objects can leave now. Goddess Wangyue's voice rang out right after. From today onwards, the position of college chief will be held by the Sword Saint. Goddess Wangyue will take the position as vice college chief and aid the Sword Saint in running the college, teaching the youth of the Eastern Barren Territory, passing on their knowledge. Another voice spoke out. At the foot of the mountain, many people lifted their heads to look at the long stairs in front of them. The three great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory had announced such big changes today. From this point on, the Sword Saint and Goddess Wangyue were in charge of the college. At the bottom of the Book Mountain stairs, a few groups appeared. The arrival of these three groups had many people in shock. They were the Xianxia Temple, the Witch Clan, and the Ji family. With the arrival of these three groups at Book Mountain, the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory were now all gathered at the same place. Although Mr. Du had no thoughts of ruling all of the Eastern Barren Territory, the reality was the entire Eastern Barren Territory already belonged to the college. The three groups walked up the stairs and arrived at the square. We have come to congratulate the college. We hope that the Sword Saint will never forget your true self and your initial intentions. The abbot of the Xianxia Temple held his palms together and bowed in the Sword Saint's direction. Abbot, you are too polite. I will keep your teachings at heart, the Sword Saint said as he returned a courteous bow. The Witch Clan has come to congratulate the college. The Ji family has come to congratulate the college. The other two powers expressed their congratulations as well. In the large crowd, the Witch Clan's Gu Biue had a smile on her face as she looked in Yi Futian's direction. Who would have thought this day would come when they first met in the ancient barren world? A distance away, the wind picked up and clouds rolled in, catching the attention of everyone on Book Mountain. They all turned to look in the distance. What they saw was a large group of people riding closer to Book Mountains on clouds. All the most powerful cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory were gathered on Book Mountain, and they were sternly looking into the distance. They're here. Many people shared the same thought. The crowd gathered at the foot of Book Mountain were also looking up at the figures rolling in on clouds in the sky. Powerful cultivators from the Barren State had arrived on Book Mountain. Not even the gathering of all the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers would be enough in comparison. The Eastern Barren Territory had just been united. How was the college going to resolve this threat? Would they hand Yi Futian over? Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew the exact reason for the arrival of the Barren State cultivators. It was because of Yi Futian. He stepped onto the top of Sky Mountain and acquired the relics of the two emperors. He was able to control the will of Sky Mountain. It was rumored that he received one of the world's top 10 musical pieces, the Yukio song. The newly arrived crowd descended from the skies and separated into four groups: the Mortal World, Nantian House, the Holy Fire Clan, and Taishan Mountain. Duao, Nanfeng and Nanyu, Chushang, and Hanlan were also present. They were the first to get the news in the Barren State, and thus were the first ones to arrive. Other powers of the Barren State most likely haven't yet received the news. Duao, Nanfeng, and Nanyu stared at Yi Futian. The look in their eyes was ice cold. Beside them were the most powerful cultivators of their respective groups. Sages were among them. They were interested to see how arrogant Yi Futian could be now. They remembered every detail about what happened on Sky Mountain. We heard that a sage has appeared in the Eastern Barren Territory. We're curious to see who he is. The person who spoke was of the Nantian House. He stood in front of Nanfeng and was donned in a glamorous long robe. Years ago, when the great emperor set the ban, sages disappeared from the Eastern Barren Territory and the plain no longer existed there. If a sage were to appear, even those in the Barren State would get the news. Although the Eastern Barren Territory had little to no contact with the outside world, the powers of the Barren State still kept an eye on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the bells that rang from Sky Mountain. But now, there was a sage in the Eastern Barren Territory and they didn't hear anything about it before. Obviously, the person in question was intentionally hiding his identity, and this was his hideout. If it weren't so, there was no need for a cultivator of his level to stay in a place like the Eastern Barren Territory. Just someone from the mountains. There's not much to say. A voice drawled from somewhere on Book Mountain. It was Mr. Du. He did not appear beside the Sword Saint or College Chief Xiao. Now back to you guys. Why have you come? We heard someone from the Eastern Barren Territory made it on Sky Mountain and obtained the relic of the great emperor. So, we wanted to come to see for ourselves just who this person is. A sage from the Holy Fire clan spoke nonchalantly. He had on a long robe, covered with images of flames. A strong flame intent radiated from him. Me! Just then, Yifutian walked out from the crowd. He looked to the newcomers from the barren state and spoke. I stepped onto Sky Mountain and harmonized with the will left by the great emperor. From that, I was able to control the power of Sky Mountain. Other than that, I also received the score for the Yukio song. So, you're finally willing to admit it. Nanyu smirked. Wasn't Yifutian really arrogant on Sky Mountain? He even tied him up to the stone wall at Sky Mountain and humiliated him in front of everyone. Nanyu was curious how Yifutian would meet his end. And then, the sage from the Nantian house pushed for Yifutian to continue with emotionless eyes. The will of Sky Mountain is already in my control. It would be useless for you guys even if you got your hands on it. As for the score for the Yukio song, I can give it to you guys, said Yifutian. Du Ao and the rest all sneered. Mockery filled their eyes. All right? The sage nodded. Yifutian reached into the front of his robe and pulled out the musical scores. With a wave of his hand, the 4 copies were delivered to each of the 4 groups. Reaching out, the sages of each group received the papers. Opening up the page, the sage of Nantian House gave it a once-over before folding it back up and speaking. You should come take a little trip with us. That's going too far, said College Chief Xiao. He already handed over the score and they still wanted to take Yifutian? Who knows if he's still hiding some other treasures. Besides, he was so arrogant on Sky Mountain, he'll be fine. Nanyu sneered. There's another person on Book Mountain. Hand her over, said Du Ao. The person he was speaking of was obviously Hua Qingqing. Who cared about the sage? What had to be done must be done. They weren't going to leave until they were handed all the people they sought. Yifutian gave a deep inward sigh and then smiled bitterly. Just then, a figure approached. It was Mr. Du. He looked right at Yifutian. So? Did you really think compromising and giving in would work? I'm sorry, teacher, said Yifutian. He felt a little guilty. On the way back to Book Mountain from Sky Mountain, he had heard some stories about the teacher from First Brother. Yifutian knew that even though the old man was a sage, he seemed to have another identity. He was hiding out in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was because of this that he was such a mystery. Not a lot of people have seen him or knew much about him. Yifutian didn't want his teacher to pique the interest of the Barren State because of today. That was why he willingly handed over the score. Unfortunately, it was no use. Although the old man said he didn't care about Yifutian and would hand him over, Yifutian knew it was just a joke. Mr. Du looked at Yifutian once and stepped forward to look at the crowd. You already got the musical score, so why aren't you all getting the hell out of here? Everyone looked at Mr. Du strangely. Old geezer, do you want to die? Asked Nanyu. Now that the ban of the Eastern Barren Territory was lifted, who cared if this old man was a sage? How dare he try to get rid of them? Whoosh! A delicate figure whisked by. It was the cottage's second disciple, Zhuge Hui. With a loud thunder-like crack, her long whip unfurled in Nan Yu's direction. How presumptuous! A noble from Nantian House made his way toward Zhuge Hui. The noble with a sharp, cutting aura reached out his hand. Zhuge Hui snapped her whip once more, cracking down like lightning and thunder. A crisp snap was heard, and following that were the horrid screams of the noble. He was struck by the whip and flung off of Book Mountain. His body twitched uncontrollably upon landing at the bottom. The Nantian house sage took one step and released a terrifying energy at Zhuge Hui. Mr. Du moved at the same time. His hand reached up at the sky and clenched into a fist. Immediately, The sage froze and turned his attention over to Mr. Du in shock. "One more move and you die," Mr. Du said calmly. As soon as his utterance was heard, the four groups from the barren state looked up at him, dumbfounded. Was he actually threatening a sage of Nantian House? The sage indeed made no other motions. Zhuge Hui, on the other hand, charged over to Nanyu. Top-level nobles stepped out. There were even those who had been enlightened by sage will. However, Zhuge Hui's whip danced wildly in the air. An image appeared on her body. The people were shocked to realize that she was duplicating. 1 into 2, 2 into 4. In short moments, she was everywhere, waving her whip at the same time. Thunder and lightning erupted, lighting up the skies majestically. The thousand thundering illusions. The eyes of the everyone from the barren state lit up and watched everything unfold in shock. Illusory images filled the sky. In the lit-up sky, her whip came down, cracking one after another. The nobles of Nantian House were flung away one by one. In a split second, a long whip bypassed everything in its way to get to Nanyu, picking him up into the air. "Let me go!" Nanyu screamed out in horror. He had already been treated this way once on Sky Mountain. This was already the second time. But at this moment, it didn't seem like anyone from the Nantian House could hear his screams. They were all frozen in place as they watched the beautiful girl bathed in the lights from the lightning. The thousand thundering illusions was an exclusive skill from a certain barren state power. Second sister is so powerful, thought Yifutian. He was also surprised by the scene in front of him. It seemed as if she had been hiding her true abilities. Whether it was the people on Book Mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone was looking up at Zhuge Hui. The long whip moved in a circle, spinning Nanyu around in the air. Zhuge Hui looked up at him just to hear him scream out in anger, "You dare touch me?" Just then, the whip moved toward a stone wall on Book Mountain. Nanyu's body hit the wall along with the force of lightning and the wall exploded loudly. Nanyu's pitiful cries followed. The whip snapped back and with one movement of Zhuge Hui's arm, Nanyu's body was flung away from Book Mountain. "Who are you?" the Nantian House sage asked Zhuge Hui. "The thousand thundering illusions doesn't belong to the Eastern Barren territory. Take a guess." Zhuge Hui smiled at him. She then stepped toward the Holy Fire clan. Looking at Duao, she spoke again. "He offended me. You guys wouldn't mind if I taught him a lesson, would you? Even if you are of the Zhuge family, what right do you have to teach a disciple of our clan a lesson?" asked a sage of the clan. "Based on the fact that he acted out of place in front of me," she said. Her whip snapped once again. The sage wanted to make a move but felt a strong pressure descend upon himself. Lifting his head, he saw Mr. Du with confusion on his face. He questioned, "Who is he?" Snap! The whip cracked down and no one was able to stop it. Duao cried out in pain. After being hit by the whip, he toppled over on the three-legged golden raven. A deep, bloody mark appeared on his body. Countless pairs of eyes were frozen in place, shocked at everything that had just happened on Book Mountain. Everything was so unexpected. For example, no one expected that the powerful cultivators of the barren state would get so badly beaten up. Many years ago, something big happened to the barren state's Zhuge family. Their first daughter suddenly went missing and couldn't be found even after the family searched high and low in the barren state. A cultivator from the mortal world spoke out suddenly. The four powers were stunned. They had all heard of this story. So, the girl in front of them was the daughter of the barren state's Zhuge family. Zhuge Mingyue? Updated by the cultivators of the barren state stared at the beautiful girl in shock. Perhaps the name Zhuge Mingyue was unfamiliar to many of the younger cultivators, but they were aware of the background she came from just by hearing this name. Zhuge Qingfeng was the top dog of the Zhuge family. He made his name many years ago, proving himself to be more capable than all others his age. Presently, he was already a great legend in the barren state. Zhuge Kanyang was the most outstanding cultivator among the newest generation of the Zhuge family. He had already reached the sage plane a couple years ago. A true talent indeed. These two people were known as the most outstanding of the entire Zhuge family in the last 1,000 years. The former was Zhuge Mingyue's father, the latter her older brother. With a background like that, not even the sages of the four great Baron state powers could compare. As for Nan Feng, Nan Yu, and Du Ao, they were merely young prodigies of the Baron state powers. They weren't even the very best. So, they obviously couldn't be compared to Zhuge Mingyue. And just like that, they realized that a person of such high status was hidden within what they considered an inferior clan. Nan Yu and Du Ao had an awkward look on their faces. Just by hearing this name, they knew that there was nothing they could do about the beating they just received. They weren't going to get revenge, and there was absolutely no one who dared to do it for them. Hearing their words, Zhuge Hui turned to the disciples of the cottage with a great smile. "Remember my real name, Zhuge Mingyue." Seeing that she had just admitted her identity, the Baron state sages were shaken. The sage of the Nantian house spoke. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Zhuge family ran away and ended up in the Eastern Baron territory? A place cut off from the Baron state and where sages were forbidden. You even changed your name. No wonder the Zhuge family was unable to find you even though they searched high and low in the Baron state. Not only did Zhuge Mingyue change her name, but she also rarely left the mountain. Before Yifutian was attacked in Chaoga City, there weren't even many people in the Eastern Baron territory that knew of her existence. All they knew was that no one had ever seen the second disciple of the cottage. I heard that Zhuge Qingfeng had originally intended to send Zhuge Mingyue to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Why did you choose to run away here to the Eastern Baron territory instead of joining the most sacred group of the Baron state? You even found yourself a teacher here, asked a sage of the Holy Fire clan. The Holy Ji Palace was the holy land of the Baron state. It was a place where many demon beasts could be found. Every great power in the Baron state wished to send their younger generation cultivators to the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Hui, on the other hand, chose to run away. Because that's where the young city lord of White Cloud City cultivates, said a mortal world sage. Everyone's eyes rounded immediately. They shivered at the thought of that person. As sages of the Baron state, they had obviously heard some of the Baron state's stories. The city lord of White Cloud City once cultivated at the Holy Ji Palace with Zhuge Qingfeng. The two of them were the two most outstanding disciples and were closer to each other than anyone else. Naturally, they had hoped for their descendants to come together as well. However, the daughter of the Zhuge family was rebellious by nature and hated having her fate decided by the family. Eventually, she ran away from home. She definitely had a strong personality. "Are you done?" Zhuge Mingyue smiled at those who had spoken. "Looks like Miss Zhuge is ready to return to the family." Now that Zhuge Mingyue had revealed her identity, the Zhuge family was obviously going to be sending for her. Then again, her identity might have been revealed even if she hadn't done so herself. After all this happening in the Eastern Baron territory wasn't exactly something that went down quietly. The Zhuge family was bound to take notice. "Get out of here if you're done. You guys already got the musical score. From now on, you're all forbidden from stepping onto Book Mountain. If I find out in the future that anyone makes a move for Book Mountain, they won't be stepping outside ever again. Otherwise, it'll be an impending death," Zhuge Mingyue announced as her eyes swept across the crowd. She continued with a smile. "You should all know that I can kill any one of you, but your clans wouldn't dare lay a finger on me." Du Ao clenched his fists tightly and a fire was lit, engulfing his body. His eyes shot out flames of rage. He couldn't believe he was being bullied in such a way. Snap! The long whip swung out and landed on Du Ao. His skin split open. He had once again been attacked and was now growling with pain on the ground. Oh, the hatred he felt. He couldn't believe he wasn't ever going to be able to get revenge for this brutal beating. Everyone knows how to bully others. How does it feel? Zhuge Mingyue smiled big. These people had descended on Book Mountain, arrogant and oblivious to anyone else. Even with a sage on Book Mountain, Du Ao led the Holy Fire clan here to stir up trouble. He was so sure that no one from the college dared to hurt him. He was the same on Sky Mountain. He was the only one allowed to hurt others. No one was allowed to retaliate. She knew how to bully people with power, too. "We will take our leave now." The sage of the mortal world said his farewells before leading his people off Book Mountain. They had not suffered any losses and even got the score. There was no need for them to linger. If it hadn't been for Nan Yu of the Nantian House and Du Ao of the Holy Fire Clan, Zhuge Mingyue wouldn't have been provoked. They were asking for it. The Nantian House and the Holy Fire Clan also gradually began to leave Book Mountain. They came with arrogance and left with panic. Very quickly, those arrogant barren state cultivators had all left. Countless pairs of eyes landed on Zhuge Mingyue. No one would have expected for the cottage's second disciple to have such a strong background. She had completely overpowered those from the barren state. Of course, they were also surprised by just how powerful Mr. Du was. He threatened to kill a sage if he made another move. This teacher and disciple were truly a well-hidden pair. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Yi Futian, who stood not too far to the side. "Why are you looking at your second sister like that?" she asked with a soft chuckle. Yi Futian's eyes were frozen on the beautiful face in front of him. A bright smile then lit up his face. "Because my second sister is so pretty." Zhuge Mingyue laughed lightly at his words. Reaching out a pale finger, she knocked him on the head. He knew now that her identity was revealed. She would probably have to leave the Eastern Barren Territory and return to the Barren State. "Don't look so sad, kid. Let's go," she said. She then walked over to Mr. Du. "Teacher." He nodded his head knowingly and announced to everyone, "Today, my eldest disciple gains control of the college and will begin to teach here. The cottage is officially disbanded. From here on out, there is only the college and no more cottage." Hushed whispers erupted at his announcement. Was the cottage that was renowned all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory for so many years really going to be history now? The disciples of the cottage were saddened by Mr. Du's words and all lowered their heads. "I'm leaving," said Mr. Du other than the Sword Saint. All the disciples of the cottage followed him up the mountain. "Teacher, both you and senior sister are so powerful. Why did little brother still have to give out the score?" asked Luofan. He wasn't too happy about what happened today. Although the teacher and his senior sister were able to kick those people off Book Mountain, it still didn't feel all that satisfying. "Are we able to protect you guys forever?" asked Mr. Du. Never underestimate those who are willing to sacrifice everything for benefits. She was able to scare them, yes. However, if your senior sister and I weren't here and if they didn't get the score, who's to say they wouldn't have made a move for your little brother? They got something that they wanted. The sages knew that we had already made a compromise and knew when to take a step back. "Teacher, leave things on Book Mountain to me. Go," Zhuge Hui said to Mr. Du. "It's been so many years. There's not much more keeping me back anymore." "Your teacher's lazy and doesn't want to run around anymore," Mr. Du replied, shaking his head. "Teacher, who are your enemies?" asked Yi Futian. "Don't think too much, kid. Focus on cultivation. I will leave you some books. Be good and finish all of them," ordered Mr. Du with a glare. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded obediently. Sometime after all that, the college had finally been settled. However, it was still pretty lively as many people from all around the Eastern Barren Territory came, wishing to meet the sage. However, the back mountain where the cottage was located was quiet. The atmosphere was different there. On this day, a bright, blinding ray of light suddenly broke through the clouds in the sky above Book Mountain. Many people lifted their heads to the sky and watched as a group descended from where the light shined through. Bodies clad in armors approached like a group of divine generals. In the midst was a beautiful young girl. The female wore a crown and a robe. Basked in a divine light, she looked just like a goddess from the heavens. Yi Futian, who was in the middle of cultivating, looked up as well. Seeing the group, his heart rate sped up and he felt short of breath. How could it be? How could it be them? He had seen this girl before. It was in his younger days on Mount Yao in Qingzhou City. This girl's surname was Dong Huang. Mr. Du leaped into midair and stared at the incoming group. He seemed calm and unbothered as if he already knew they were coming. The disciples of the cottage stepped outside one by one, looking up at the sky. They were taken aback by the blinding sight of this divine army. They could all feel that the teacher was waiting for these people. This was probably why he didn't leave. If he left, what would they do? Excuse me, are you the princess, Her Highness? Mr. Du asked the girl. She nodded her head lightly. A smile reached Mr. Du's eyes before he kneeled down completely. Greetings to the princess from a sinner. If you know you have sinned, then get up and leave with us, said a soldier behind the girl. Mr. Du nodded and stood. He smiled at the girl. Your Highness, you should be 20 this year, correct? Yes, nodded the girl. Good, very good. Mr. Du was actually smiling in this situation. He lowered his head to look down at the cottage. I won't be around to guide you guys from now on. Remember to take care of yourselves. Teacher? The disciples called out one after another. I'm going now. Mr. Du gave them all one last smile, and he was high up in the sky in a flash. The girl lowered her head to look down on Book Mountain, and her eyes landed on Yifutian. After all these years, they have finally met again. A couple years ago, they were 16 years old. Now they were 20. Mr. Du left. All the disciples on Book Mountain witnessed his departure. People working for Donghuang the Great came for him. No one knew exactly who Mr. Du was or that he had anything to do with the great emperor. The people from the Baron state did not actually leave the Eastern Baron territory, and so they also got wind of this news. They were all shocked but finally understood how Yifutian acquired the relics of Sky Mountain. His teacher was connected to the great emperor, so it wouldn't be weird for him to get the relics. And so they decided to leave the Eastern Baron territory. Not only were they wary of Zhuge Mingyue, but also because of that Mr. Du. Zhuge Mingyue didn't go to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace and unexpectedly became the disciple of an incredibly powerful recluse. Yifutian had someone carve the score for the Yukio song on a stone wall located on one of Book Mountain's mountains. Whenever someone from the Baron state came, they would be led there. This prevented anyone from targeting the college for the score. What Du Ao did to the Donghua clan was the perfect example. The cottage was engulfed in a peculiar atmosphere. It was that of parting. The teacher was lost before, but everyone knew that he would come back. This time no one knew if he was coming back or if he was even allowed to. They wouldn't even be able to go find him. Furthermore, the second sister was also going to leave soon. This magical place, the cottage, may truly be split up. On the mountain, the disciples of the cottage were currently seated together for a meal. There was chit-chat and laughter. Zhuge Mingyue spoke with a light smile on her face. Our little fifth brother still makes the best food. Senior sister, if you like my food, then I'll cook for you every day. I won't step another foot off the mountain, Luo Fan replied while bustling around. Since when have you been such a good boy? Zhuge Mingyue chuckled. Second sister, who will look after me when you leave? Beitang Xinger's voice was low and melancholic. After being brought to the cottage by the teacher, Zhuge Mingyue had taken care of her. One could even say that she was raised by Zhuge Mingyue. Xinger, do you want to come with me? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Beitang Xinger froze. When she realized it wasn't a joke, she began to feel conflicted. Should she leave with the senior sister? If she left, who would take care of the others? Go, Gu Donglu said in the middle of his meal. Eldest brother is busy with the college and won't have time to take care of you. Beitang Xinger looked toward Gu Donglu and understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He might leave the cottage too. Her eyes reddened. To hide the fact that she was about to burst into tears, Beitang Xinger lowered her head and continued eating. Years ago, when her family died, it was the teacher that brought her to Book Mountain. It was third brother who got revenge for her. Since then, the cottage was her home. Her senior brothers and sister were closer to her than family. Now, the teacher was gone and they were all separating. The cottage would no longer exist in the Eastern Baron territory. Xinger, why are you crying? You're all grown up now and will have to marry soon. We would have had to separate sooner or later, Shuiyi said when he noticed the tears in the corners of her eyes. I won't marry. Beitang Xinger shook her head. Silly girl. Zhuge Hui patted her head. She then looked toward Yifutian. Why so quiet today? This rascal was usually the most active, but he hadn't said a word today. What's wrong? Feeling sad? Teased Zhuge Mingyue. Senior sister, would you pretend not to know me when I go looking for you? Wanting to hang out? Yifutian lifted his head to face her. What goes on in that head of yours? She lifted her hand to knock on his head. If you dare to not come looking for me, then I'll really come after you. Futian and I will definitely come visit together, Hua Jieyu said softly. Zhuge Mingyue turned her attention over to Hua Jieyu, giving her a look before chuckling. Senior sister? Hua Jieyu was slightly confused. I know what to do so little brother will come see me. She laughed. What if I take Jieyu with me so that Xinger will have a companion? Hua Jieyu's eyes widened before shaking her head no. I don't want to go. That was when she realized Yifutian was looking at her. Seeing the look in his eyes, she lowered her voice to ask him, What are you looking at? You want to get rid of me again? Jieyu, senior sister's suggestion is worth a second thought, he said in all seriousness. I'm not reconsidering. She shook her head. You and Jieyu think about it, laughed Zhuge Mingyue. Jieyu is so pretty. I'm too worried to let her follow you around while you travel recklessly through the barren state. She knew well and clear that after the cottage disbanded, Yifutian would definitely head to the barren state. Without the teacher, the eldest brother, and her around, it was all up to himself. Okay. Yifutian nodded. He was considering similar circumstances as the second sister. When you return to your family, wait for me. At this time, Gu Donglu, who was also unusually quiet today, spoke up. Everyone turned to look at the third brother. It was obvious who his words were meant for. What for? Zhuge Mingyue didn't look at him. Instead, she lowered her head to focus on the dishes on the table. You know what for, he replied. I don't know, she said, finally looking up at him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Hui met eyes. Everyone else watched them as the atmosphere took a weird turn. Wait for me to come marry you. Gu Donglu stood up after replying and walked away. Just like that, everyone was completely frozen in shock. The third brother was so manly. The third brother is so cool, Yifutian exclaimed while watching the departing silhouette. A real man, Luo Fan complimented. So awesome. Xianxia was stupefied. Zhuge Mingyue watched as he left, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. She then glared at Yifutian and the others. Eat. After their meal, Yifutian and Hua Jieyu strolled toward the back mountain hand in hand. Hua Jieyu spoke softly. I won't go. Wifey, you're too beautiful, too eye-catching. What happens if someone tries to steal you from me in the barren state? Yifutian joked. Something of the sorts happened in the Donghua clan. Duao went to take Hua Qingqing. Then you protect me, she replied. Hearing her gentle voice, Yifutian lowered his head. He felt guilty. Walking over to a cliff, he watched the sea of clouds. Qingzhou City, Donghai City, the Nandu Nation. I thought I'd seen the whole world. But the world is far larger than I imaged. What they called the fate of an emperor seems like nothing more than a myth. I've given you the fate of an empress, but to this day, I still don't have the ability to protect you. From his words, Hua Jieyu knew that he was feeling down in the dumps. She lifted her eyes to him. Look at me, she said. Yifutian turned to her. She walked forward and leaned against him. Standing on tiptoes, she planted a soft kiss on his lips and then separated from him. She never meant for her words to upset the man she loved. A smile bloomed from her like a beautiful flower. Hua Jieyu looked up to the sky where the sun was shining brightly. When you were 15, people thought you didn't know how to cultivate. You were optimistic and joyful. Then, during the fall exams that same year, you shocked everyone with your talent and proved yourself to the entire Qingzhou Academy. At 16, you set foot in Donghai City. You played the melody of the White Feathers Garment at the Luo Palace, used the decree of the general in front of the school of the Emperor's Star, and made yourself known as the Guqin Devil's disciple. That year, an emperor wanted to kill you and you refused to just give in, taking fate into your own hands. During the Fenghua banquet, you gained the recognition of Emperor Yi. During the Tingfeng banquet, you were undefeatable. After that, you wowed the ancient barren world and entered the cottage. Your life is just beginning and you're already a legend in the Eastern Barren Territory. This year, you're 20. You dominated in the battle on Sky Mountain and now, There isn't a single person who doesn't know you in the Eastern Barren Territory. Hua Jieyu smiled brightly, the sunlight lighting up her face. In a gentle voice, she spoke, Yi Futian, I'm proud of you. Yi Futian turned to take in her profile. He chuckled. My fox knows how to console people now. Hua Jieyu looked at him again and laughed. Everything I said was true. You're only 20 and you're able to deal with nobles and sages so naturally. I believe that since you're already able to overshadow everyone our age in Qingzhou City, Donghai City, the Nanda Nation, and the Eastern Barren Territory, someday you'll be able to do so with the world. There will be a day when the entire Divine Prefecture will know your name. Am I really that outstanding? Yi Futian was high off the compliments. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded in all seriousness. You said that you'll make me an empress. I will remember that, so you have to fulfill your promise. Okay. All of Yi Futian's dispiriting thoughts were wiped away by Hua Jieyu's words. He had no time to waste being dispirited. In his younger days, he was so confident in himself. Was he going to let these losses dull his light? Then do you agree to go with second sister? Yi Futian asked. I agree. Hua Jieyu nodded. But not to run away. When I get to the barren state, I will work hard on cultivation and wait for you to come for me. Okay. He nodded. Then, he hugged Hua Jieyu close to him and continued. Before we separate, should we take care of something important in our lives? You wish. She blushed hard in his embrace. I'll be so lonely and cold with you. Then you have to come for me sooner. Fox, you're too cruel. Humph. Their exchange continued as the sunlight beat down on the green grass. This had Yi Futian thinking that even though the world of cultivation was cruel, it was also beautiful. He had so many people that liked him, and there were also people he liked. Days later, a large group had arrived in the sky above Book Mountain. All of them had impressive auras and were truly outstanding. They were from the Zhuge family. Naturally, they were here for Zhuge Mingyue. She accepted everything that had happened. Disciples of Book Mountain and the cottage were here to see her off. Seeing everyone in front of her, she smiled. Don't miss me too much. Beside her, Beitang Xinger was already in tears. Eldest brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, Xiaoshi, Futian, you guys take care. She then turned to Gu Donglu, who stood further away. Third brother, take care. When you get to the barren state, remember to listen to your senior sister, said the Sword Saint. Okay. Beitang Xinger nodded. Jieyu, you also have to listen to senior sister, he said softly as he patted her head. Okay. Nodded Hua Jieyu. She looked behind Yi Futian at Hua Fenglu and the others. Father, mother, teacher, clan leader. All of you have to take care as well. Little brother. Zhuge Mingyue spread her arms for Yi Futian. He walked forward and shared a light hug with her. Then with Beitang Xinger. I look forward to when we meet again, little brother, Zhuge Mingyue said softly. The three of them lifted up in the air and headed for the ship in the sky. Let's go, said a young man on the ship. He took one look down below, his eyes falling emotionlessly on Yi Futian. The ship in the sky began to move. Zhuge Hui took one last look downward at a lonely figure in white. Then, she turned away and moved further and further away. Days later, the cottage became unusually lively. The disciples of the Moon Clan had moved into the cottage. Mr. Du had said before he left that the cottage was one with the disciples of the Moon Clan. All at once, the mountain was filled with beautiful women. If this had been the Yi Futian of the past, he would have been so happy. However, he was no longer in the mood for any of that. These past few days, he remained at the cliff, reading and cultivating. It used to be Jieyu accompanying him, but now it was Yushang. A couple of figures headed his way. The Sword Saint, Goddess Wangyue, Shui Yi and Luofan, as well as College Chief Xiao, all arrived in Yi Futian's location. Little brother, the Sword Saint called out. Eldest brother, College Chief Xiao, Goddess. Yi Futian greeted. Your eldest brother is the college chief now. You can just call me Uncle Master. College Chief Xiao chuckled. All right, Uncle Master Xiao, nodded Yi Futian. Sit, we're just strolling around, said College Chief Xiao. We were so busy settling things at the college. We didn't even have time to chat with you. Uncle Master, you're too polite. Yifutian was still unfamiliar with college chief Xiao. After all, they hadn't met too many times. However, he was different from what Yifutian had imagined. The disciples of the cottage had all naturally assumed that the relationship between the college chief and their teacher was not a good one, but in reality, it was the exact opposite. The relationship between the two of them was not one that could be easily understood by outsiders. Some people claimed that college chief Xiao wanted to control all of the college and was thus displeased with Mr. Du. Truth was, the college chief had always wanted the Sword Saint to take over. The group took seats on the ground. The Sword Saint spoke, "Little brother, the people of the Qin dynasty are already gone. The palace is now empty. They're most definitely worried about the college's revenge and have completely become a thing of the past. Several lords of the Lu Kingdom have come to Book Mountain with apologies. Wuchen and Lu Chenyu are cultivating on Book Mountain. I asked for their opinion and they rejected the apologies, so I told the people from the Lu Kingdom to leave. However, I won't order any follow-ups with them as this is a Lu Kingdom business. I'll leave it for them to deal with themselves." "Okay," nodded Yi Futin. It was only natural that Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu would refuse to forgive the traitors of the Lu Kingdom. "Also, your third brother left. He came to see me and then left without saying anything to anyone else," said the Sword Saint. Yi Futian nodded in understanding. This was expected. According to third brother's personality, there was no way he wouldn't leave. The proud scholar he was would definitely chase after his target. "The teacher and your third brother had high hopes for you. They both mentioned you before leaving, saying that you don't belong in the Eastern Barren territory. Your world is somewhere far away. I'll be leaving for the Barren state in some days," said Yi Futian. "Fourth brother? Fifth brother? Seventh brother? What are you guys planning to do?" "We'll stay to help out at the college for the time being. After everything is completely settled and the Eastern Barren territory starts anew, we'll leave," Shui Yi explained. "As his disciples, we'll help teacher achieve his dreams." Yi Futian nodded. Life is full of meeting and parting. Everyone had their own path to take. The disbanding of the cottage was only a matter of time, although the time seemed to have arrived too early. So, there was no helping these feelings of sadness. Your teacher always wanted to be able to create change. In the end, he realized he wasn't able to change a single thing and even dragged his disciples into it, said College Chief Xiao. "A thorough jerk. Uncle Master, what kind of person was the teacher? Why was he taken away?" asked Yi Futian. College Chief Xiao let out a reminiscent look. He said, "When your teacher was young, he was just like you guys, full of pride and confidence. He was so focused on traveling the world. That was until he met the two people who changed his fate. Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing?" Yi Futian asked him with bright eyes. "That's right." College Chief Xiao looked so serious as he nodded his head. "Not many people knew about this slice of history, but your teacher did indeed leave with the two emperors. It was many years before he returned, and when he finally did, his edge was gone. He became lazy and idle. I've asked him what happened while he was gone, and he said that he was tired of what he saw in this world. He killed some people but never told me who. However, I'm sure that they were people he shouldn't have messed with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Eastern Barren territory and gone into hiding. He only began to change slightly when he started taking in disciples. He had new goals, but it was all null in the end. Though he did say before he left that he had no regrets. He said he had seen things that others hadn't and killed those that others didn't dare to. Now, he even had a group of such extraordinary disciples. He wouldn't feel regret even if he were to die." Yi Futian listened quietly. He never thought that his lazy, alcohol-loving teacher would have such an astounding story behind him. "Your teacher always said that principle ruled humanity, but more often than not, principle loses to a physical punch. Therefore, your punch has to be stronger and more powerful than everyone else's because that's the only way people will listen to you. In reality, that jerk has never had any principle when he was with me because his punch was always stronger than mine." College Chief Xiao seemed to be complaining. Yi Futian and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like College Chief Xiao had been through a lot. Because of this, his life was full of contradictions. He spent his whole life in a world of self-contradiction. College Chief Xiao continued. He has finally let everything go now. He said the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. So now the future is up to you guys. The person he had been waiting for? Yifutian was interested. Who? Just as he asked, he realized that both College Chief Xiao and the eldest brother were looking at him. He was Mr. Du's last disciple. After Yifutian came on the mountain, Mr. Du cultivated with him in the back mountains and even said that he had no regrets leaving. So, who was the person Mr. Du was waiting for? Is it me? Yifutian muttered. If so, then the old man that always looked down on his talent was actually waiting for him? Wasn't that funny? However, he couldn't manage to let out a laugh. Lifting his head to the sky, Yifutian could almost see the elder's figure. The old drunkard that was both respectable and loathsome. Why was he the one he waited for? What did the old man know? Their only similarity had to do with the two emperors. After some random chit-chat, eldest brother and others left. Yifutian watched their departing figures and called out, Uncle Master, Senior Brother, I won't come to say goodbye when I leave either. The college and the cottage will always be your home. The sword saint turned to smile at him. In fact, everyone turned to give him a last smile. Days later, Yifutian could no longer be found in this spot. The disciples of the cottage had all left the mountain, including Shui Yi and Luofan. Now only the ladies of the Moon Clan remained. Standing by the cliff right now was a beautiful girl. She stood quietly, looking up at the ocean of clouds. The view here was truly breathtaking. This girl was Chu Yaoyao. Sis, called out a voice. Chu Lian approached, looking equally beautiful. With her eyes on the same view, she asked, What are you thinking? No much. Chu Yaoyao shook her head. Don't lie to me. Ever since you left Sky Mountain, you've been hiding something deep down, said Chu Lian. Can you tell me? You want to know? Asked Chu Yaoyao. Yeah. Chu Lian nodded. Chu Yaoyao smiled before giving her reply. I fell for a person I shouldn't have fallen for. It's not a matter of whether or not you should have. If he's worth it, then you should follow your heart. Throughout the Eastern Barren Territory, there wouldn't be a single person who wouldn't fall for your charm. Of course, there is. Who? Someone who used to cultivate, Chu Yaoyao answered with a big smile. But that's all in the past now. Everything starts anew now. On another mountain of Book Mountain, another beautiful girl stared into the distance with a tear-stained face. Why did he have to leave by himself? She uttered through her tears. Beside her, a young man spoke to her softly. Because he couldn't bear the thought of dragging you around while they wandered. That's his opinion. Doesn't he know that this is even crueler? Lu Chenyu cried. He's cruel to himself as well. However, he would rather shoulder it all himself. I would do the same in his situation. Lu Feiyang smiled. He wants to give you the world, not have you suffer with him. There was another girl on Book Mountain with her eyes focused somewhere far away. It was Yi Qingxian. She did not cry though. She was smiling. She knew that this was all part of the experience. Parting was going to be a large part of it. This was the choice she made. The man she loved did not belong to her fully. He belonged mostly to the young man beside him. Months later, a rumor spread from Sky Mountain. They said that the sounds of a guqin were heard from the mountain. The beautiful music melted in with the snowflakes. Nobody knew if this was another appearance of Emperor Will. However, there weren't many people climbing Sky Mountain anymore, so not many cared about this rumor. At the top of Sky Mountain, the fluffy, white snow never stopped falling. A figure clad in white sat quietly, playing the guqin while the snow fell. It was Yifutian. He hadn't left the Eastern Barren Territory just yet. He was cultivating here. All this time, he was practicing on the guqin and building his spiritual energy. He also cultivated sorcery and martial arts to strengthen his body. Not far from Yifutian, Yusheng sat cross-legged, also cultivating. In a distance was a one-armed youth practicing with a sword in the snow. Yi Wuchen was bathed in sword will, flowing and blowing through the snow. There was also a girl on the snowy mountain. Quietly, she took in the cold of the sky mountain. It was Lulan Shui. Just then, the music stopped. Yifutian shifted his gaze to the mountain trail. There, a beautiful figure braced the cold winds and approached the mountaintop. Her steps were light and she headed for Yifutian. Yifutian took in what she was wearing. The rough fabric looked like something monks would wear, but not even the plain clothing could hide her innocent beauty. You! Yifutian was surprised at how the girl in front of him was dressed. When the monks from the Xianxia temple arrived on Book Mountain last time, I wanted to be enlightened. So after that, I went to the temple and I cultivate there now, smiled Hua Qingqing. The air of innocence around her seemed to have been restored. That's good. Yifutian returned her smile. Can you play the Yukio song for me again? I want to listen to the full piece, she asked softly. Okay. Yifutian nodded. His expression became serious and he placed his hands on the guqin. The peaceful music resonated on Sky Mountain once again. Perhaps this was the last time. When the music stops, the people go. The barren state was boundless. In the north was the demon city that was at the border of the demon world. The demon god race and Taishan Mountain loomed there. White Cloud City guarded the west, pressing down on the boundless land. There was also Inferno City near Fire Mountain that occupied a lot of land. The south had an endless snowy terrain. There was a temple there with 2 gusts of power. The snow area and Fire Mountain formed a strange territory. The center was the renowned Alchemy City. Of course, Zhongzhou City was still the richest. This place loomed over the center of the barren state. Strong cultivators were everywhere there. Yunhua City in the east of the barren state wasn't the main city there, but it had an ancient history and was magnificent. Right now, a black winged eagle flew in the sky above Yunhua City. Its eyes were very sharp. It was an eagle, but when it flew, it felt like a rock. It was that fast. There were 4 youths on its back. The one at the front was handsome and he looked forward. Beside him was a muscular youth. He was resting with his eyes closed. The one-armed handsome youth behind them had 2 ancient swords crossed behind his back. There was also a veiled girl. She had long silver hair that fell down like a waterfall. Her eyes shone with silver light, beautiful yet demonic. They were cold. This was Yifutian's group, coming to the barren state from the eastern barren territory. They paused at times along the way. Mooncloud City was one of the bigger cities. Its liveliness was comparable to the Qin Imperial City in the center of the eastern barren territory. That should be Crescent Lake. Lulan Shui stood up. Wind blew against her as she pointed at a crescent moon-shaped lake. She held a map that she'd bartered for after entering the city. It should be White Jade Tower before Crescent Lake. Looking forward from the lake, one could make out a palace-shaped building. The black winged eagle sped up and it became clearer. It was a palace shaped in one of the 3 biggest inns in Yunhua City. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from jade, hence the name. It was as magnificent as a royal palace. As they got closer, the black winged eagle rushed downward and landed on the steps of White Jade Tower. Yifutian felt spiritual qi hit him. This meant that White Jade Tower was made from spiritual stone, contained a matrix inside. Living in it, they would feel powerful spiritual qi. It was beneficial to cultivation. Looking up, Yifutian walked up the steps and stopped outside the main hall. Lulan Shui and Yushang held the spiritual stone and walked in. They were going to spend a few days here, so they chose somewhere like White Jade Tower. It would be easier to get information. They also needed a map of the barren state. They couldn't get it in a smaller place. Many people walked up and down the steps. Sir, are you a foreigner? A thin youth in a blue robe asked Yifutian. Yes. Yifutian smiled and nodded. I am Yang Ting, the other greeted. Yifutian. Brother Yi, are you here for the battle between the 4 clans? Yang Ting asked. No. Yifutian shook his head. He just arrived and didn't know anything about the 4 clans. Most people who come to Yunhua City are here for that reason. I misunderstood. Yang Ting put his hands together in apology. No problem. I just arrived and am new to Yunhua City. Please help me in the future, Yifutian said politely. You flatter me. We can help each other, Yang Ting said, smiling. Brother, it's done, a voice said. Pretty figure walked out. She had a ponytail and looked young, clean, and pure. This is my sister, Yang Yi. Yang Ting introduced. This is Brother Yi. Yifutian and Yang Yi nodded at each other. Yang Yi stared at Yifutian with her pure eyes, thinking that Yifutian was really attractive. As Yifutian matured, his temperament kept changing. His features became more handsome too. He was very attractive now. What are you looking at me for? Yifutian asked, smiling gently. Yang Yi realized that she'd spaced out. Blushing, she averted her eyes quickly. Brother Yi is handsome, but you don't have to do that. Yang Ting also joked. Yang Yi kicked him and whined. What are you saying? I'm just curious. At this time, the ground below them shook. Yifutian looked and saw a figure land on the white jade steps. The person was tall and extremely burly. His upper body was bare. The silver armor only covered his most important part. His eyes were like bronze bells, filled with authority as he scanned them. He climbed the steps and walked through Yifutian's group. What beast is that? Yang Yi was looking up. She saw a fiery red knight with a mount come. The beast was a dark bird. The knight was a woman clad in fiery red clothing. Her curvy body formed a beautiful picture with a different kind of attractiveness. The woman's manliness was beautiful and cold. Blue Phoenix, Yang Ting said. The woman's blue phoenix landed. She also walked past Yifutian without even looking. However, her blue phoenix glanced at the black-winged eagle and cawed. The black-winged eagle had been silent. After the blue phoenix cawed, its eyes sharpened instantly. It shot a gaze at the phoenix. One could see darkness flowing through its eyes. The blue phoenix wouldn't stop. The knight frowned and glared at it, wondering why it was bullying an eagle. After glancing at the black-winged eagle, the blue phoenix entered the hall with the knight. The black-winged eagle glanced at it arrogantly and closed its eyes to rest. At this time, Yushang and Lulan Shui walked over. Brother Yang, Yifutian said. I'm ready. The Yang siblings looked at Yushang and Lulan Shui. This group all had great temperaments. Lulan Shui had her face veiled, but judging from her body, she wouldn't be ugly. Come, let's go together, Yang Ting said, smiling. Yifutian nodded. The two walked to the side and climbed the steps. They found their own floor and courtyard. Coincidentally, they were neighbors. After entering the courtyard, they found that the entrance was in the backyard. After a hallway was the front courtyard. They could see Crescent Lake and the people arriving at the inn. The Eastern Barren Territory should be in that direction, Yifutian murmured, looking into the distance. Now he had already stepped foot inside the Barren State. He was extremely far away from the Eastern Barren Territory. It would take months to cross that distance. Now he would truly be in the outside world, far from his home. Lulan Shui stood beside him and said softly, I asked around in the hall earlier. The map isn't easy to get. The Barren State is too big. Even many people in the city haven't gone out of the eastern region, let alone the entire Barren State. Yifutian nodded lightly. You've worked hard. Our future is unknown. I hope you won't regret this. He'd warned Lulan Shui, but she had insisted on coming. This is my duty as a servant, Lulan Shui replied softly. As for regret, this is my own decision. Is Brother Yi here? A voice came from the other courtyard. Yes, Brother Yang. Come over, Yifutian said. Okay. A laugh sounded and then two figures came from the sky. The view is quite nice here, Yang Ting said, laughing. But it's truly expensive. Brother Yang, I have a question to ask. I came here to challenge myself and I wish to travel the entire Barren State. Is there anywhere I can get a basic map? Yifutian asked. The entire Barren State? Yang Ting's eyes flashed in shock. It wasn't realistic to travel the entire Barren State at Yifutian's age, unless he improved his cultivation as he traveled. Many people did this though, so he didn't find it too strange. Yes, Yifutian nodded. This type of map is rarely used. I don't know where to find it, but the top 4 forces of Yunhua City will have them, Yang Ting said. Which 4 forces? How are their abilities? Yifutian asked. Yunhua City has the Feng family, Wang family, Thunder Clan, and Yunhua Merchant Union, Yang Ting said. They form the uppermost level in Yunhua City. All have people in the noble plane. Yifutian nodded. This was only Yunhua City. How powerful would the main cities be? Brother Yang, are you from this city? Yifutian asked. Yes. Then why are you living here? Yifutian was curious. Brother Yi, how about we get a drink? We can chat while walking, Yang Ting said. Okay. Yifutian nodded. The group left the courtyard and walked towards the wine house at the top level. The top 4 forces control most of the resources in the city. They hold a battle at the end of every year to decide the distribution of the resources. To be fair, they don't use the noble plane. Thus, all those who fight are in the arcana plane. Because there are injuries and casualties and the forces use it to attract more talents, it became a custom. Every year, this event is when they choose talents to fight for them. Those who perform well can join them. The White Jade Tower belongs to the Yunhua Merchant Union. Every year, they would invite others here. That's why I asked if Brother Yi came for that reason. As Yang Ting explained, they arrived at the open-ceiling wine house. Many people were there. It was very busy. So you wish to join the Yunhua Merchant Union? Yifutian asked. They are a force in the Chamber of Commerce. They have the most resources and are the most generous. Yang Ting said, eyes sparkling. Yifutian nodded. After coming to the barren state, he discovered that they would often use cultivation resources. For example, spiritual stones were common here and used as currency. Brother Yi, are you interested? Yang Ting asked after they found somewhere to sit. No. Yifutian shook his head, laughing. He'd come to the barren state to cultivate. He wasn't going to join a force. Yang Ting wasn't surprised. Since Yifutian wanted to explore the barren state, he obviously couldn't stay in one place. Brother Yi, the Yunhua Merchant Union controls many auction and trade buildings, Yang Ting said. They will definitely have the map you want. You don't want to join, but there's another way. You can rent yourself to fight for them and receive what you want. You can do that? Yifutian was interested. Of course, Yang Ting explained. For their battles, if you help them win a round, there will be rewards. The exceptionally talented can beat more opponents and receive more rewards. Otherwise, how can they attract people to fight for them? You must know injuries and deaths are common. That is why they won't send all their people. Otherwise, it's easy for an uncontrollable battle to erupt. It had happened before. I see. I'll consider it. Yifutian nodded. He looked into the distance at Crescent Lake. There was a slight breeze. The view was so nice. At that time, loud noises came from behind. Yifutian turned around and saw 2 figures step onto the battle platform in the center of the winehouse. They were getting ready to fight. The place was big, so the platform wasn't awkward. The 2 shot into the air and started fighting there, and then they were both in the lower arcana plane. Doesn't the White Jade Tower care? Yifutian asked. Standing onto the platform means that both agree to the fight, Yang Ting said. The White Jade Tower purposely supplied this place and likes seeing this. It helps them rate the people's abilities. Especially during these times, most everyone who lives in White Jade Tower is for the battle. They naturally wish for the White Jade Tower to see their performance. The tower will naturally report to the Yunhua Merchant Union. As expected, the battle was endless. More people stepped onto it to fight and more people gathered around. Yifutian saw an elder in a long black robe. He was in mid-arcana plane and was very powerful. He controlled a fire spell. He must not be as talented to be in the arcana plane at his age. But because he'd cultivated for so long, he'd studied sorcery more and had better control. The black-robed sorcerer beat many people. Gradually, more powerful people challenged him. Now, Yifutian saw the female knight with the blue phoenix walk on. A fiery spear solidified in her hands. Flames covered her, making her seem very handsome. In her clothing, she also looked sexy. I know who they are, Yang Ting said. Fire Girl Lulan and Black Sorcerer Shimu are both quite famous here. The two had an intense battle. Lulan was skilled in fire and wind but was a female knight who cultivated martial arts. Her combat ability was very strong. She added her elemental talent to her spear technique. Each attack was beautiful. Sometimes she would use spells for aid. However, she often missed. Black mist would cover Shimu and then he would teleport. This shocked Yifutian. He used freedom meditation and Shimu's actions became clear. No move could escape from his eyes. The black mist was just a cover-up. Shimu actually used a water elemental spell. He must have added spiritual sorcery as well to create an illusion while moving with a spell. However, he looked mysterious to people of the same level. Brother Yi, who do you think will win? Yang Ting asked. Fire Girl, Yifutian replied. But Shimu has the upper hand now. Yang Ting was surprised. Shimu used his technique to restrict Lulan. What determines victory is still one's ability. Some methods are interesting, but Shimu is a sorcerer and not a martial artist. He can't attack suddenly. His attack is comparable to the Fire Girl, but his defense isn't. He will lose but can drag it on for a while. Yang Ting looked to the battlefield curiously. Shimu still had the upper hand. But as time passed, changes occurred. The Fire Girl became more intense, making Shimu panic. After a while, he lost miserably. Big Brother Yi is so powerful, Yang Yi praised. Yang Ting also looked to Yifutian, impressed. He was quite observant. Big Brother. Yifutian smiled at Yang Yi with her ponytail and pure features. She couldn't be 20 yet. Yifutian really was old now. He thought of his little sister Yi Shaoqin. She must have grown up now. He wondered how she was now. Was she still in Donghai? Yeah. Can I call you that? Yang Yi asked, smiling. Of course. Yifutian nodded. Big Brother Yi, has anyone ever complimented your looks? Yifutian blinked and then nodded seriously. I'm used to it. Yushang looked away with disdain. He was tricking little girls again and Yushang couldn't stand it. Yiwuchen was quiet the entire time and didn't have much presence. Yang Ting would sometimes look over. He had a unique feeling by just sitting there. Incredible. I've heard of you too long ago, someone suddenly praised. Yifutian's group looked over and saw a young man and woman. The man was handsome. The woman, in a pale blue dress, was sexy but still elegant, very attractive. There were also servants and guards behind them. Clearly, they had a powerful family. Their appearance attracted many eyes. Shimu and Lulan nodded politely. That is Shanghai and Shangqing, siblings from the Yunue Merchant Union. Their father is in charge of White Jade Tower. Yang Ting murmured to Yifutian. I'm going over. With that, Yang Ting went to the Shang siblings. He bowed slightly and then hovered around the two. He looked submissive. Why is he like this? Yushang asked Yang Yi. He was confused. If he wanted to join the union, he should use his power. Being submissive like this detracted from his strength. Yang Yi bowed her head. Yushang. Yifutian glared at him. They'd only just met Yang Ting and didn't know each other. They had no right to interfere with how the other acted. Yang Yi will go down now, Yifutian said. Okay. Yang Yi nodded. Yifutian's group walked down the steps and left the winehouse. Back at the courtyard, Yifutian sat before Crescent Lake, thinking about the battle. Shimu and Lulan were quite powerful. Yifutian guessed that their abilities were equal to some of the talents in the college. Thus, he guessed that the talents in Yunue City wouldn't be stronger than the best in the Eastern Barren Territory. This was normal, though. Yunue City wasn't a main city and there were many cities of this scale. The truly best would definitely go to the bigger cities. Furthermore, even though the Eastern Barren Territory didn't have many resources, the best were still quite talented. They were at least equal to the best in Yunue City. The spiritual qi is very heavy here, Yifutian said, smiling. He closed his eyes to cultivate. A while later, a voice said, Big Brother Yi, can I come over? Yes. He nodded. Yang Yi, come over. As soon as he finished, a figure descended from the wall. She said, Big Brother Yi, you can call me Little E. Little E, Yifutian called. Yang Yi smiled. Were you looking down on my brother? No, Yi Futian shook his head. That was the truth. Everyone lived differently. He didn't know Yang Yi well, so he had no right to comment. Our parents were killed while trying to enter a relic when we were young. After that, we had to survive alone. In a conflict after that, we were both injured. I was heavily injured and can't cultivate as well as before. My brother works hard and wants to join the battle so he can find a spiritual medicine for my injury. The Yunue Merchant Union controls many trades. They'll definitely have the medicine. That's why he's so submissive with them. Yang Yi continued softly. We'd also used all our savings to live here. All of this is for me. My brother is actually quite talented. But he was restricted by me. Big brother Yi, I don't mean anything. I just hope you won't look down on my brother. With that, she smiled and turned to leave. After she left, Yi Futian smiled wryly and turned to Yusheng. Did you hear that? Yusheng scratched his head and said, I'll apologize. Yi Futian looked into the distance. The Barren State isn't all top forces like the Nantian House and Sacred Fire sect. There are many common men with common lives, working hard for their goals like us. Brother Yi, another voice said. Yang Ting came over directly with a smile. I asked earlier. They do have a map. If you're chosen to fight and perform well, you'll have the chance to get it. Yi Futian and Yusheng gaped at him. He'd just come back. Yang Yi had come earlier in secret. Okay. I'll consider it seriously. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He didn't mention Yang Yi. Let me know when you decide. I'll register for you, Yang Ting said before leaving. Thank you, Yusheng said. UP dated. Yang Ting halted and looked at him, surprised. This burly youth always followed Yi Futian but didn't speak until now. Since we're friends, we should take care of each other. Yang Ting smiled and returned to his courtyard. Yi Futian had been practicing in White Jade Tower. The matrix made his cultivation much easier. These days, more and more people gathered in the tower. Strong cultivators kept checking in, preparing for the upcoming battle of the four strong forces. Yi Futian and Yang Ting, as well as Yang Yi, were getting along very well with each other. Familiarity grew between them. Yang Yi and Yang Ting frequently visited Yi Futian in his courtyard. Other than some interesting news about the Barren State, they also discussed how to cultivate. Yang Ting found that Yi Futian knew a lot about this. While benefiting a lot from Yi Futian, Yang Ting began to be curious about Yi Futian's strength. Yang Ting was very gregarious in the tower. He had made many friends these days. Perhaps because their parents died early and they had to struggle to live, they were very good at making friends. In the courtyard, Yang Yi and Yi Futian were chatting. Big brother Yi, where are you from? Yang Yi asked curiously. Yi Futian was good-looking. Yusheng looked unusual. Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui were also different from common people. She had presumed that Lulan Shui was Yi Futian's girlfriend and called her sister, but Lulan Shui told her that she was just a maid, which surprised her. I come from a very distant place. In the east, there is a land isolated from the Barren State. That's my hometown, said Yi Futian. I have never left Yunue City since I was born, but you have been to so many places, said Yang Yi with a smile. Brother Yi, won't your parents miss you? My parents. Yi Futian smiled with embarrassment. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't even know who they are. Ah, Yang Yi said, startled. I'm sorry, big brother Yi. It's okay. Perhaps they are very famous people and are enjoying their life now. Yi Futian joked. Do you hate them? Yang Yi asked. Hate? Yi Futian shook his head. I have never thought about it. I don't think I hate them. Life is so wonderful. I felt fervor, frustration, and sadness. Everywhere I go, I experience a story. Life is so, isn't it? Yes. Yang Yi nodded firmly. Looking at that bright and handsome face, Yang Yi thought that Yi Futian must be very optimistic. Yang Yi, come to harass your brother Yi again? Yang Ting said, walking over. No way, we were having conversation. You can ask brother Yi. Yang Yi grumbled. Yi Futian smiled. Yang Ting also laughed and shook his head. He turned to Yi Futian and said, Brother Yi, All the tower's rooms are already occupied. There are many other places full of people. It seems that the battle this time will be very fierce. Have you decided? We will join. Yifutian nodded. He had thought over this these days. They didn't have to show much strength in this battle. After defeating some people, they would get the Barren States map. They could decide where to go then, rather than wandering blindly in this place. Good. I have companions now. Yang Ting smiled and nodded. Brother Yi, what's your level? I need your information to sign up for you. The second level of Arcana Plane, Yifutian answered. On basic of this, he was confident that the third level was not far. Okay. Yang Ting didn't make further comments. With Yifutian's age, this level was already very high but was not high enough to make him outstanding. But that was also because Yifutian didn't start cultivation until 15, which was comparatively late. I'm going to sign up for you now, said Yang Ting. I'll go with you, Yifutian said. That'll be even better. Yang Ting nodded, and then the line of people walked out of the court, heading for the wine house on the top of White Jade Tower. More people gathered here than in the past few days. Yang Ting looked around but didn't see the White Jade Tower staff. Perhaps they are busy on other things. Let's wait here for a while, Yang Ting suggested. Yifutian nodded and was about to find a seat when the Black-Winged Eagle walked forward. There was the Blue Phoenix ahead. The Black-Winged Eagle lifted its head high and looked at the Blue Phoenix disdainfully. Of course, the Blue Phoenix would not stand with the Black-Winged Eagle's provocation. It tweeted constantly and some strong aura effused from it. Spectators around were interested in the two birds. Somebody laughed and murmured, "What an interesting eagle! Who is its master?" People who don't know might think it is a golden rock. Many people there made fun of the Black-Winged Eagle. How could it lift its head up high before a Blue Phoenix? The Black-Winged Eagle was seemingly not very self-aware. Its proud eyes still looked at the Blue Phoenix lazily. Something dark flashed in its eyes. That Blue Phoenix kept tweeting as if it was really irritated. Lu Lan, the owner of the Blue Phoenix, frowned. She and the Blue Phoenix could read each other's mind. She could feel that the Blue Phoenix seemed a little grumpy. "Get back here," Yifutian shouted. Hearing his voice, the Black-Winged Eagle instantly calmed down. It lowered its proud head and walked to rub against Yifutian. "You think you're powerful now?" Yifutian knocked on the eagle's head to warn it that this was not a date. Yifutian turned to Lu Lan and bowed his head slightly. "Sorry about that. Your eagle is really bold." Lu Lan sneered. An eagle dared to provoke the Blue Phoenix. It wasn't just being bold. Her senior master had paid much effort to get her this young Blue Phoenix. "No, it's just inexperienced," Yifutian said with a smile. The fire girl just nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a rustle came from people around the pub's corner. They kept looking down curiously. "It's Sorcerer Wu," many people exclaimed. Hearing this, people were all stunned and hurried to look down over the edge. "Sorcerer Wu is also here now?" Yang Ting's eyes flickered. "Who is Sorcerer Wu?" Yifutian was confused. Wu is his surname. He is a very famous spell sorcerer. Nobody knows his real name, so people call him Sorcerer Wu. He is powerful to a horrible extent. Though he is only in the middle level of Arcana Plane, the whole Yunhua city knows his name. The forces all want him to join, but he refused them all. This time he came to join the battle. Is he ready to join the Yunhua Merchant Union now? Yang Ting's curiosity was provoked. He stood up and suggested, "Let's have a look." Yifutian also stood up. From what Yang Ting had said, Yifutian inferred that this must be a very talented sorcerer here. He wondered how strong the Sorcerer Wu would be. Yifutian walked to the corner and looked down. He saw a figure in a black cloak. He could see that this man was much younger than he thought. But his dress was just as strange as his name. Even Mr. Shang came to welcome him. "That's Sorcerer Wu," somebody exclaimed. Shang Qing and Shanghai as well as the White Jade Tower's other staff stood down there to welcome him. "No wonder we couldn't find them," said Yang Ting. In the distant sky, sword intent rolled over. People looked up and saw a figure riding a sword. He came very quickly and descended slowly. "Duan Ke?" The demon swordsman also came? People were very surprised. With the two here, it seemed that the battle would be very vicious. Sorcerer Wu and demon swordsman all came to help the Yunue Merchant Union. The other three forces must have invited some top talents too. Duan Ke, known as the demon swordsman, is very skilled in swordplay. He is also very strong. The Yunue Merchant Union is really one of the top forces. Much must have been spent to invite the two, said Yang Ting. Yifutian's group looked calm. They knew that every place had its top talents. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were two of them. Shanghai and his sister welcomed Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman into the White Jade Tower. People returned to their seats and continued their comments. Brother Yi, this battle might be more dangerous than before. Please be careful, Yang Ting said to Yi Futian. Seeing the two here, he felt that this battle could be very vicious. I will. Yi Futian nodded. After a while, the pub suddenly became quiet. Some people came up from the stairs. Yi Futian turned around and saw Shanghai and Shangqing found good seats for Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. They looked very hospitable. Some people of the White Jade Tower behind them walked up and looked around. They saw Yi Futian and walked to him. Sir, do you live in the Choua court in the first floor? The man asked him. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Sir, our White Jade Tower is full now, the man said. We only offer reception to those who are willing to fight for the Yunue Merchant Union. Therefore, could you move out? I'm very sorry. Yusheng frowned and asked coldly. What do you mean? Yang Ting and Yang Yi also looked displeased. My friends are also going to join the battle, said Yang Ting. Sorry, we don't accept any other applicants now, the man said. Yi Futian knocked the table with his fingers. He glanced at Sorcerer Wu's direction, knowing that this was because of their arrival. Okay, we will leave after finishing the drink. Yi Futian didn't argue further. Could you pick up your luggage now? What do you mean? Yi Futian was vexed. You entered our room? Bang. Yusheng pounded the table, shattering it. He stared at the man coldly. They still lived there, and those people couldn't wait to pack up their things to empty the room for the two. Many people noticed things happening here. They showed some sympathy to Yi Futian's group, but this was how it worked. The White Jade Tower was occupied. Someone had to leave so Sorcerer Wu and Demon Swordsman could settle down. Shanghai and Shangqing walked over and stared at Yusheng. Sir, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yusheng sneered. It's our wrong, but please understand us. Shanghai apologized. We have paid enough spirit stones for next few days. Isn't that right? Said Lulan Shui coldly. Give them the refund. Shanghai asked his staff to do so. That waiter seemingly had everything prepared. He directly delivered Yi Futian's group a bag. That's enough, said Yi Futian lightly. Now you're just looking for trouble, Shanghai scolded. Beside him, Shangqing smiled and said, If it's not enough, I can give you more. Then she walked out and dropped spirit stones before Yi Futian's group. One by one,